Chapter 201, Sky Island changes ownership and the Lord of Sky. Arceus will be returned to the Shandayans. Angel Island will still be governed by you, but you are not allowed to set up armed forces. You need to collect and cultivate a certain amount of Sky Island shellfish every year. And the most important thing is that you are never allowed to call yourself a god. Is there any other problem? After a while, Ganfall, who woke up, was given an ultimatum by Mondorf before he had time to treat his injuries. Qinghai people, why do you want to interfere in the dispute of Sky Island? Ganfall did not answer Mondorfesh's words, but questioned him instead, but the consequence of doing so was that he was kicked in the chest by Mondorfesh. You are the losers. I am informing you, not waiting for you to ask questions. You only need to answer my words, whether you understand or not, or you can try our other methods. Arceus took Yamato and others into Arceus, intending to see what Shandora looked like. Ordinary members such as Mondorfesh were left here. They received orders to take over the rule of Sky Island before Arceus returned. Apart from anything else, Ganfall now has a lot of say in Angel Island. His surrender can represent an attitude, saving the beasts' pirates a lot of trouble. Because they want to build Wano country into a base camp, the beasts will frequently interfere in the management of Wano country. But this is Sky Island thousands of miles away. Although they intend to treat this place as one of their own territories, they will not interfere with the autonomy of the locals. For the people of Sky Island, except that their god island Arceus was taken away by the Shandayans, nothing else would change. God Sama. Looking at what happened to Ganfall, some members of his guard shouted this familiar name, and then a gun barrel was pointed at their heads. Is my words not clear? You are absolutely not allowed to use the title of God, don't you understand? Kill them and let them know the consequences. Looking at the people of Sky Island who still insisted on using this title, Mondorfesh made a very direct decision. He wanted to get everything done before Arceus and the others came back, and the means would naturally not be like those in Wano country. Wait, stop. I will do what you want, let go of McKinley, and from now on there will be no so-called god in Sky Island. Zeraora easily crushed them. All of them were beaten by the other party alone without any ability to fight back, not to mention that there were so many people. There are no casualties at present. Although the damage caused by the electric current is not light, they are all still alive and have no power to resist. He doesn't want to add casualties for nothing. I should have agreed earlier. Let him go, Mr. Ganfall. Now please go and announce the result to the people of Angel Island. Okay. But if you don't let us set up armed forces, what about the safety of Sky Island? What if the Shandayans retaliate against us? Don't worry about that. The Shandayans will not attack you. This is our agreement. As for your safety, of course, we are responsible for it. As he said this, Mondorfesh took out the flag that had been prepared long ago and followed Ganfall and others to the direction of Angel Island. Apajardo, the Shandayans who set foot on the land of their hometown again were quite excited. But hundreds of years had passed, and this place was no longer the way it was circulated in the tribe. Although the Sky Islanders occupied this place, they only planned it as the island of God and did not move in on a large scale. The freely growing plants had already changed the appearance of this place. After traveling through the jungle for a long time, they finally found the legendary Golden Country. There is really gold everywhere here. A pirate pulled away the vines. Although the wall below was dim, he was still sure that this large piece was gold after hitting it a few times. If you want, you can take the gold here. But no pirate took action. Compared with these external things, their own strength is more important. They will not act without Arceus's order. The gold in the cave is actually quite useless for the beast pirates now. John's treasure and the huge trade brought by the beast fruit have made their funds very sufficient. So Arceus only asked them to collect some of the destroyed gold fragments, and did not touch the complete buildings. Godfather, Godfather, where is the golden bell? Yamato asked her own question. She has not seen the legendary golden bell until now. At the same time, the Shandayans are also searching for the location of the golden bell. Reigniting the lights of Shandora is the goal they have been waiting for nearly 400 years. The moment it was found, the Shandayans present cheered. The mighty bell sounded through the sky, but there was a friction sound in the cheers. A giant python with an exaggerated body appeared here, and its huge snake pupils stared at the direction of the golden bell above, as if missing something. With a length of several dozen meters, it is the undisputed overlord here. The people below are like ants to it. It is a giant python called the Lord of the Sky, and even Ganfol can't do anything about it. The sound of the golden bell is its favorite sound, but it has not been heard for a long time. The appearance of this giant python also helped Arceus solve a problem. There must be someone left to ensure safety on Sky Island, but the beast pirates have no suitable personnel stationed here for the time being. Now with this giant python, it is different, and this giant python has some origins with these Shandians. Originally listening to the bell, it was suddenly bound by something, and before it could react, more vines directly entangled its head and pressed its huge body on the island cloud. It didn't take much time to tame it, but it shocked the chief of Shandia again. He had heard of this giant python. Its grandfather was the snake god worshipped by the Shandians hundreds of years ago. Although he was killed in the end, the Shandians also worshipped this giant python for a long time. The huge size and long lifespan made people worship it as a god, but it was like a puppy in front of Arceus, and was subdued almost at the first sight. From today on, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the Shandians and obeying their orders. Do you understand? Yes. I understand, but you are too weak now. Although it is a little big, it should be about the same. He has not yet transformed the mountain god boar of Wano country. The giant python in front of him is the first giant creature he has transformed. This size is even bigger than the super ancient Pokemon. With it guarding here, Paradise basically has nothing to worry about with its strength. Chapter 202, Monarch Snake and Return. Before Nolan could react to what happened, a surge of energy poured into its body, and then its body underwent a huge change. The original pattern began to fade, the abdomen turned light green, and the green on the back was darker. 3 dark green leaves grew near the end of the tail. Several yellow lines appeared on the body, elegant and noble, like the symbol of royal aristocracy. Part of the body composed of vines extended from both sides of the neck, just like the collar and cuffs of a suit. The pupil color of the eyes turned red, giving people a sense of dominance. Grass attribute, the 3 major Pokemons in Unova, the royal Pokemon, Serpentis. As the Lord of the Sky, it had no rivals in the Sky Island and had developed a domineering aura. With the racial characteristics of Serpentis, its eyes had a strong deterrent power. However, when it looked at Arceus, its arrogant eyes were reduced to submission. Just now, Arceus simply subdued it through coercion, but now it was truly convinced. It's called Serpentis, and its name is Nolan. In the future, it will protect the safety of you Shandians. If you encounter an opponent that it can't beat, then use this. Then Zeraora took out a Den Mushi and gave it to the chief, and taught him how to use and maintain it. Den Mushi needs to be fed and bathed. If it is left alone for a long time, it is likely to die suddenly. At first release website, https://m.jhssd.com. If you abuse Den Mushi, it may choose to defect. The ammonite on Onigashima is a living example. Garo. After transformation, animals will be affected by the personality of some Pokemon. Nolan has become a little arrogant now. He was not happy to hear Arceus ask him to obey the orders of those ants. Okay, not to obey their orders, but to obey my orders to protect them. Garo. This time, Nolan did not raise any objections, but agreed confidently. Then Nolan's huge body climbed up a huge vine. With the camouflage of the monarch snake itself, it was impossible to see such a big snake wrapped around the vine without careful inspection. Lord God, does your messenger usually need us to do anything? After this series of operations, Chief Shandia has recognized Arceus as the sleeping old god, and the monarch snake he transformed naturally became his messenger. Tribal civilization is sometimes very ignorant, and Rolando has also brought many changes to the Shandians, such as changing their behavior of offering sacrifices to wild animals. For the real messenger of God in front of them, it is not surprising that they do similar things. But Arceus is not here to reverse history. No, it will find food on its own. The skyfish in the sea cloud is enough for it, and there is also the Sunday. The special thing about grass-type Pokemon is that in addition to regular food to replenish physical strength, photosynthesis can also it is an important part of their lives. Through photosynthesis, they can replenish a lot of body needs, thereby reducing the demand for food. Don't be too stressed, this is what you deserve. You can collect and cultivate shellfish as usual. As for the Sky Island, I have no intention of continuing the battle. The lights of Shandora have been rekindled. This is enough. As long as they don't continue to covet the land of Arpiatu, then other things don't matter. They won't. The law enforcement power here is handed over to you. Someone will tell you about the relevant system later. You just need to go outside regularly. Understood, God? After ringing the golden bell, the Shandayan people left here again. They had to return to the tribe to pick up others. On Angel Island, the residents of Angel Island also understood the current facts under Ganfol's words. Arpayato was returned to the Shandayans. Ganfol was no longer a god, and he has now become the owner of Angel Island and still manages Angel Island. Although the so-called priests were abolished, they still formed a security force under the leadership of Ganfol, responsible for maintaining order on the island, protecting the safety of residents, etc. Except for the flags that have been hung on Angel Island and Arpayato, nothing seems to have changed here. In the days to come, they will understand how much trouble that flag can help them solve. At first, some people did not accept it, but after the tamed Nolan took the Shandayans out for a walk, that voice completely disappeared. Less than a day later, the two long-cherished wishes of the Shandayans were fulfilled. The Shandayans held a grand banquet here, which should be said to be a carnival. The next morning, the goal had been achieved and it was time for the beasts' pirates to leave. With some shellfish and gold collected, the Origin began to sail towards the edge of the White Sea. However, when leaving, they left a request to the Shandayans, asking them to send people to Bika to find a strange-looking fruit. If they can find it, keep it, otherwise forget it. According to Ganfol, the location of Bika is very remote, and it is also in the countryside on Sky Island. It takes a lot of time to get there. He has no obsession with the thunder fruit, and the thunder fruit is not a necessity for the beasts' pirates, so he doesn't want to waste too much time here. But just as they were leaving, they saw something special. Some Shandayans stayed up all night to build 3 new totem poles. The giant snake, the thunder cat, and the ancient god, alpaca, became the new totems of Shandia. They regarded Arceus as the new belief of the tribe. The Origin did not choose the normal way of descent, but just like when it came up, it blasted a hole directly into the White Sea below, and then drove directly down. At this time, Yamato was wearing a feather-woven hat on his head. It was something made by the Shandayans, and it was the highest respect for friends. And she was fiddling with a photo shell in her hand. For Sky Island, this shell was a combination of a camera and a video recorder. Inside were some of her records of Sky Island. Although her photography skills were very poor, they were all taken by herself. She still remembered her words, that she would show the tavern owner what Sky Island really looked like. Whether it was verbal belief or real belief, he was the only one in the tavern who believed in the existence of Sky Island. In Magic Valley Town, the work efficiency here was very fast. In the few days when the beasts' pirates left, Dot's tavern had been repaired. He soaked Harold's head in beeswax and waited for a merchant ship to come to exchange it for money. When he was thinking about what to do with the remaining money, a group of familiar figures walked into the door of the tavern. Chapter 203, Yamato's Destiny Buff Fairy Slate and Little Fairy Milk. Boss, we are back from Sky Island. Looking at Yamato running in, Dot was confused. At first, he was just coaxing the child because the other party was very generous. For the people of Magic Valley Town, Sky Island is an unrealistic fairy tale. Even at the end, he still had doubts about Sky Island, but after 2 or 3 days, the other party came back again and swore that he had been to Sky Island. But it didn't matter. Whether Sky Island existed or not was no longer important to him. Whether it really existed or whether it was an adult coaxing a child, as long as she said it existed, then this Sky Island existed. He couldn't afford to offend those people on the other side. Even if they looked friendly, the essence of the 100 Beasts was still a pirate group. They didn't show any mercy when they dealt with Harold before. Now everything the other party said was right. Not to mention that there was Sky Island in the sky, he would believe it even if they said there was an island under the sea. Putting on a smile, he continued to speak through Yamato's words. Are you back? What does Sky Island look like? An island made of clouds, and there are big snakes. The education work at the time played a role. She didn't mention the Golden Country, but it actually saved these people. If someone really went to Sky Island because of greed and really got there, then only destruction would be waiting for them. There aren't many people in the park who can stand up to the giant monarch snake. In the end, Dot got a photo shell with some poorly photographed photos, and then the Beasts the pirate group left the town of Magic Valley and prepared to return to the New World. On the Origin, in Setsuna's room, it was time to record her logbook again. The desk lamp on the desk emitted a slightly dim light, which was just the right brightness for her. Because of the voyage, there were not many things on the desk. The turbulence caused by the waves made it difficult to place things on the table. If they were not fixed, a big wave would hit them and those things might roll to where they would go. So the fragments were placed in the drawer. After popping out her claws, Setsuna took out her diary from the drawer. The reason for the claws was to unlock it. There was a small lock on her drawer, but this lock had a greater symbolic meaning. After all, everyone on the ship had the ability to open this lock. She was too lazy to use the key and directly used her claws to unlock it every time she used it. Turning to a new page in the diary, a beautiful handwriting appeared on it. December 30th, 1496. The sailing time was faster than expected. We have left the Sky Island. It turns out that there is such a strange island in the sky besides the back of Zo. Lord Arceus found what he wanted. Ziraura seemed very happy about this, but Setsuna felt a little strange. He clearly told me to experience more, but nothing happened. Ziraura grew a little taller, but only a little bit. I will definitely be taller than him in a while. We are going back to Wano country today. The world outside is much more interesting than Zo, and there are many more bad guys. She seemed to want to write something, but she didn't write it down. She closed the diary and locked it back. The next day, time has come to the last day of 1496. The itinerary of the origin has not changed. There are no islands nearby that can be docked in half a month, but there will still be a sense of ritual. This task is basically handed over to the chefs and musicians on the ship. This is one of the few things you can do during the voyage. Although musicians are not standard, as a rare form of entertainment, they have always been an indispensable role in many pirate ships. The children on the ship also received their own New Year's gifts, a white creature floating in the air. It is very small, milky white, and has no fixed body shape. It is a special creature composed of liquid. Fresh cream Pokemon, little fresh milk, attribute, fairy. Maybe because of Yamato's magical buff, the attribute of this slate is fairy, and Arceus has one more treasure against Kaido. Little fairy milk is the new life created by the fairy slate. Godfather, what is this? Treat it well, and they will give back to you. As he was talking, the little fresh milk in Yamato's hand threw something into her mouth. So sweet, it's cream. Yes, it's cream. They will share the cream with their friends. Remember to get along well with them. They will become different after they evolve. There is a reason why I chose Little Fairy instead of their evolved form, Frosty Fairy, because the taste of Frosty Fairy's cream has a lot to do with their Little Fairy period. If the cells that make fresh cream in Little Fairy are affected by an unstable state during its evolution, it will become a variety of flavors. And the way Little Fairy evolves is to hold different candies and rotate them. Depending on the direction and time of rotation, the type of candy, Little Fairy's mood, intimacy, etc., the taste of the evolved Frosty Fairy's cream will be different. And they will decorate themselves with tree fruits, which generates more flavors. He alone knows as many as 63 kinds. Local specialty fruits will only allow Frosty Fairy to have more combinations. This time, the reason for giving Little Fairy to them. In a sense, they are also the first batch of trainers. Having Little Fairy or the evolved Frosty Fairy is equivalent to having a continuous cream-making machine. This kind of Pokemon is an extremely wonderful partner for Charlotte Linlin, but Arceus does not intend to send them to Cake Island. Their bodies are originally made of cream. Big Mom who is drunk is more terrifying than Kaido. He does not want Frost Milk to be eaten whole. As a special individual with only females, they will not breed the second generation as freely as Magikarp, so Big Mom can only get the cream produced at most. The 4 people each played with a Little Fairy milk, but there were more than 4 Little Fairy milks. There were also several Little Fairy milks providing cream around the pastry chef on the ship. Because there were 3 children on the ship, he was brought up specially. He was a pastry chef sent by the Beasts pirates who had studied in Wano country. If the pastry chefs in the Pokemon world knew that there were so many Little Fairy milks around him, they would probably be jealous to the point of tears. The dessert house visited by the Little Fairy milks would definitely be a big hit, and Frost Milk was also the most desired partner of all pastry chefs. But at this time, the fisherman beside the boat caught a strange fish. Chapter 204, The Glory of Magikarp and the Ambition of Manderfish. Fishing has always been an important activity on pirate ships. It is common to have fishing rods on ships going out to sea. It can be used as a pastime to replenish food, and if you are lucky, it can also improve the food. So when Arceus distributed New Year gifts to Yamato and the others, there were also several pirates fishing, and they were betting on who would catch the bigger fish. But at this time, Manderfesh was lost in thought when he looked at the fish he caught. Not only him, but also the surrounding pirates were stunned. Manderfesh, you caught yourself. As the people around him said this, someone finally couldn't hold it anymore. Laughter spread across the deck, attracting the attention of other fishermen. Didn't the holy beast release this kind of fish into the sea of Wano country? How come there are fish here too? It's different. How big are the fish on the waterfall in Wano country? Look at these ones, they are just the size of ordinary carp. Yes, what this person caught was a magi carp. The red scales and golden crown have already explained its identity. What should we do? Let it go. What else can we do? Lord Arceus values the creatures he created very much. But what about those Wajiu? Aren't they all second-generation breeders? Do you think anyone would dare to have evil thoughts about Kentaro? But this one is exactly the same, but it's so small. Manderfesh, why don't you ask it? Looking at the magi carp in the bucket, several people finally turned their attention to Manderfesh. The abilities of Pokemon users are bestowed upon them through granting, and they are still human in nature, unlike Zeraora who can communicate with Pokemon skillfully. However, users of the same ability can better understand each other's meaning when facing the same Pokemon, so Manderfesh was brought to the bucket, and looking at the magi carp that kept flapping up and down, he didn't know what to say. However, the laughter here has attracted Arceus's attention. Lord Arceus, look, we just caught a strange fish. Looking at the magi carp in the bucket, this is not the first generation he created, and he understands that his original purpose has been achieved. When he first entered Wano country, he transformed those magi carp, and their offspring are also moving towards other seas. Now it has been a long time. Now magi carp have appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, which means that the distribution range of magi carp is getting wider and wider. Put it back, magi carp can't be eaten. There is nothing edible in Magikarp's body structure. In the Pokemon world, even people who are starving to death would not think of eating magi carp. If the chef here can cook these magi carp, he can only say that he admires them. Before putting the magi carp back into the water, a cry came from the stern. Yamato and Jack were almost dragged into the water while holding a fishing rod. Fortunately, the pirates next to them reacted quickly and grabbed them. But they still didn't put down the fishing rod in their hands. Miss Yamato is amazing. You caught a big fish. The pirate who took the fishing rod felt the huge force from the fishing rod in his hand. This was a fishing rod made of rope cloud, iron cloud, and cloud shell given to them by the Shandaians. The toughness and load-bearing capacity far exceeded ordinary fishing rods. At this time, the fishing rod had been bent into the shape of a clip, but it still did not break. Don't just watch the fun, come and help, this is a big guy. He now understood why Yamato and the others were almost pulled down. Even an adult might not be able to handle this force. With the combined efforts of several adult pirates, a blue creature was fished out of the sea. Roar! The blue creature perched on the deck roared, with a body that was segmented and had several fin-like structures on its back. It opened its big mouth and roared angrily, while swiping its tail to sweep away a nearby pirate. Sea King? No, it's too small, is it a sea beast? Who knows, there are all kinds of strange creatures in the sea, but this guy is really strong, and I don't know what's going on, I'm a little scared looking at this thing. When Arceus returned to the stern again, he saw the roaring monster, which was also a species he was very familiar with, Gyarados. One of the weakest Pokemon, Magikarp's evolved form is the very powerful Gyarados, commonly known as the Great Cruelty. Compared to the weak Magikarp, Gyarados has a very ferocious personality. It has teeth that are hard enough to crush stones, and scales that are as hard as steel. However, because its brain changed during evolution, it became very ferocious, but if it is recognized by it, its friendly side can also be seen. The Magikarp in the waters near Wano country did not evolve, probably because there were no natural enemies nearby, and the Magikarp that left the waters of Wano country had to face various dangerous situations in the sea. There are also various monsters in the vast ocean, and under this pressure, some powerful individuals have evolved. Seeing that it was about to spit fire, Arceus still tied its mouth with rattan. Spraying fire on the boat is not a good habit. Although it can evolve into Gyarados, it means that it is the best among these Magikarp, but the gap compared with Arceus is still too obvious. Yamato, didn't you ask me what evolution is before? This is evolution. He brought the Magikarp that had not been released yet. This is their original appearance, but as long as the opportunity comes, they will evolve and gain their own new appearance. They are Gyarados, and they can have their own place even in this sea. That was the question Yamato asked when he just got the little fairy milk, and it happened to be a good explanation with the appearance of this Gyarados. Will the little fairy milk become so terrible? No, each Pokemon has its own evolutionary form, and the little fairy milk is also very powerful after evolution. Can breathe fire and swim. If his ability can evolve to that, he, Manderfesh, can brag about Zyukai a lot more in the future. Chapter 205, Assassination and ID Card. The name has dragon, and the color is blue, and can breathe fire, and swim, and he can brag about himself like this. Okay, work hard. It's not impossible to let Manderfesh's Magikarp evolve. He can give Manderfesh the light of evolution. Whether he can evolve at that time depends on his own training. He casually drew a pie for Manderfesh. As long as he works hard enough, it's not impossible to GA Gyarados. As for what GA Gyarados is, he gave Manderfesh a simple and easy to understand understanding, Fruit Awakening. This pie is real, and whether he can eat it depends on his own efforts. However, for Manderfesh, he has already imagined his bright future, and he has started the life of the king of the beasts within the pirates with his own strength. You say, is brother Manderfesh crazy? Several pirates stood on the deck and looked at Manderfesh. At this time, he was wiping the deck with 4 mops. This was originally their job, but after that day, Manderfesh began to compete for all the work on the ship. He does what he can do, and he tries to do what he can't do, as if he wants to roll others to death. I don't know, it was like this after he talked to the Holy Beast Lord that day. Do you think there is a reward that we don't know about? Remember in 1 second, m.jhssd.com. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several people changed. The competition within the Beast Pirates has always been fierce, and subordinates often challenge codders. As a small leader, Manderfesh suddenly behaved so abnormally, which seemed very wrong to them. In the end, the news spread more and more outrageous, and the entire origin was rolled up. In February 1497, the origin returned to Wano country. When the origin was hoisted from the submerged port, a group of people walked onto the origin with cleaning tools. According to common sense, when the ship is close to Wano country, the people on the ship will take a break and put down the work at hand. The people who were diving in the harbor would clean the ship and pull it back to the dock for maintenance, but today they fell down as soon as they came up. Are you guys crazy? Why do you make a deck so smooth? Looking at the deck that was bright enough to shine, the people who stayed in Wano country couldn't understand what happened to these guys when they went out. Sir, welcome back. Is your trip going well? Very well. Remember, we have a new piece of land in the paradise. It is located on the Sky Island above Gaia Island. You can ask Mandfesh or Zeraora later. What happened recently? Arceus asked Shayna about the recent situation. He had been away from Onigashima for nearly 4 months, and he had to know what happened in Wano country. As for development, factories, pastures, and farms are all operating well, and the cotton fields in the Heim region are growing vigorously. Lord Holy Beast, I suggest that Wano country should not grow ordinary food. Our overseas territories are enough to meet the needs of Wano country, and this will also allow Wano country to control its food supply. The benefits of cotton as a cash crop are higher. It depends on the situation. What else? This suggestion is not bad. Given the national conditions of Wano country, if the country switches to growing cash crops in large quantities, then food will have to rely on foreign imports. But Wano country itself is closed to the outside world, which is equivalent to being held by the throat by the beasts. As long as it is tightened a little, it will cause public resentment. Wano country has only so much land, but the beasts have more than this territory. Other islands can still be used as their own food production areas. But this requires a degree, and it has to be experimented slowly. Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce has also begun to expand to other places. With the wild boar you tamed, the people of Wano country are more accepting. He also exchanged a second prize for his prize-winning bottle cap. Everything has been good recently, and there have been no problems with the beast fruit. What about the bad news? For so many years, Shayna's habit is to talk about good things first and troubles last. He has gotten used to it. As for no troubles, that's impossible. Shayna herself didn't notice it. At this time, she would scratch her head unconsciously. Whenever she scratched her head while reporting the news, it meant that something bad had happened. There was an assassination during the New Year's festival. The person assassinated was Kojiki Momonosuke, the grandson of the former General Kojiki Sukiyaki. Although the assassination failed in the end, the Lady Toki was also shot in the leg. Who did it? It's not clear yet. There are eyewitness reports that our people did it, but after investigation, the person has sufficient alibi, so it should be related to Kurozumi Orakai. He is really making small moves all the time. We also released the news that Kurozumi Orakai did it, and many people are willing to believe us. At least now the reputation of the beasts is much better than that of Kurozuki Orakai. However, the public reaction after the assassination was still very big. The name of the Kojiki family has a profound influence on Wano country. Kurozuki Orakai is a small matter. The beast's pirates kept him to let him compete with the Kojiki family head-on. As Shayna said later, the Kojiki family has a huge influence on Wano country, and this time is the most troublesome thing. But it is not difficult to deal with it. The bald eagle next door has already set an example, or they have also set an example. At that time, Wano country may have an additional position of general's official. But Lord Shenjuyu, this incident has also led to some good things. After the assassination at the festival, the man in Hana no Toku realized how much harm the current situation in Wano country would cause. So Kojiro reached a consensus with him, and those gangsters became much more honest. The killer hid in the crowd of gangsters, which made Ming buy, if the problem of the gangsters in Wano country cannot be dealt with properly, similar things may happen again. If these are dealt with properly, those people will have much less chance to assassinate even if they still want to. According to the rotation method, after Arceus came back, Kaido, who had been idle for nearly 4 months, could not bear to leave Wano country. The reason for leaving was to collect the whereabouts of the stone tablet. As for what he did, no one knew. Wano country has entered the development stage again. During this period, Arceus popularized something to the members of the Beasts Pirates in Wano country, the identity card. This thing is not difficult to make. Whether it is an inspection device or a built-in chip, Quinn and Assie have the method to make it. This is mainly to prevent some strange people from getting in. For example, during the Battle of Onigashima, in addition to the original 30,000 people, there were also enemies. On average, 1 out of every 7 people was an undercover. The most important thing is that they just changed their clothes and got in. That's why all the beasts are equipped with identity cards, so that even if there are still enemies getting in, it is impossible for so many to get in. Chapter 206, The Birth of One Piece and the Dark Side of the Lottery. A few months later, Kaido personally brought a newspaper back to Wano country. A big event happened. Roger finally completed his unprecedented voyage. One Piece. Gold Roger. A few big words occupied an entire page of the newspaper. Led by Morgan's World Economic News Agency, the media around the world were reporting this matter frantically. One Piece was born. Cowards, they are really a group of cowards. They dare not even announce Roger's name? Gold Roger, they are really afraid of the so-called will of D. Roger became the Pirate King. This is something that cannot be concealed. There are too many people who know about Roger's crew members who watched them set off. In this case, the world government chose to spread the matter through its own channels first, and the purpose was to cover up Roger's real name. However, this can only deceive most of the ignorant people. There is no pirate in the New World who does not know Roger's real name. Now Gold Roger is drinking with Whitebeard on an island. Looking at the photo in the newspaper, Arceus suspected that the reporter who took the photo had followed Roger all the way to Raftel by rowing a boat. Otherwise, he couldn't have taken a photo from this angle. The journalist is really a hidden talent. Pirate King Gold Roger, bounty 5.5648 billion Baileys, this is the biggest news today. Although Gold Roger's name has spread all over the world as the Pirate King, almost everyone knows that one person has unprecedentedly conquered the Grand Line and reached the final island of Raftel. However, Wano country is an exception. The closed Wano country has no newspapers at all, and only the Beasts Pirates know what happened. As for the locals, even if they are told that they are the Pirate King, they will not understand the word. In the past, no one would accept this title, and then countless challengers would come, but this time, no one would accept it. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, Roger's behavior has been recognized by the pirates. There are still people who want to kill Roger, but they also recognize the title of king. On an unknown island, Gold Roger looked drunk, and in front of him was Whitebeard, who was bought by someone. How is that possible? Did you sell it by mistake? The owner of that store said that he was busy with other things at the time, so he asked the customer to get it from the warehouse, and then bring the person here. Since it has been done, it must be exchanged, but it must be operated well. The redemption procedure is still different. The boss can directly redeem another bottle, but the grand prize must be redeemed in person. When he saw the person who came to redeem the prize, his facial expression twitched slightly. Ms. Yamato, why are you here? Come to redeem the prize, is it not okay? Of course, no problem, I will redeem it for you right away. He originally wanted to do an operation activity, but now he sees what kind of operation it is. The one who won the first prize is the only daughter of the investor. This operation is so shady that people will call it a shady deal every day. When he knew how Yamato collected the bottle caps, his emotions became more complicated. She treated the whole group to 3 days of juice, and nearly 1,000 people opened the bottle caps for 3 days, and directly collected all the bottle caps except the first prize. Chapter 207, Rotom integrating into life. The process of redeeming the prize was very smooth, but in Kojiro's opinion, the other party's behavior was unnecessary. Not to mention redeeming the prize, he would not refuse even if she came to his door to ask for money. Although Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce has been developing rapidly in Wano country recently, he knows very well that this Chamber of Commerce is just a leaf attached to the beast's pirates. If there are any crooked thoughts, the beasts can replace it at any time. The rise of the Chamber of Commerce is a huge shock to the local merchants in Wano country. After seeing the huge profits brought by the beasts, xenophobia has long been thrown behind them. However, they missed the opportunity to join the beasts' pirates. Kojiro does not want to be replaced by others, so he has been seizing various opportunities. He can't refuse Yamato's request, but he will write a report and send it up afterwards. It's better for him not to interfere in other people's family affairs. Then he checked the recent sales records and roughly guessed what was going on. After all, a large number of goods were recently sent directly from Linghao's production plant to Onigashima. This expense is already more than the grand prize. Master Kojiro, what should we do next? Reissue a few, pay attention this time. It's best to let an ordinary person who collects bottle caps win the grand prize bottle caps. I understand, I'll do it right away. As for Yamato, she didn't have a clear understanding of this number. She first got the grand prize bottle cap by coincidence, and then used her New Year's money to buy a large number of bottle caps and sent them to the beast pirates in order to redeem the prize. If you calculate carefully, her small treasury is actually shrunk, but it doesn't matter to her, because she has already gained the joy of the prize draw. With her little fairy milk on her head, Yamato jumped back to her ghost island, but was stopped by a strange creature just after arriving at the gate of the ghost island. Loto, please show your ID card, Loto. A red unknown block was blocking her in front of her, and kept shouting to show her ID card. Its body is a punch card machine made by Quinn. It is not difficult to make something similar to an ID card with the technology here. After the request was made, Quinn and Assi finalized the design plan in half a day. During his research in recent years, Assi also made some special substances. His original intention was to use other substances as a substitute for pure gold, but he accidentally made a substance with a function similar to a magnetic card. Combined with the production method of the New World Life card, an identity card with personal information recorded appeared in the Beast Pirates. And it was distributed to everyone. Then Quinn made several punch cards, and when entering Onigashima, he just needed to swipe his identity card. However, during this period, Arceus transformed those punch cards, or more accurately, gave them souls, making them new carriers of Rotom. Although Rotom now looks like a punch card, this is not its body. The punch card is just the host it lives in, and its body is inside. Rotom's body is composed of plasma, with an orange body as its core, surrounded by blue translucent plasma outside, which can be materialized as Rotom's hands. Arceus created a large number of Rotoms through the lightning slate. Now there is not only such a time clock inside Onigashima. Relying on the special nature of Rotom, Onigashima has directly entered the intelligent era. Because Rotom's body is like electricity, it can enter the interior of certain machines. Any machine that operates through electricity may become its new body. The attributes of the main body are electricity and ghost, but in fact electricity is its most important attribute. Depending on the different machines it enters, its attributes will also be different. However, Rotom has a requirement for the kinetic energy of the machine, that is, a special motor that adapts to Rotom. Quinn has made such a motor in the past few months and used the motor to transform some machines. Now he in Arceus' laboratory, Onigashima's kitchen, and the time clock outside, Rotom's figure is almost everywhere. Sorry, Miss Yamato, this guy is new, and it still has some programs that have not been entered. At this time, another time clock Rotom flew over and directly took away the previous Rotom. The identity review is for ordinary members, and it is different when it reaches the Coder level. The time clock Rotom stores the life cards of members above the Coder level. By comparing the recorded video data, it can directly determine whether the other party is a Coder. Yamato and other children also have this privilege. They can enter directly by face scanning without identity cards. The reason why this method is not used for all is mainly because of the number of life cards for all people added up. And if it is just to record the appearance characteristics, it is also not possible without proof such as magnetic cards. There are too many ways to change appearance in this world. Now even the gate of Onigashima has been replaced with an electronic door, which can prevent some people from entering places they should not go, such as preventing Yamato from entering the office by mistake. If someone with the wrong identity wants to break in by force, they will release electric current to attack and sound the alarm of the entire Onigashima. Time quickly came to mid-October. Yamato's third birthday is coming soon, and this is also one of the few good days she has left. Kaido has prepared a dense training plan and plans to start after her third birthday. After that, her life will not be as easy as it is now, so Arceus plans to prepare a birthday party for her. For this reason, he sent a few people to borrow a few chefs from Cake Island. The chefs of Onigashima are very different from those of Cake Island in this regard. After all, those people can be said to be Big Mom's exclusive dessert chefs. If they don't make delicious food, it will cost lives. The Den Mushi that the Beast's pirates use to contact other pirate groups is on Quinn, and this task is also given to Quinn. After finishing a day's work, Quinn was about to contact the people of Big Mom, but before he could make a call, the Den Mushi rang instead. Moshi Moshi, this is the Beast's pirates. I know this is the Beast's pirates. Quinn. Do you still have those bananas in stock? Transfer a badge to us first, and hurry up. Sparrow? Do you think I'm your subordinate? Who gave you the courage to give me orders? I don't mean that. Anyway, we need a batch of goods, and hurry up. Looking at Sparrow, who did not refute the power of the phone, Quinn noticed something wrong. Chapter 208, Call me handsome and I'll agree. Since establishing a relationship with the underground world through Charlotte Linland's connection, although the Beast's pirates are still using Charlotte Linland's network, the two sides are just ordinary trading relations. Even if some islands suitable for planting are Big Mom, the pirates handed over to the Beast's pirates are no exception. There is no conflict between the two parties for the time being, but that is only because there is no conflict of interest for the time being. Once a fundamental conflict of interest occurs, Kaido and Charlotte Linland will not mind falling out, and a battle between the two pirate groups is also very likely. So the communication between subordinates is sometimes not so kind, and it is common to scold each other on the phone. And Sparrow is more resistant to the closeness between the Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates, so he usually quarrels with Quinn on the phone. He didn't say anything back today, which is not right at all. Quinn can still hear some explosions from the Den Mushi, and with Sparrow being so scared, he also has his own guesses. Mhahaha, Sparrow, Big Mom's cravings are acting up, right? Apart from this reason, he can't think of any other reason that would make Sparrow so impatient. Don't worry about it. Where are your fruits in stock nearby? Call me the handsome and cool Quinn, and I will answer your question. Quinn's mouth corners unconsciously rose. In the past, he often couldn't win an argument with Sparrow. Just now, Sparrow's answer confirmed his guess. The people of the Big Mom pirates must be the most uncomfortable when Charlotte Linland's bulimia attacks. After all, once Charlotte Linland goes crazy, she will attack indiscriminately. The distance between Wano Country and Cake Island is quite far. Charlotte Linland can't fly over for a while, so Quinn is not in a hurry at all. Quinn, you fat guy, have some shame. What? What did you say? The signal is not very good. Why don't you hang up first? Now I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Sparrow wanted to smash the phone directly, but looking at the crazy Charlotte Linlin not far away and the eyes of his brothers and sisters next to him, he still held back. Handsome Quinn, handsome guy, which island nearby still has stock? No, the goods for this period have been sent out long ago. Quinn. Damn it. Don't be too much. If it doesn't work, you can go and rob from you meat. Anyway, the goods have been sent out, but where are your goods? We don't lack your goods. Although the climate of the Grand Line can find suitable production areas all year round, the growth of fruits always requires a cycle. The Big Mom pirates have priority. The batch given to them has been sent out long ago, and the rest have arrived in various places with merchant ships. If I can find the route to you meat, do I need to find you? In fact, he really thought so. As long as he could solve Charlotte Linlin's food addiction, other things would be just minor problems. As for the goods originally sent to the Big Mom pirates, they were robbed by someone. Because Roger's name as the Pirate King spread all over the sea, even if he had not yet surrendered, there were many people who chose to go to sea under his influence. The pirates who had already set out to sea also developed mysterious confidence and wanted to challenge other overlords. The transport ship of the Big Mom pirates encountered the rookies who had just arrived in the New World. They were not afraid of the Big Mom flag, but stole the ship. Moreover, those people were not very knowledgeable. When they saw that the ship was full of fruits, they sank the ship directly. This resulted in Charlotte Linlin, who was waiting for the fruit cake, not seeing the food she wanted, and her cravings broke out uncontrollably. For a while, except for looking for the original supplier, the beast pirates, they really had no other way. Once Charlotte Linlin's cravings broke out, it was difficult to stop. Either get the food she wanted, or wait until she ran out of energy and fainted. But when she was a child, she destroyed the entire giant village because of her cravings. Now her physical strength may destroy the entire Wanguo. Banana ice cream cake. Charlotte Linlin grabbed the tower on Cake Island and took a bite. When she found something wrong, she angrily lifted the entire tower and threw it at the refugees in the distance. Katakuri's body turned into rice cakes, and it took a lot of effort to stop what Charlotte Linlin threw. Sparrow. Find a way quickly. Mom's bulimia is getting worse. The three Katakuri brothers tried their best to reduce the damage caused by Big Mom, but this was only a temporary solution. If the problem is not solved from the root, it will never end. Quinn. I don't have time to joke with you. Is there any or not? There is still a little stock, but it will take about 10 days to send it from here. Don't you have a faster way? 10 days? If he really waited for 10 days, he might not even have Cake Island. This is why he opposed establishing too many connections with the beast's pirates. The overly delicious fruit got Charlotte Lingling's love and was the kind that lasted for a year. And here Quinn also found Ziraura. He definitely couldn't get there in one day. Xiaoyuna or Jin should be able to do it at full speed, but Jin was out for something. If he went to Xiaoyuna for this kind of thing, he would probably be beaten. So Ziraura became the most suitable person. Chapter 209, Quinn saw a familiar look. Ziraura, how about helping to deliver something? And you can also bring back the chef that Lord Arceus asked you to find directly. When the time comes, you can just pick any chef on Cake Island. Then Quinn told Ziraura what happened before and handed him the prepared box. He did not refuse to deliver the goods for Quinn, mainly to complete Arceus's order to find a chef. According to Quinn, no matter which chef the Big Mom pirates wanted, they would not refuse him. I'll leave it to you. When the time comes, you will make a lot of money from them. Don't be soft. I'm not good at bargaining. You should come when the time comes. Ziraura was not good at this kind of blackmail, so this important task still fell on Quinn. Then I'll do it. Remember to describe the expression of the long-tongued monster to me. It's very interesting to think about it. By the way, remember to deliver it within 1 day. Leave as soon as possible. I know. Tell Setsuna for me. I'll be back in a few days. He said and took off and left here directly. If he didn't take a boat, he naturally didn't need to go to the submerged port. He could just fly directly from here. He could fly back by himself, but it would be different if he brought a chef with him. It would take a few days. And less than a few minutes after Ziraura left, Setsuna appeared here in a new set of clothes. Zira? Where's Ziraura? He went to Wanguo to deliver something for me, and will be back in about 10 days. But after he answered, he felt something wrong. Setsuna didn't say a word, just stared at him, and her eyes became a little strange. That look seemed familiar, exactly the same as the way Sharyuna looked at him a few years ago. In the end, Setsuna left, but the place she went seemed to be Sharyuna's residence, which gave Quinn a bad premonition. His intuition told him that danger was slowly approaching. Totland Sea, Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling's destruction continued. Brother Peros. What's going on? The people of the beast said that the things would be delivered within a day, and it's only been half a day. Just hold on. During this time, the chefs of Cake Island have tried countless ways to make banana ice cream cakes, but none of them can satisfy Charlotte Lingling. Without the bananas cultivated by tropical dragons, no recipe can perfectly blend the fruit flavors together. The head chef, Longbread, was too anxious to experiment with the recipe and has now fainted. Without Longbread, the kitchen of Cake Island is now in complete chaos. Although the Big Mom Pirates have a large number of people, they can't do anything against the crazy Charlotte Lingling, especially those homies. They can't help at all when Charlotte Lingling is angry. To be precise, they are lucky not to make trouble. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon are all trying to persuade Charlotte Lingling. If they join in the destruction, it will be completely troublesome. But even if it's just one Charlotte Lingling, it's a nightmare for her children. If they are afraid, they may be taken away by her life, so only Katakuri and a few others can barely delay Charlotte Lingling's destruction and reduce the casualties. A day has passed since Perospero hung up the phone, and many areas of Cake Island have also suffered devastating blows. Brother Katakuri. Something is coming from the sky. The people around saw a yellow flash in the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, and the direction of the light was pointing directly at Cake Island. At this time, is it someone from the Beast Pirates? Katakuri's observation haki has not yet been cultivated to the point where he can predict the future, and he doesn't know what will happen in a while. It's said that they are stopping Charlotte Lingling, but the crazy Charlotte Lingling is no match for them at all, and they can only interfere remotely at most. If Charlotte Lingling's anger is really transferred to themselves, none of them can bear it, so Katakuri can still look in other directions. As the lightning fell to the ground, Ziraura also showed its original posture. That guy Lightning Ziraura is from the Beast's Pirates. Great! They are finally here. Where are the things? Did you bring them? Several people in chef uniforms quickly gathered around, and after seeing the bananas Ziraura brought, they picked up the bananas and ran to the kitchen, where the raw materials were almost ready, except for this last banana. Ziraura looked at the destroyed country around him, which was completely different from when he attended the tea party, and he couldn't even see a shadow. You are finally here. They didn't know where Ziraura came from. The fact that the Beast's Pirates headquarters had become Wano country was essentially a secret, and now only some people in the world government knew it. Although it was fast to get here in one day, this time was a torture for the people of the Big Mom Pirates. Only by facing a monster of Big Mom's level could they experience what kind of horror it was. Even if her main target was not them, this matter kept their nerves tense. Now that the life-saving bananas have come, they can finally relax. After working overtime, the special banana ice cream cake was finally made. Mom! Here's the cake! Katakuri shouted beside the cake cart, and then quickly stepped aside, leaving only the cake in Charlotte Lingling's sight. Cake, give me the banana ice cream cake! Charlotte Lingling's figure has not yet begun to change, but she sat on the ground and ate the cake without caring about her image. Her children all showed a relieved expression when they saw this, and the crisis was finally resolved. But this is for others, for Perospero, the troubles are not over yet, because Ziraura handed him a den mushi. This is. Lend me a few pastry chefs. We have a birthday party coming up. This den mushi is from Quinn. He wants to discuss other conditions with you. In order to prevent Perospero from taking advantage of him in terms of borrowing chefs, he specifically told Ziraura that he would ask for it directly in person, and Quinn would be responsible for discussing other conditions. Ziraura didn't know what they talked about, but judging from Perospero's expression, it should be something very excessive. Katakuri directly lent the chefs to Ziraura. There was a large army of chefs on Cake Island, and lending a few people was nothing. In order to express his gratitude for his timely arrival, Longbread expressed his willingness to personally help design the cake. Chapter 210, Lingling's Weird Request, Yamato's Birthday Party. However, they did not set off directly. The chefs on Cake Island were also exhausted, and they also had to rest for a night. After eating the banana ice cream cake, Charlotte Linlin regained her sanity. She didn't seem to care about what happened here, and no one mentioned it. Then, according to Big Mom's request, she specially held a family banquet to entertain Ziraura, who came from afar. Well, thank you for troubling you this time. Kaido really found a great subordinate. Ziraura didn't refute anything. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, they were all Kaido's subordinates, but Charlotte Linlin's next words were a bit unexpected. Do you want to be my husband? Ziraura, I think you are great. Charlotte Linlin looked at Ziraura with a somewhat ambiguous expression, which made Ziraura feel uncomfortable. No, I don't have any such idea. Look at how many children these are capable of fighting against the team. We don't need them anymore. Give me the address. I'll go there myself this time. Yes, Mom. She didn't bring anyone else with her. Charlotte Linlin is only in her 40s now. She is the strongest fighter of the Big Mom pirates. Watching Charlotte Linlin riding on the Thundercloud Zeus, Katakuri mourned for them for a few minutes. In Wano country, Quinn still felt something was wrong. He had clearly slaughtered Perospero on the phone, but he didn't feel happy at all. The sense of crisis he had felt before was still lingering in his heart. For safety reasons, he thought it would be better for him to hide on a nearby island for a few days. Then he met Kaido, who had just returned at the edge of Onigashima, where the harbor was located. Quinn, where are you going? Ah, brother Kaido, nothing, just going out for a walk, I'll be back in a few days. Nothing? It's Yamato's birthday soon, you're running around for nothing, it seems you look down on me. No, brother Kaido, I definitely don't mean that. He just wanted to go out to avoid disaster, and ended up forgetting about this. No need to say, I believe you. Brother Kaido. Come to the roof of Onigashima tonight, I'll check the level of training of armed color. Quinn's smile lasted less than 3 seconds, and Kaido pulled him back to reality. According to gossip, the people of Onigashima heard a very tragic scream that day. In fact, Kaido doesn't care about birthdays. He thinks it's meaningless. It's better to practice more domineering with this time, but Arceus cares about this kind of thing, especially the psychological problems of children on Onigashima. Although there are some differences in treatment, it is generally good. Jack and Maria also celebrated their birthdays briefly before. But compared with Yamato's, theirs is much worse. Although the whole group was not called, all the members of Wano country also participated. The professional team of Longbread did not come to Onigashima, but was taken to the island outside Wano country by Ziraura, where they made cakes. According to Yamato's preferences, personality characteristics, age, and taste habits, Longbread carefully designed a 3-layer mousse cake. He also saw the difference between the beast's pirates. Those cream fairy who provided cream made Longbread very excited. In his opinion, the cream fairy is very similar to the hummus made by Charlotte Linlin, but can produce cream of various flavors. He really wanted to bring one back to Wano country. It was a partner that no pastry chef could refuse. Unfortunately, Ziraura always disagreed. After all, it was Arceus's order. The cream fairy and the little fairy were not allowed to enter the Wano country. On November 3, 1497, Yamato's third birthday arrived as scheduled. She didn't receive many gifts. Ordinary members couldn't give out anything. Few pirates had the habit of saving money. Asking them to give gifts was embarrassing for them. So only the cotters and her friends were eligible to give gifts, but those were not her focus. She was more curious about what the two fathers would give her. Kaido did prepare a gift for her, Aegean 2.0, the previous one was no longer suitable for her to use. As for Arceus, he gave her a small green light ball. Godfather, what is this? This is a good thing, you will like it, and he pressed the light ball into her head. She didn't feel anything, but after that she found that she could feel the little fairy on her shoulder saying happy birthday to her, and even the meaning of the egg was understood more clearly. That ball of light is a special power, many people call it the power of Changpan. Chapter 211, The Beginning of Yamato's Suffering Day, Odin returns home. Although she knows some Chiji language, that kind of communication is different from the feeling now it is completely different. Previously, she could only roughly understand what Jigglypuff meant, but now she can understand the details, including what Jack and Maria's fairy milk said. This is the power of Evergreen. Its ability is more than that, you just need to develop it slowly. Understand the voices of other Pokémon, communicate with them, heal their injuries, and enhance their strength in battle. This is the ability brought by the power of Evergreen. This is the power nurtured by the Evergreen Forest, but it is not difficult for Arceus to do such a thing. However, she can only do this for the time being at the age of 3, and she has not mastered other powers yet. The cake carefully made by Long Bread is very delicious. Yamato ate it directly to fill his belly. As for tooth decay, this is a world where you can make up your teeth by drinking milk. Tooth decay is not worthy of living. Teeth are very hard parts of the human body. The worms that can decay Yamato's teeth may not have been born yet. She seemed to have a lot to say as she had just obtained the power of Evergreen, but when it was time to go to bed, she was sent away by Jigglypuff with singing. She has recently developed resistance to singing. At first, one Jigglypuff could make her fall asleep, but now she needs a chorus. The next day, she had just dreamed that she had helped Arceus find many stone slabs, and she felt that someone had lifted her up from the bed. "Father! Wake up, Yamato, your training is about to begin." "Ah, but it's not dawn yet." "Yes, of course it's not dawn yet. It's still half an hour before dawn. You have to complete the mission I gave you before the sun rises, otherwise you won't have any food today. Help her change her clothes, quickly, otherwise it will delay her time. Arceus should have told you about this." Kaido then issued his own requirements to the Jigglypuffs. Lakey. Arceus's order had been told to them before. Even though the Jigglypuffs were distressed, they did not stop their hands. Sanner helped her change into sportswear. As for the weird clothes that Kaido originally asked the tailor of Wano country to make, Arceus directly rejected them. In his opinion, such loose clothes were completely meaningless and would only get in the way. The mixed fabric made of white fluff and wind fairy cotton is extremely comfortable and more suitable for close-fitting wear. On the roof of a Nagashima, Yamato stood here at a loss. The sun in the distance was still below the sea level. Then she saw Ken 2.0 thrown beside her. "Pick up your weapon and run. Don't stop without my order. Squeeze your body to the limit. Until you have no strength left. Now, immediately, run for me." At Kaido's request, Yamato was forced to run, but Kaido found that he had made a mistake, that is, he misjudged Yamato's physical strength. Drinking milk from the big milk can, eating eggs from Jigglypuff, and eating some special tree fruits as supplementary food, her physical fitness is better than Kaido expected. He didn't expect Yamato to complete her training target. It was designed to challenge the limit. Only by constantly challenging the limit can she become stronger. According to his estimation, Yamato should have fainted by now, but the reality is that she is just panting and obviously has some strength left. Looking around, Kaido grabbed a handful of stones and threw them at Yamato. "Speed up. Slow down, if it's slower, I won't miss." Before the sun rose, Yamato still completed her physical training. Sweat wet her hair, and clumps of hair stuck to her face. Although she was panting heavily, she still stood here sober. "Very good, rest for 10 minutes, and then go to have breakfast in 10 minutes. After that, you have an hour to rest, and then start the morning training." The training has just begun. He has to personally judge how much Yamato can accept. After a while, he can hand it over to others. In fact, Arceus' ability is more suitable for training Yamato. Whether it is creating obstacles or other special abilities, Arceus has an advantage over him in physical training. But he thinks Arceus can't bear that hard, so he personally tried Yamato's limit, which is why Arceus has not been seen today. Lakey. Lakey. At breakfast, looking at the very tired Yamato and the Jigglypuffs felt distressed, and Jack and Maria were also very curious about what happened to Yamato, but they just asked a few questions and attracted Kaido's attention. "I almost forgot about you two. You two will come together soon. Your training should start." Just like that, the number of trainees increased from 1 to 3. However, their strength was much less than that of Yamato. In terms of physical fitness, even Jack, a fishman, was worse than the current Yamato. Although the power of Evergreen is the power to heal Pokémon, it will also have a certain impact on humans. Although her power of Evergreen has not been fully awakened, it is constantly repairing her body internally, allowing her to receive stronger training. Keep going, is this not enough? Do you still want to help your foster father at this level? It's too far, Yamato. 1 day, 2 days, this kind of training has never stopped since it began. She has cried and shouted, but she has never given up. The previous words of Arceus and Kaido's words during training have had a profound impact on her. As she adapted, Arceus, who had disappeared for a while, returned here again at this level of training. She has grown better than expected. You really put a lot of thought into her. From this point of view, her future will be much stronger than I thought. Have you found the bottom? Almost. The current intensity is the most suitable for her. Just increase it gradually. I leave it to you. Don't be soft-hearted, otherwise the previous efforts will be in vain. Don't worry, I won't be soft-hearted at this time. However, Kaido didn't really believe this last sentence, otherwise Arceus would not have left first during the previous training. Time gradually came to the end of 1497. Yamato's training has become normalized. On this day, the Golden Jackson also sent Kojiki Oden to the vicinity of Wano country. Kojiki Oden did not return to the Whitebeard pirates a year later as promised to Whitebeard, but returned directly to Wano country. During the journey with Roger, his thoughts changed greatly. On the beach of Kuri, Kojiki Oden appeared here alone. After many years, he who was supposed to inherit the title of shogun finally returned to the country of Wano where things had changed. Chapter 212, The Conflicted Hearts of the People. Before Joinboyan appeared, this country needed to be founded. On the beach of Kuri, Kojiki Oden looked at the fishing boats fishing in the inland sea in the distance and repeated this sentence again. As a member of Roger's ship, he also saw the scene of Raftel. Since then, Joinboyan and the founding of the country have always lingered in his mind. In Oden Castle, the local residents were quite happy to see the return of Kojiki Oden, not because of anything else, but because of Kojiki Toki's efforts during this period, which made the local residents temporarily forget his irresponsible things. The residents of Wano lacked understanding of the outside world. After some processing of Oden's stories outside, coupled with Kojiki Toki's own speaking ability, the locals' impression of Oden changed a little. However, after returning to his residence, Kojiki Oden had already noticed something wrong. Whether it was Kojiki Toki, Momonosuke, Inuarashi, Kawamatsu and other retainers, their clothes were very worn out, and patches were the norm, even worse than those ordinary civilians outside. And he found that several people were missing, which was not in line with common sense. Logically, those retainers should be here when he came back. Izo stayed on Whitebeard's ship and did not come back, but Denjiro, Ashuraduji, and Kinemon did not appear here. Where did Denjiro, Ashuraduji, and Kinemon go? Ashuraduji went back to be the leader of those gangsters and bandits. After you were gone, they couldn't control them, so he went back to the mountains. Denjiro is borrowing and exchanging money all over the country. As for Kinemon, Kawamatsu looked aside with a little embarrassment, and then Kinemon was pushed out. The impact caused at the beginning was a little big, and even the physique of the king of Kinemon had not completely recovered. What on earth is going on? Lord Oden, this matter has to start from the beginning. 3 years ago, Lord Tsukiyaki passed away due to illness, and then Kurozumi Orakai took over the position of general. What? Is your father gone? Although his health is not very good, but how could it be Orakai? We don't know this clearly. Later, Kurozumi Orakai brought a pirate named Kaido into Wano country, and he did many excessive things with him as a military backup. Many people on the street were captured by them and taken to the mining field, and so were several friends that Kinemon knew. Then Kinemon wanted to save people, but they explained Kinemon's experience, including the seizure of Daowin Farm, but added their subjective consciousness in some places. For example, in their view, those street thugs were just ordinary people in Wano country, and Kinemon's former younger brother was the same. No one resisted. No one is the opponent of the beast's pirates, and their behavior is very strange. On the one hand, they watch Kurozumi Orakai endangering the world, and on the other hand, they have conflicts with Kurozumi Orakai. Sometimes the beasts and Kurozumi Orakai do completely different things. Compared to Reizo's description, Inuarashi's later description is closer to reality, and his evaluation of what happened in Wano country is more objective. However, when the news that Momonosuke was assassinated at the New Year's festival and Kojiki Toki was injured was spread, Kojiki Oden couldn't help it. Who did it? It was rumored that the person was from the beast's pirates, but later many people said that the person was always catching goldfish during the New Year's festival, so the person should be sent by Kurozumi Orakai. Kurozumi Orakai. Then he picked up Yanma and Aim no Habakuri, and he went straight to the flower capital. The running Oden attracted the attention of the residents of Wano country. Seeing him rushing towards the flower capital with a knife, many people felt relieved. Lord Odin is back? That's great. Is Kurozumi Orokai finally going to be driven away? Yes, it's Orokai who caused all these things, but what about the beasts? Originally they were very happy, but the influence of the beasts in Wano country has been significant in the past 3 years. If all this disappears, he really can't accept it. Of course they will be driven away by Lord Odin. Those outsiders shouldn't set foot on the land here. The problem is our salaries are paid by the beasts now, right? Those cheap oxen are also paid. If they are gone, won't all of these be gone? The residents of Wano country can be divided into several categories. One category is those who were persecuted by Orokai, then taken in by Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce, and finally worked for the beasts. These people have the closest relationship with the beasts, and they have gotten used to the existence of the beasts. In the current situation, they don't want the beasts' pirates to leave. The changes brought by the beasts have completely affected their lives. The other type is the subordinates of Kurozumi Orokai, who are the vested interests after Kurozumi Orokai became the acting general. These people are tied to the interests of Orokai. And those who watched Odin leave belong to another type. They were influenced by Orokai and got the benefits of the beasts, and at the same time they were thinking about Kojiki Odin in their hearts. If Lord Odin could drive away Kurozumi Orokai and continue to unite with the beasts' pirates, that would be great. Yes, it's Orokai's fault that this situation has led to this. Seeing the changes brought by the beasts' pirates, many people began to accept the existence of the beasts, but at the same time they didn't like the reckless Orokai, so they eventually developed this emotion. Hey! Have you forgotten that when Orokai did those things, he had the support of the beasts' pirates behind him, otherwise he couldn't do it at all. But what the beasts' pirates did is very different from what Kurozumi Orokai did. For a while, they quarreled. This was also the result of the beasts' pirates in the past few years. They let the local residents accept their existence, and let Kurozumi Orokai do all the dirty things. However, their quarrel could not affect the result. Odin quickly rushed to the flower capital, chopped down the Jianhui group who blocked him, and rushed directly to Orokai Castle. Orokai was responsible for the security of the flower capital. This was something he and the beasts' pirates had agreed on. The behavior of the beasts made him not dare to entrust his own safety to the other party. So when Orokai's hands were chopped to the ground, the members of the beasts just reported their own information. Captain Kaido, Lord Holy Beast, Kojiki Odin is back and is attacking Kurozumi Orokai's residence. It seems that the 200 kite group outside the flower capital has been wiped out. It will take at most 1 minute for him to rush in. In the sky of the flower capital, Olga and Yin Elizabeth sat on the back of the Millennium Dragon and reported the news. That guy looks so strong. Watching Kojiki Odin comb a middle part on the stairs with a wave of his hand, the sword energy he created was also a strong man in Olga's experience over the years. Chapter 213, Kurozumi Orokai's acting skills. None of the guards summoned by Orokai was his opponent. To be precise, those people were not even qualified to take a single blow from him. Hey, Odin is back. How will Orokai deal with this? That guy should be in a difficult situation now. After all, whether Kojiki Odin wins or we win, it means his death is coming. Who knows, but the things have been arranged, Rotom. As Arceus called out, a TV Rotom flew over. After a flash of the screen, the picture next to Orokai appeared. It was a miniature camera Rotom that was secretly sent out, just enough to observe the situation. Yamato. Come here and take a break for an hour. Yamato, who was running an obstacle course on the side, was very happy to hear Arceus call. This was a rare opportunity to rest. However, although she got a rest, she was pressed in front of the TV Rotom by Arceus. Godfather, what is this? Let me show you how treacherous the world of adults is. In the flower capital, when Orokai heard the report from his men outside the door, Kojiki Odin had already killed all the guards outside and rushed to Orokai with blood all over his body. That was not his blood, but the blood of the enemy. It was not until this time that Kurozumi Orokai remembered that the essence of Kojiki Odin was a desperate madman. Although Kurozumi Shanmara's barrier fruit blocked Odin's attack, Orokai's heart was still very complicated. Letting the wolf into the house was what he had done over the years. Although he was despicable and shameless, he was not a fool. The actions of the beasts' pirates over the years and Kaido's slip when he first came to Wano country all showed that from the beginning they had no intention of completely uniting with him, but to occupy Wano country themselves. Now the actions of the beasts are completely different from the situation he wants to see, but it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. He has no way to let Kaido leave. The reason why he arranged for someone to assassinate Kojiki Momonosuke was also due to this factor. Although he hated the people of the Kojiki family very much, he needed the power of Kojiki Oden. Only by provoking the conflict between him and Kaido, and it would be best if the two of them fought and both suffered losses, would he have a chance. He also understood some of Oden's thoughts. If he saw Kaido making the residents of Wano country live better, he would be the one who persecuted the people. However, his external intelligence system was too bad, and he did not receive the news of Oden's return at all. When he learned the news, Kojiki Oden had already come to his door. Oden, what are you going to do? What? Of course I'm going to chop you. Orakai, come out. Even Kojiki Oden couldn't break the barrier made by the barrier fruit, and Orakai's brain was constantly thinking about countermeasures. After Oden chopped hundreds of times, Orakai made an unexpected move. Lord Oden, please listen to my explanation. I saw Kurozumi Orakai suddenly stand up, then kneel on the ground with his knees together, put his hands together on his thighs, then put his hands forward in an inward-facing position, lean forward, and slam his head hard on the ground. Orakai knelt down in front of Kojiki Oden. Orakai, do you think I'll let you go if you kneel down? If you have the guts, come out and act like a samurai. Come and duel with me. Lord Oden, I know you must be very angry, but please listen to my explanation. Chanmaru, remove the barrier. He ordered Kurozumi Chanmaru to remove the barrier that enveloped him. Kurozumi Chanmaru hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed Kurozumi Orakai's order. The reason why Kurozumi Orakai did this was because he was betting. He bet that Oden would hesitate when he saw him like this. If he lost the bet, he would have more than one life anyway, and he could think of other ways. Although there was an element of gambling, he bet right. Yan-Mo was attached to his neck, but Oden did not really cut it down. Okay, I'll give you a chance to explain. Thank you very much. Lord Oden. Orakai still did not raise his head, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The thing is, when Lord Sukiyaki was critically ill, he put aside the past grudges and forgave the mistakes of my grandfather, allowing me to take the position of acting general. This made me very moved. He squeezed out a lot of tears while saying this, giving people a feeling of tears and sobs. Everyone knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask other daimyo. Ah, then what? Kojiki Oden also heard about this from his retainers. After all, this was what Kurozumi Musashi did with the mimic fruit, and the people of Wano country didn't know about it. Then I'm sorry, Lord Oden. I did a lot of wrong things because of my greed, and because the daimyo hated me, I was confused for a while and thought of using outsiders to deal with them, and brought Kaido into Wano country. At first I just treated him as a mercenary, but I didn't expect his ambition to be so big that he actually wanted the entire Wano country. When I found out about this, it was too late. No one in Wano country is his opponent. The beast's pirates are unscrupulous here. I even found someone from the world government through my connections, but even their agent Kaido didn't take him seriously and killed him in the sky above the flower capital in front of many people. He kowtowed while talking about his experiences over the years. In summary, all of this was done by Kaido, and he was forced to do it. Do you think I'm a fool? You looked so happy just now. Lord Oden. I did this for Kaido to see. If I don't do this to cooperate with him, then Wano will be turned into hell by him. I am also from Wano, how could I persecute the citizens? I know you must have heard a lot about my bad reputation, but it was all done by Kaido. He opened factories and forced citizens to work in mines. Although he will pay wages, it is just a means for him to win people's hearts. For every gold he pays, he will take 3 golds from the treasury of Wano. At the end, he looked up at Oden. Lord Oden, I did make a mistake, but the real scourge of Wano country is Kaido. I have been waiting for you to come back every day these years. Only you can lead us to expel him and let Wano country return to freedom. If you find the best actor in Wano country, that person is not in the theater or the brothel, but Kurozumi Orakai. He never tells the truth, but Kojiki Oden actually feels that he has wronged him. But in the end, he still puts aim no habizan on his neck. Then how do you explain my wife's matter? Chapter 214, Naive Oden. Of course it was Kaido who did it. How could I hurt my wife and the prince? And Lord Odin, I believe you have heard the rumors. It was originally done by Kaido's people. It's just that they later found a new reason to cover it up. A pirate would actually go to fish for goldfish. Do you believe this? Kurozumi Orokai seemed to be completely immersed in the play. Even if someone put a knife on his neck, he didn't show any fear. You must have known about Kin-Iman-sama. Actually, Kaido wanted to execute him directly, but I worked hard to get him to death. I have been silently contributing to Wano country. Shameless. Godfather, this man is so shameless. Above Inagashima, watching the TV broadcast from Rodom, Yamato was shocked. In her opinion, Orokai was just talking nonsense. Although she didn't understand the various things in it, in her opinion, Kaido was not the kind of person described by Orokai. And those things were not done by the beast's pirates. This is the world of adults, a world full of deception. You see, he abandoned his dignity in order to survive, and he was full of nonsense. Do you know why? Well, because he is too weak. Yamato, you are my daughter, you must not be a weak person, do you understand? Remember in 1 second, m.jhssd.com. Kaido gave Yamato the answer directly. In his opinion, everything Orokai did was because he was weak. Kaido still has some father-daughter feelings for Yamato, but his education method is definitely not successful, but it is not too different. The education of Garp next door is not much different from his, and they are both deadly if they are not careful. The biggest difference is that Luffy just met a red-haired man and wanted to be a pirate, while Yamato was directly possessed and brainwashed. But the situation is different now. Kaido still has his own fatherly love for Yamato. By the way, remember this guy's face. He is the one who deceived your adoptive father when we first came to Wano country. I see, this guy is a complete villain, and he is also very ugly. And here in Kojiki Odin, after Orokai's nonsense, he really had doubts. Lord Odin, this position of the villain is originally yours. Logically speaking, now that you are back, this position should be returned to you, but please forgive me, I cannot let you be the general now. If you take the throne of the general now, Kaido will definitely find something wrong. At that time, there will be a big war in Wano country. Although I believe in your strength, Kaido is not weak either. And there are 1,000 strong pirates in the country alone, and several powerful cotters. If a war breaks out, the people will definitely suffer a lot of casualties. He wanted to instigate Odin and Kaido to be enemies, but he didn't want them to fight immediately, otherwise his good days would be over after the fight. So Kurozumi Orokai suggested Kojiki Odin not to start a war on the grounds of caring about the people. This really touched Kojiki Odin's heart. Before he left, he acted decisively enough, but after he came back, he became timid. There will be casualties in war, which is a truth that even Luffy understands, but Odin can't do it. I have a plan. Kaido's people must have known that you are here. Now he trusts me. We can use the plan to break Kaido's vigilance first, and then take him down by surprise. Lord Odin, what do you think? What plan? You will perform the Kama Sutra dance to let Kaido relax his vigilance, and a trustworthy person will secretly accumulate strength and drive him out at the right time. In the Hakumai area, at the residence of Shimotsuki Isui, Kojiki Odin came here, but in the end he still failed to directly cut down Kurozumi Orokai. It's not that he believed Kurozumi Orokai, there must be lies in those words, but he agreed with what Kurozumi Orokai said. If a war starts now, there will inevitably be a lot of casualties, which he doesn't want to see. Lord Odin, is this what you said to Orokai? Yes, Yasuji, what has happened in Wano country over the years? It's similar to what you know. Although I think Orokai's words are unreliable, Odin, it's just a piece of cake for you to deal with Orokai. Even though his position as acting general was given by Tsukiyaki-sama, you are Tsukiyaki-sama's only son. But Kaido is different. I have to admit that what he did has greatly improved the living conditions of some residents of Wano country. This is the most terrifying thing. He is digging the roots of Wano country. This is the most intuitive feeling of Shimotsuki Yasuji, the people's hearts. The beast's pirates are working on the people's hearts, but because of the special situation of Wano country, the effect is relatively slow. Orokai and Odin are not comparable in all aspects. In Yasuji's view, as long as Odin says a word, the daimyos from all over the country will cooperate with him to clean up Kurozumi Orokai. But Kaido is different. He not only has powerful military force, but also gradually gained the recognition of the people of Wano country. Kaido has evil ambitions. Although what he did is a good thing for many people, Odin, Wano country is the Wano country of the Kojiki family. I think we can temporarily join forces with Orokai to expel Kaido first and then find a way. But his plan? If it works, I don't care about my face. No, Lord Odin, Orokai's words are not very credible. If you really want to do this, you must not tell others for the sake of secrecy, otherwise you will definitely not be able to deceive Kaido. For the sake of safety, I will go with you to talk to Orokai. So Odin and Shimotsuki Yasui came to the flower capital again at night. This time, Orokai was not as arrogant as at the beginning, and his face was full of humility. Lord Odin, Lord Yasui, what do you think of my plan? Orokai, you should know what the consequences will be. Yes, I know, but only this kind of humiliation can make Kaido believe me. And after the success, I can make a statement to explain to the whole Wano country, so that everyone knows that Lord Odin sacrificed himself for the people. Lord Yasui, you can also testify for this, and the matter of accumulating strength can only be left to you. After all, you are the most trustworthy among the many daimyo. Kojiki Odin nodded to Shimotsuki Yasui, and then Shimotsuki Yasui took out paper and pen. Words are not enough, let's make a written agreement. Orokai, I will keep this agreement confidential, and it will be made public on the day when the truth is revealed. Of course, this is what I should do. After all, it concerns the reputation of Lord Odin, but Lord Kangjia, there are some things you still need to pay attention to. Chapter 215, Everyone watching the joke, Roger surrendering. What? Kaido and his team have many spies in Wano country, so you must be careful in your actions and not make a big fuss. Then he began to discuss the details with Odin and his team, such as not looking for help from overseas for safety, and Odin did not intend to do so. He believed that this was Wano country's own business and others should not be involved. But where are Kaido's people? It's been so long since the incident happened, and you've cleaned up the outside. Haven't Kaido's people come yet? Really not. Kaido often leaves here to do something. Maybe he's just not here. On Onigashima, the leaders of the beast pirates of Wano gathered together, and the micromonitor Rotom broadcast everything that happened there. Rotom's essence is an electronic ghost. When it doesn't move, it's no different from an ordinary machine, so no one has discovered it. Orokai thought his plan was perfect, and he could cause a conflict between Odin and Kaido, but he wouldn't let this conflict stand the moment of the explosion, so that he can judge the situation and then ignite the conflict. But he didn't know that Kaido had been watching their jokes from the beginning to the end, and now he treated it as a night movie. Yamato had gone back to sleep. Now Kaido's training policy for her is to go to bed early and get up early. If she doesn't sleep now, she won't have enough energy the next day. Now her schedule is very full, and she has just gone back to take a bath. And it's a medicinal bath, a specially prepared medicine for the body by Nakin. She is a genius who can achieve rejuvenation through herbs. It's a piece of cake for her to prepare such a little thing. The only problem is that the ingredients are precious and the cost is very high, but this is nothing for the beast's pirates. After all, there is a steady supply of beast's fruit to provide funds. After hearing that they have confirmed the plan, Quinn couldn't help it at all. The fruit dance? What kind of method can only be thought of by an idiot? And he actually agreed. Yeah, it's stupid, why don't you go and dance with him? You two idiots should be a good match when dancing together. Where Quinn is, there will be quarrels. The quarrels between him, Jin and Shayuna have become a unique style within the beast's pirates. There is a small quarrel every 3 days, a big quarrel every 5 days, a beating every week, and disappearing once a month. He was beaten because he couldn't beat Jin and Shayuna. Although he tried very hard, the other two not only tried harder than him, but also had unique talents and blood advantages, and even some attribute restraints, which made Quinn very difficult. As for why he disappeared once a month, it was to prevent being beaten too hard, and recently he discovered a strange situation. Setsuna replaced the target for archery practice with his photo. He himself didn't know when he offended the wolf. The moment he followed Sayona every day gave him a new sense of crisis. He heard that if the level of observation haki is high enough, it can reach the point of predicting the future. For some reason, he felt that he was about to reach that level. However, no matter how noisy it is, the business still needs to be done. Kaido, you should go to find Orokai tomorrow, otherwise it will be inappropriate. That's true, but do you really want to do it? Of course, Kojiki Toki helped Odin to restore some reputation, so his face will be ruined. As for clarifying, he must have this opportunity. Odin didn't want too many casualties, and Arceus and Kaido didn't want to either. It took a lot of effort to train this group of elites. And when Kaido heard their plan, he just felt that he was giving away points. According to Odin's relationship, if he went all out to find Roger's crew and Whitebeard's help in the open sea, then the current beasts would really be no match. In that case, he would have to start from scratch to fight the beasts. He had to admire this opponent who played a good hand so badly. Wasting the opportunity and losing their own face, it must be said that Orokai really helped them a lot. Arrange people to keep an eye on the Shimotsuki Yasushi family and those daimyo, and let Kojiro find a few people to sneak in. Understood, but Lord Shenju, that document? Document? Leave it alone, the handwriting can be forged, the person can be coerced, that thing has no credibility at all. Although the contract of the 100 Beasts fruit is valid, it is our own military force that makes the contract valid. Without these strengths, it is just a piece of waste paper. One by one, the orders were passed down from the top of a Nagashima. In order to keep it secret, the people below did not know the detailed tasks at all, but just did things according to the instructions of the cadres. And Kaido also met Kurozumi Orokai, who had a smug expression on his face and said that the plan was that Odin was afraid of his threat, so he chose to dance the fruit dance every week to please him. Kaido, who watched the whole live broadcast, didn't say anything, pretending that he believed Orokai's words, and at the same time, as he wished, he took a large amount of gold from him. In order to maintain his so-called personality, Kurozumi Orokai continued to levy heavy taxes. Except for the fact that there was an extra fool dancing in a loincloth on the streets of Flower City every week, nothing changed much. In order to implement the plan, he didn't tell anyone about the plan except Shimotsuki Yasui, even his family and retainers. Whenever someone questioned him, he just smiled and passed it by. This made the people more puzzled, and Odin's heart was not so calm. He would usually walk in Wano country, watching the changes in Wano country, and he didn't know if what he did was right. The shepherd boy riding the three-tailed monster cow, the women leading a few wind fairies, and those people with smiles on their lips made him more and more confused, but every time he saw the retainers and the encouragement given to him by Yasui, he was firm in his inner thoughts. To realize the founding of the country before Xiaoyan Boyan arrived, in his opinion, that was the only correct way. The gears of the world will not stop turning because of the behavior of a certain person. Whether it is sunny or rainy, Odin has not stopped his stupid behavior. And many things are happening in other seas. May 1498, South China Sea, Bait Rila Island. Are you leaving? Well, I don't have much time, I still have things I must do. Thank you, Luju, for making my last year of life very happy. Roger stepped onto the boat, just like he did decades ago when he went to sea, but this time he did not avoid anything and came to the naval base in the South China Sea alone. Don't be so nervous, Navy, I'm here to surrender. Raising his hands slightly, Roger showed a meaningful smile to these Navy recruits. Chapter 216, The Great Pirate Era begins. An ordinary naval base in the South China Sea. The guards in the base were on high alert for the man in front of them. After all, he was the legendary Pirate King, the most heinous criminal in the world government's reports. Although he was in shackles, even if he just moved his hands, he would cause the guards to be nervous. They didn't know that this ordinary prison couldn't hold him at all, and he could leave here at any time if he wanted. Don't be so nervous, young man, do you want to chat casually? Although he was pointed at by a gun, Roger was not panicked, and even started to joke with the guards. Such days have been going on for a while. Today, with the arrival of a dog-headed warship, the people in the South China Sea base finally breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, Garp, is it you who came? Garp's arrival seemed to be within Roger's expectations. After all, this was the navy that had been chasing him for decades. Rodriguez. Although Garp had always wanted to arrest Roger, Roger's surrender was far beyond his expectations. So 1 year after Roger became the Pirate King, another sensational event occurred. The Pirate King Gold Roger was arrested. Of course, the newspapers still used Roger's pseudonym, and changed his surrender to arrest. After the meeting of the world government, in order to deter more and more pirates on the sea, Roger will be executed in the East China Sea, his hometown, and the final location is chosen as Rogue Town. The newsbird sent the news that Roger was going to be executed to all parts of the world, and countless young people began to set sail for Rogue Town. They all wanted to see what the Pirate King looked like. Most of Roger's crew members also saw the news. They understood that their captain finally chose that path. There were also many pirates who sighed and even laughed. Roger had many enemies on the sea. However, there were exceptions among the enemies. The base camp of the Golden Lion angrily swept away the things in front of him. Impossible. That's the man who defeated me, how could he be caught by the Navy? He said, ignoring his men's obstruction, and went to the Navy headquarters alone. Navy headquarters Marineford. It was raining heavily in the sky, and Golden Lion was floating alone outside the Navy headquarters. The huge warship was like a toy in his hands, and the bodies of the Navy under his feet had piled up into a small mountain. Hand over Roger. How can you catch Roger? Roger has been caught, and he will be executed in the East China Sea, which symbolizes peace. Zhang Guo untied his tie, and the color of his body gradually turned gold, and his tone suppressed anger. The weakest East China Sea? You are insulting him. If you want to kill him, hand him over. Only I have the right to kill him. The battle between Zhang Guo, Garp, and Golden Lion lasted for a long time. Half of the town near Marineford was destroyed. The two finally defeated the angry Golden Lion and imprisoned him in the underwater prison Impelton. On Ghost Island, Arceus is directing several pirates. A little higher. A little more to the left. No, it's too far, come back a little. Okay, it's here, don't move. Several pirates fixed the antenna to a similar position. This is a signal booster, so that it can receive the signal sent by Rogue Town. In order to deter other pirates, this is a live broadcast covering the whole world, but the signal here in Wano country is not very good, so an additional antenna is needed. Roger's execution can be said to be a big event that shocked the sea, but there have been a lot of things in Wano country recently, and it is not realistic to go to the East China Sea from here, and no big pirate intends to go to Rogue Town. Although it was not said, in order to prevent unexpected factors, the defense of Rogue Town must be extremely strict, and watching the broadcast is the best way. The time came to October, and on the first day of October, the day of Roger's execution arrived. Roger's steps became a little heavy, not because of the shackles or torture, but because the pain gradually made him reach his limit. As he walked onto the execution platform, the weather became gloomy and rain began to fall from the sky. The crowd watching below the execution platform also included future celebrities. George Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Monkey D. Dragon, Shanks, Buggy, Smoker, and countless others who were drowned by the tide of the times gathered here, and on Onigashima, Arceus was also watching the live broadcast. Why, are you interested in Roger? No, I can't say I'm interested. I just came to witness the beginning of the era. Era? Why are you talking nonsense like those guys who play prophecy? Kaido found that he began to not understand what Arceus was saying. After all, he had been waiting here since the time came, and even Yamato and other children were brought here by him. The executioner had already raised the long sword in his hand, and the classic greeting was also transmitted through the video Den Den Mushi. Hey, Pirate King, where are all your treasures? Do you want my treasures? If you want, I can give them all to you. Go find them. I put all the treasures there, the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. The world government's original intention was to suppress the turbulent sea, but they did not expect that Roger's final words would be these words. The long sword fell, and Gold Roger's life came to an end. Heavy rain also poured down at this time, and someone cried loudly in front of the square. Some cried, some laughed. On the same day, pirate ships from all over the world set out to sea, and countless people rushed to enter the Grand Line, aiming at the great secret treasure mentioned by Roger, and began their own voyage. The great pirate era has arrived. Hehe, is this what you want to see? It's a good last word, and it's also a pleasant way to die. The sea is going to be in chaos now. Quinn. Let the people on other islands cheer up, the guys who don't know how to live or die are coming again. Not only Kaido, but almost all pirates with territories in the New World understand what the future will be like. In the Totland Sea, Sparrow tripled the manpower to escort the fruit. If he met another fool, he really couldn't stand it. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard also sent out his captains to protect the safety of the territory. The world government was not idle either, and began to search for people related to Roger, but they seemed to have some problems in their brains. Instead of searching for those fighters, they investigated pregnant women. Chapter 217, Gas Bombs in the Bathhouse. In the Flower City, Odin was still carrying out that stupid plan, but today was a little special. Kurozumi Orakai found him quietly. After all, Orakai's current personality with Odin was forced, so he had to take the initiative to reveal some information to the other party. Lord Odin, this is the newspaper I got from Kaido. Roger. Odin Kozaki cried on the beach of Kuri after seeing the news of Roger's death, and also determined in his heart that he wanted to start a country. And all over the world, Roger's members began to be cleared. In the Seven Water City, Tom the Fishman was sentenced to death for building a pirate ship for Gold Roger, and finally obtained a 10-year reprieve through the manufacturing plan of the sea train. And in the factory of Rabbit Bowl, new problems also emerged, not the problem of manpower or unrest, but the problem of pollution. Alola Muddy has solved the problem of industrial wastewater, but with the increase in the number of factories, industrial waste gas has become a new problem. Although Muddy can eat wastewater and toxic residues, it has no way to deal with the gas in the sky, so new Pokemon appeared again in Wano country. Onigashima, bathroom, Arceus rarely appeared here. Lord Arceus? You actually come here, hey! You guys, hurry up and make some room. When sailing, you may not be able to take a bath for a long time due to the shortage of fresh water resources, but when stationed on land, even pirates will pay attention to hygiene and cleanliness. Led by Quinn, a group of pirates are relaxing in the bathroom. This is also the most relaxing time for Quinn. Whether it is Sayana or Setsuna, they can't appear here. The female bathroom is on the roof of Onigashima, and the area is much smaller than here. After all, the ratio of men to women in the pirate group is still very different. You guys continue, I'm not here to take a shower. He came here just to solve the problem of factory pollution. The stinky mud in Alola can eat wastewater, and naturally there are Pokemon that eat waste gas, such as the Double Bomb Gas and Gas Bomb in the Galar region. As for why they came to the bathroom, it was common sense that the first gas bomb appeared in the bathroom, and gas was indeed used to boil water and heat here. Below was the gas pipeline that had just been built. The pirates who were able to enter Onigashima first were all elites of the Beast Pirates, and they were also veterans. They were not surprised by Arceus's behavior in front of people. Some purple strange balls gradually appeared in the bathroom, some were single, and some were double-body creatures with strange connections. Then their bodies gradually turned grey, and tall chimney-like objects appeared above their heads. In the past, there were many factories in the Galar region, and the air was seriously polluted. Double bomb gas and gas bomb originally fed on waste gas in the air. In the era of heavy pollution, they underwent a unique evolution. Unlike ordinary double bomb gas that absorbs and produces poisonous gas, Galar's double bomb gas absorbs pollutants in the atmosphere and uses polluted air and poisonous gas as food. These gases inhaled into the body will filter out toxins through special organs in the body, just like human cells absorb nutrients, absorbing things that are beneficial to themselves and excreting waste. For them, poisonous gas and waste are food, and fresh air in the body is waste. The chimney above the head will discharge fresh air, and the released air becomes very clean and fresh because it has been purified. This is the excretion method of Galar's double bomb gas and gas bombs. Due to the regional form, Galar's double bomb gas has also become a dual attribute of poison and fairy. After retrieving the fairy slate, this type of air filtering Pokemon was born. As expected of Lord Arceus, he has created a new and amazing creature. Yes, and this creature is like a natural pirate. They are referring to the icon on the abdomen of the double bullet gas that is similar to the pirate flag. This pattern makes them feel more familiar as pirates. The appearance of double bullet gas and gas bombs made the turbid air in the bathroom much fresher. Arceus was about to arrange for someone to take them to the factory area, which would be their cafeteria and dormitory in the future. However, there were always some dangerous actions at this time, such as Quinn. He touched the corner of the mouth of double bullet gas for his own death. In the past, the creatures created by Arceus were very safe, even the Alola stinky mud would be fine as long as it did not touch the toxin crystal. But Galar's double bullet gas is different. Pokemon with poisonous attributes have a place on their bodies that contains highly toxic substances, and the place where Galar's double bullet gas contains highly toxic substances is the beard-like thing at the corner of their mouth. Accumulated in Galar, the toxins in the body of the double bomb gas will turn into high concentration poisonous gas and leak out of the body, floating around the mouth to form their unique beard. This gas will paralyze the whole body and make it unable to move even if ordinary people inhale a trace amount. However, this gas is controlled by the double bomb gas and will not spread normally, but it can't stop someone from killing themselves. As a person who studies chemical poison gas every day, Quinn actually poked the poisonous gas at the corner of the double bomb gas's mouth with his hand, and then took a green poisonous gas ball to his nose and smelled it. Brother Quinn. Seeing Quinn suddenly stiffen and fall to the ground, the pirates on the side were shocked, but in less than a minute, Quinn, who was covered in sweat, actually recovered. What did you do? Arceus didn't see what Quinn did. He was obviously poisoned, but he was not affected at all now. This was not a resistance, but a real detoxification. It's Dao Tao fruit. When I modified my body, I removed the ammunition compartment in my body, and then I modified it again. I put some antidotes made by Dao Tao fruit in my body. Whenever there is a problem with my body, it will be automatically injected. This is the most effective antidote I have ever seen. Since this modification, Quinn has a new method when testing new toxins. He can experience it personally. Only in this way can he determine the effect of the toxin, which is also the case just now. Otherwise, with his physique, he would never be poisoned so quickly. He did this deliberately just to try the effect of the gas that was poisonous at first glance. Lord Arceus, where are you going to arrange them? The factory in Tuwan, the air index there has been a bit poor recently. I understand, just like those stinky muds, Lord Arceus, give them to me, I will take them there later. The gas around their mouths is also a rare good material. Since Quinn made a request, Arceus handed the double bomb gas to him. Don't delay too long. These little guys are a little hungry. The exhaust gas in the bathroom is not enough for them. I understand. Don't worry. Chapter 218, The Turbulent New World, The Expedition Team. The impact of the Great Pirate Era began to ferment gradually. The wreckage of the crashed pirate ship can often be seen at the foot of the upside-down mountain. The New World has also become turbulent. Before Roger appeared, many pirates lacked a clear goal. They also didn't know what their ultimate goal was. In the case of uncertainty whether they could see tomorrow, they only considered the present as what they needed to pay attention to. With Roger's dying declaration, these pirates seemed to have a goal. Either for fame or for Roger's so-called treasure, one by one shouted to become the Pirate King and embarked on their own journey. In February 1499, Roger had been dead for 4 months. The first pirates to go to sea had reached the location of Fishman Island. A large number of newcomers from the Four Seas and Paradise were about to pour into the cruel New World. And in the New World, it was not only Roger who made a big impact, but also the Golden Lion. Originally, Golden Lion's base camp was a series of floating islands. With the power of his floating fruit, few people could enter Golden Lion's base camp. However, as Golden Lion was sent to prison by Garp and Sengoku, these floating islands outside were naturally unable to maintain themselves. The collapse of the islands caused greater damage to the remnants of Golden Lion. Without the leadership of Golden Lion, the pirate groups that originally depended on him began to fight for territory and fight each other, and Golden Lion's territory was completely in chaos. However, like Wald, Golden Lion also has his own diehards. They firmly believe that Golden Lion will come out again. Under the leadership of Dr. Indigo, they retreated to a hidden island, which was also the retreat arranged by Golden Lion before. When others started fighting, they had already retreated to the side, but the intervention of other pirates in the New World broke the original deadlock. The Big Mom pirates, the Beasts pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates all took action, and even Whitebeard did not ignore it. The territories of Whitebeard and Golden Lion were adjacent to each other. After Golden Lion was imprisoned, the chaos in Golden Lion's territory gradually spread to Whitebeard. So he also led the Whitebeard pirates to occupy part of the territory to maintain the stability of his territory in an isolated way. Whitebeard is also a pirate. His territory is not given to him by others. Even he needs taxes, otherwise he can't afford the daily expenses of the pirate group. But compared with ordinary brutal pirates, Whitebeard's style of doing things is much gentler, and the fees he charges are also within the acceptable range of civilians. And now Whitebeard's flag means safety, which is enough for the island to survive in this turbulent era. Golden Lion was imprisoned, Roger died, and people of the same era were almost in this state. Wald, John, Wang Zhi, and those great pirates of the year have all ended with the times. Whitebeard has become a well-deserved overlord, and the Red Earl is also a card, but he has always been a lone ranger, so the disputes in the New World have little to do with him. Charlotte Linlin will certainly not miss this opportunity, and is also expanding her own affiliated territory. Although it did not become a native territory like the islands in the Totland Sea, it also obtained a large number of affiliated islands that could collect taxes. In Wano country, Kaido did not miss this opportunity. Jin, Quinn, and Olga, this time I will leave it to you three. Olga's ID card age has reached 18 years old. Although the influence of pure gold makes her look a little young, she has almost gone through 10 years of training since the day she left the belly of the Sea King. With the proficiency of two-color domineering, Zoroark has basically mastered his abilities. In hand, there are enough to go out to fight. Now is the Great War, but unlike Whitebeard and Big Mom, whose base is stable, Wano country is also developing, so the Beast's pirates have to choose to split up. Take half of the elites in Wano country, and the outside manpower is ready. This is the goal this time, to plant our flag on all these islands. The target of this operation was circled on the sea chart. Kaido is not a fool. This operation has avoided the range of action of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. The main target is those newcomers and the remnants of the Golden Lion. Ziraura, you should take Setsuna with you, and Sayana is almost enough in the country. Yes, sir. Kaido and Arceus are both in the country, and the departure of the Cotters will not have much impact. After all, they are the strongest force in the pirate group, but some people still have to stay to help, and finally Sayana stayed. As for why Kaido didn't go, Yamato has been through more than a year of physical training, and the next stage of training is underway, so he can't spare his hands for the time being. Don't force yourself if you encounter an opponent you can't beat. It's no big deal to retreat first. I'll take you back then. Before they set off, Kaido gave a final explanation. His thinking hasn't changed much. Ordinary members can be consumables, but Cotters can't. So when they are not opponents, he still requires Cotters to focus on themselves. Everyone knows that it is impossible for all those who go out to come back. This is a war, and war will inevitably be accompanied by casualties. However, in the face of military exploits and the benefits brought, these pirates are still eager to fight. In the open sea, in other territories of the Beast's pirates, residents in the territories also began to invest in war as usual, and pirate ships began to gather at corresponding locations. And Kurozumi Orokai is also continuing his acting career. Lord Odin, half of Kaido's men have left. This is an opportunity. His tone was extremely enthusiastic, as if he really wanted to drive Kaido out. What about Kaido? He is still the same as usual, no change. Orokai, you should know that Kaido is the main problem. As the only insider, Shimotsuki Yasui said seriously. If Kaido cannot be completely eradicated, even if he is driven away, he can still gather people to make a comeback. Don't you know this? How many casualties will the people have to pay by then? In Shimotsuki Yasui's view, Kojiki Odin has lost face. Since he has lost face, he must deal with everything at once. He is still serious now, completely different from him who ate the failed product's smile. Yes, I am too naive. I will pay more attention to Kaido's information. Orokai left here again, but his mouth was full of pride. He knew Kojiki Odin and Shimotsuki Yasui very well, and it can be said that he said this on purpose. Let's fight. I am the final master of Wano country. Odin, Kaido, I will definitely return the humiliation you brought to me. Chapter 219, Thunder Bagua, Gecko Moria. Yamato, watch out, this is how to use the mace, Thunder Bagua. On the roof of a Nagashima, Kaido swung his mace at a target condensed by Arceus vines. The 8 trigrams were entangled with lightning and domineering, and the target in front of him became fragmented under Kaido's attack. You let her learn this move now. This is the basics. Most of my moves are evolved from this Thunder Bagua. I don't need domineering, add armed color, or entangle with domineering color, but I have just touched a little clue about the entanglement of domineering color. Kaido also heard Rox mention this matter at first, and only knew that it was a very difficult skill. He has just touched the threshold now. Haki and the like can be learned later, but her current physique has already met the minimum requirements. Yamato, move your hands a little higher and step a little further apart, so that it will be easier to exert force. Arceus could not help Kaido's teaching, because his fighting style was different. Although he had a variety of elemental attacks, close combat was Kaido's main method, but he was different, and he did not need to go to close combat. With many skills in one, Arceus himself is an ultimate turret with unlimited firepower. There is nothing that cannot be solved by a single shot of punishment light gravel. If there is, then he will do it again. Although it is powerful, his fighting style cannot be copied, and at most it can be used as a reference in some aspects. However, Arceus still interfered with Kaido's teaching methods. For example, Kaido believed that in order to let Yamato understand the power of Thunder Bagua, she should experience it personally. This matter was strongly opposed by Arceus, even if Kaido believed that he could control the force. A month later, the battle situation of the four teams was also reported back. The situation is good with Jin, and the first island has been captured. The same is true for Quinn. Olga's progress is slow, and she is too concerned about casualties, so the progress is the slowest. Although Zeraora encountered a tough opponent, it was not a big problem, except that Setsuna was slightly injured. Overall, the operation has achieved good results, and the casualties are within our acceptable range, and we have not encountered any difficult opponents. Shayna put away her report. This is the information they sent back. After 10 years of development, the Beast's pirates are no longer in the state of having only a small boat when they first set out to sea. They are strong and powerful, and today they have a vacant position on the sea. The influence of the Beasts is becoming greater and greater. Very good, continue to act as planned. At the same time, a pirate ship appeared in the waters near Wano country, with a grinning skull painted on the main sail. The skull's head is covered with horn-like decorations, with flame-like patterns on both sides, and behind it is not the traditional crossbones, but a pair of bat wings. This is the ship of the Moonlight Pirates. Standing on the deck is a tall man with extremely white skin, a pair of short horns on his head, wearing a black windbreaker and purple hair. This is the captain of this ship, Moonlight Moria, with a bounty of 320 million berries, and he is a well-deserved supernova this year. At this time, he is still the captain of the Moonlight Pirates. The terror bark has not appeared yet, and his pirate ship is just a slightly larger ordinary pirate ship. More than a year ago, he witnessed Roger's execution and it stimulated his heart. Born in the West Sea, he did not choose to return to the West Sea, but directly entered the Grand Line and established his own Moonlight Pirates in the same year. After more than a year of hard work, Moria and his companions passed through Fishman Island and finally arrived in the New World. Not long ago, the Moonlight Pirates had just fought a big battle with the pirates of the New World, and Moria won a great victory, which further strengthened the confidence of the people on the ship. Moria, you will definitely become the Pirate King, right? To call me Captain, when will you remember it? Hehe, it doesn't matter, you can call me whatever you want, anyway, he is right, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Looking at his companions playing, Moria was in high spirits, and he was full of confidence in himself at this time. At this time, the ship suddenly shook violently, and many people on the ship fell to the ground in this violent vibration. Hey, Nord, can you sail a boat? If you can, come on. We seem to be caught in some current. The currents in the New World are too complicated. This is the sea area outside Wano country. The dangerous sea and land are complicated. There is only one way to reach Wano country safely. If you are not careful, you will run aground. Whitebeard's ship was severely damaged here. Nord, is it okay? It's a bit troublesome, but it's okay. Leave it to me, Captain Moria. Well, I believe in you. You are the best navigator I have ever seen. Under his skills, the ship of the Moonlight Pirates sailed smoothly here, and also saw the giant carp that is a specialty of Wano country. Although Arceus transformed several magi carp, there are still a large number of ordinary giant carp here. After twists and turns, they actually rushed to the waterfall of Wano country smoothly. Captain Momolia. There is an island on the waterfall. When the people on the boat stood up again, they saw the main island of Wano country. There are 2 waterfalls in Wano country. The waterfall on the harbor is steeper. The possibility of rushing up from there is almost zero, so they came up from the other side. Due to the obstruction of vision, they did not see a Nagashima. This is the charm of the Grand Line. In addition to the Fishman Island under 10,000 meters, there is also an island here. Let's go, brothers. Oh. At this moment, Kaido is not on a Nagashima. He and Yamato are on the snow behind Ling. Arceus said that education should be entertaining and let children take the initiative to receive education. Kaido thinks it makes sense, so he brought them here. Father, what are we doing here? Of course I'm here to play snowballs with you. Playing snowballs? Really? Of course it's real, but the way to play is different from what you usually play. Kaido asked Yamato, Maria, Jack, and others to stand in the middle of the snow, and then bent down and grabbed a handful of snow. With a clenched hand, a solid snowball appeared in his hand. Watch me, the three of you. He threw the snowball, and Yamato only heard a sound of breaking air in her ears. When she and Jack and others looked back, a small tree as thick as a wrist was broken. The game time is 30 minutes. You can hide or block. Of course, you can also try to attack me. In short, try to survive for me. The loose snowflakes became harder under the pressure, and with Kaido's own strength, the three little ones quickly began to dodge. Help, help! I don't want to play anymore, father, this is not fun. No, Yamato, there are still 29 minutes, the game has just begun. Chapter 220, Kaido ruined the mood. Originally, Yamato was very happy because Kaido had never played with her in these years, but after the game started, she found that this game was completely different from what she thought. Whether they can dodge or not has little to do with themselves. A group of 4 or 5-year-old children have no possibility of dodging Kaido's attack. Even if it is just a snowball, it can be a deadly weapon in Kaido's hands. The snowball that broke the small tree before is an example. If Kaido wants to hit them, they can't dodge it anyway, but he has control over his strength. Those snowballs will bruise and hurt when they hit the body, but they will definitely not endanger their lives. They just scare them once or twice in order to let them experience the threat of death. The snowballs hitting the body are to let them know that this is not a joke, and they must always exert their physical strength to the extreme. A snowball hit Yamato's butt with great accuracy, and the snowy weather in Linghao made the ground very slippery. She slipped directly under the impact of the snowball. The next snowball hit her cheek and fell into the snow. Stand up and keep hiding. The enemy they won't stop attacking just because you lie down. They will only stab you in the stomach to make sure you are really dead. The next one won't miss. Yamato, stand up. After that, she dodged the second snowball, but her action was very indecent. It can be said that she rolled and crawled to avoid Kaido's attack, but this made Kaido smile. Very good, that's it. On the battlefield, you have to do whatever it takes. Only the absolutely strong are qualified to talk about the principles of fighting. You are not qualified now. While preaching to Yamato, he didn't stop. The first to leave was Maria. Although White and Kaido were from the same country, there was a big gap between them. Maria's physique was far less powerful than Yamato. Then it was Jack. The blood of the fishman made him very strong and his strength was 10 times that of ordinary humans, but he was not flexible enough. Even if Kaido let him go, he was just a target and was eventually knocked down. After his companion fell, Kaido's firepower finally fell on Yamato. Ah! Father, it's time. It's time. Kaido hung a watch on the tree behind him to show the time. After seeing the minute hand go through the last circle, Yamato shouted excitedly. Oh! It's true. Yamato just breathed a sigh of relief, and Kaido's snowball hit him again. Father! The second round has begun. This is a battlefield, Yamato, you must understand that you can't believe anything the enemy says, and I am your enemy now. This time Kaido started throwing snowballs with both hands, and the firepower density increased to a different level. Help! Call, no one can save you this time, even if you shout Arceus, it's useless. This time he aimed at the legs. After Yamato fell again, he was waiting for Yamato to get up, but this time she didn't dodge, but pinched a snowball and threw it back. Although the force was very light, Kaido still didn't dodge, and let the snowball hit his face directly. Father, you said it, this is a snowball fight, I'm going to fight back. Ugh, well done, Yamato, that's the way it should be. Mr. Kaido, please stop for a moment, there's trouble coming. Kaido was about to discuss the topic of war with Yamato, after all, snowball fights are also wars, but Shana landed from the side to stop him. What's wrong? Kaido was a little unhappy, he was just getting excited. A group of pirates landed in Gigong, and Kojiro's new batch of goods and some payment were robbed. Wano country directly uses gold and silver for transactions. These things are hard currency no matter where they are taken. If it is the currency of Sky Island, it's different. Basically no one wants the yen-K there. The Moonlight Pirates did these things naturally. The people guarding there by the beasts are no match at all. Moria has never broken through the Judicial Island and fought the Celestial Dragons. His bounty is a certification of his strength and threat. As the only big cotter of the beast's pirates who stayed in Wano country, this matter was naturally reported to Shayna. She was going to check the situation, but she happened to see Kaido. Because this place is very close to the return port, she came to remind Kaido and suggested that they leave first. However, this also disturbed Kaido's interest. He was originally very happy to see his daughter grow up little by little, and was planning to let Yamato experience the cruelty of the world. Shayna, you look after Yamato and the others first, and you don't have to worry about what's going on over there. Mr. Kaido, what do you mean? Well, I'll go there myself. Are there any of our people nearby? Yes, although there are no cotters, more than 200 elites have been gathered, and some of them have received the gift of Lord Arceus. That's enough. Kaido said and walked directly towards the direction of the return port, but this was also a relief for Yamato. You will regret it. You don't know what you have done. This is the property of the beast's pirates. Lord Kaido and Lord Arceus will not let you go. At Linghao's material transfer station, a pirate collapsed to the ground. The tall man in front of him was too strong. They were no match for him. Kaido? Arceus? Who is that? I haven't heard of him. That's right, Lord Moria is the man who wants to become the pirate king. How can a big man with 320 million be afraid of other pirates? 320 million, another idiot from paradise. Sooner or later, you will know how ignorant you are. If Moria was a long-established pirate, he couldn't have known nothing. This amount was also a cotter in the beasts. But he had never heard of Moria's name, so the only explanation was that he was a newcomer who had just entered the new world. Only these people dared to say such big words so lightly. However, Moria was not afraid of his threat, but swung his knife to his feet. The place where his shadow and body were connected did not break, and a struggling shadow was caught by Moria, and he had fainted. The good news is that it is snowing now, and the clouds blocked the sunlight, so he did not turn into ash directly. That is Moria's ability, the superhuman shadow fruit, which can manipulate the powerful ability of human shadows. Now he doesn't even need scissors, just a knife can directly cut off the connection of the shadow, and then he stuffed the shadow into a small bottle and hung it in his windbreaker, which is also part of his power. He, where should we go next? Captain, someone is coming. It's a man with horns on his head. Second chapter 1, I'm in a bad mood now. Brother Kaido. We found the enemy. The pirates of the beasts were very excited. The promotion mechanism within the beasts' pirates made them pay more attention to strength. They knew very well what their level was like. If they wanted to achieve a qualitative leap, they had to either find a powerful fruit or get the gift of Arceus. This made military exploits more important in the beasts' pirates, which was the main means of their promotion. The lottery system was very popular within the beasts' pirates. Kaido had previously drawn away half of the elites in Wano country. Except for those cotters, the difference in their own strength was not very large. Ordinary members were divided into several teams, and the lottery was conducted by their leaders. Although guarding Wano country was much more comfortable than going out to grab territory, the effort and benefit were proportional. Instead of spending their retirement in Wano country, they wanted to go out and exchange for military exploits. Occasionally, there would be young people on other islands, but due to the terrain of Wano country, that kind of thing was almost impossible to happen, so they were a little disappointed to stay behind. But now the merit has come, which makes the pirates of the beasts pirates much more excited than Kaido. More and more pirates appeared on the hillside, and they were all waiting for Kaido's order. Are you the one who broke in here? You are quite capable. Looking at the dozen members of the beasts pirates lying at Moria's feet, Kaido looked at Moria twice. He was able to come to Wano country and easily deal with his subordinates, which shows that there is still a big difference between him and the small fish. Hey! Show some respect to Captain Moria. He is a big pirate with a bounty of 320 million. He is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Pirate King? You really dare to say anything, Congodisphorus. Kaido swung his mace at the man with one hand. Although he is not a swordsman, a column of stick energy similar to flying slash was swung out by him. The cylindrical stick energy affected a wider range. The snow on the ground was driven by Kaido's Congodisphorus attack, and a snow dragon rushed towards the people around Moria. Be careful. Moria waved his hand, blocked the partner in front of him, and then slashed with both hands. The snowflakes were split in half in front of Moria, and Kaido's attacks were all blocked by him. Although he took a few steps back, he was still blocked by him. Asshole! What are you going to do to my partner? Ugh, of course I want to kill him, but now I have changed my mind, Moria, right? I will give you a chance, bring your people to join my pirate group. Although the attack just now was not full force, Moria who blocked his attack was obviously the same, and he has proved his strength in this way. What a joke! I'm going to be the pirate king, how can I join you? Normally I don't mind playing with you, but today I'm not in a good mood. This is my last chance. Are you really unwilling to join? Originally, he and Yamato played very well. At least in Kaido's eyes, this was just playing. He thought Yamato should be very happy. Although he was shouting and running away, it was much more interesting than before. Sure enough, Arceus was right. He should teach while playing. But just when he was about to continue teaching, Mariah's story reached his ears. The interest that had just been ignited was disrupted. He was in a bad mood, so he didn't plan to waste too much time with Mariah. Of course, I have the best partner in this sea, I will defeat you here, take your treasure, and then go to Raftel. How can I join you and stop here? In this case, you can only choose to die here, little ones. Kill them all, don't leave any alive. He rushed down the hill first, and the pirates behind him rushed up one after another. Mariah was not to be outdone and also led his crew to meet them. During the charge, the pirates on both sides silently dispersed to the sides, leaving the center of the battlefield to their captain. Mariah was tall and strong before he turned into an onion. Mariah's long sword dragged on the ground, and the snow on the ground was also raised while he swung. In the battle in paradise, this inconspicuous little skill can still play a role. Even in the new world, he still kept this habit. Even if there is observation haki, many people are used to relying on their eyes, except for those who have disabled their eyes like Fujitora. Although it was slashed from bottom to top, Moria was at a disadvantage after several touches, but the fight was still going back and forth. Yes, you are different from those small fish in the paradise. Then we will get serious next, Thunder Bagua. The thick-armed color domineering attached to the 8 fasts, and the electric current was wrapped around it. Kaido slightly adjusted the posture of holding the stick, and after exerting force with his legs, he jumped into the air, and the weapon in his hand smashed Moria's head with a force of 10,000 pounds. Shadow Mage. The shadow under Moria's feet suddenly came to life, no longer replicating the actions of the original body. A dark Moria appeared in front of him, crossing his arms to block Kaido's attack. Although he can control the shadow, it is only a human shadow, because in the hands of the shadow fruit ability user, the shadow is also a part of life, and the shadow of dead objects such as swords and guns is not within his control. The shadow clone has no pain, is not afraid of harm, and completely obeys Moria's orders. It can be said to be his best helper, but the power of the clone is still somewhat different from that of the original body. Although it slowed down Kaido's offensive, after a few seconds Kaido's attack still exceeded the Shadow Mage's endurance limit, and the shadow split into countless black balls, and then turned into a bat model. The shadows bit Kaido's arms, trying to slow down his movements. But these were meaningless under Kaido's domineering defense. Those shadow bats could not penetrate his domineering defense. The weapons of both sides came into contact again. Compared with the current Thunder Bagua, the previous attack was just a child's fight. Those bat shadows condensed into entities not far away, and then Moria, who was wrestling with Kaido, instantly turned into his shadow. Shadow Warrior. Moria could exchange positions with his own shadow at will with the power of the fruit. When he felt something was wrong, he made such a choice. Then he opened his windbreaker and took out the bottles containing the shadows. Asshole, now let you see the power of this uncle. Then he took the caps of the 2 bottles with both hands, and about 20 shadows entered his body. Chapter 222, Kaido, you have to pay the price. This is the ability of his shadow fruit. He can stuff other people's shadows into his body to obtain the power, skills, and moves of the shadow owner. These shadows are the spoils of his voyage along the way. He will not kill all the people he defeats, but will take away their shadows. People who lose their shadows will not be affected by anything else, but they can never be exposed to the sun. Once they are bathed in the sun, they will be reduced to ashes. But as long as they are alive, the shadows will always exist. Mariah now does not think about creating a large number of zombies. These shadows are his means of strengthening himself. Originally, Mariah's body could only be described as strong, but as those shadows were absorbed into his body, his muscles began to swell, and his body size alone was not much inferior to Kaido. Speed, strength, reaction, everything about Mariah has been improved by more than one level, and in the next fight, Kaido found that Mariah's fighting skills have also changed. In the battle, he frequently changed his fighting mode, and the variety of moves also aroused Kaido's interest. Interesting, the power of the shadow. Yes, the shadow and the person are one. As the shadow disappears, the master's lifelong efforts will fall into my hands. Kaido, your shadow will also become part of my power. He naturally recognized Kaido's identity. As one of the most powerful pirates in the sea today, Mariah who entered the New World could not have no information at all. But from Paradise to here, the Moonlight Pirates have been smooth sailing, and he has not experienced a big failure, so he is very confident. Thinking that he just went to sea a little late, if he went to sea early enough, the bounty would be much higher than it is now. Want my shadow? You are not qualified enough, Thunder Bagua. Shadow Warrior. The body in shadow switched again, and Mariah also changed the knife in his hand into a stabbing posture, stabbing Kaido's abdomen from the side. However, although he switched the position of the body in shadow quickly, Kaido's reaction was faster. The mace crossed a larger arc and hit Mariah's chest. As for his shadow's attack, it was directly blocked by Kaido's domineering. Mariah and Kaido's battle can be said to be back and forth for the time being, but the battle of the others is completely different. In the fight on the snow, the Moonlight Pirates gradually fell into a disadvantage. In addition to the gap in combat power, the skills used by the leaders brought them a lot of trouble. At this time, there was a big snowball rolling on the snow. But it was not a snowball, but a pirate who used rolling. A breakthrough was opened in the front of the Moonlight Pirates led by him. Rookie of Paradise, see the power of the New World. This is the reward of Lord Arceus. You should experience what power is. A flame spurted out of the mouth of another pirate. The enemy in front of him had fought with him for a while, and he didn't expect that he could spit fire. The fierce flames swept out, and the snow behind Ling gradually melted under the baking of the flames. At the same time, there was a smell of burnt lakes. This was not an isolated case. Next to him, a pirate held a yellow electric ball in his hand, which sizzled. As he threw the electric ball into the crowd, a blank area was cleared in the snow again. The last person's attack range was not that large, but her arms were wrapped in a green energy, and two blade-like things appeared at her elbows, making her like a killing machine. The four abilities completely broke the opponent's line. This is the current giver of the Beast's Pirates, who has obtained one or more skills from Arceus. And people like Babanuki and Mandfesh who have obtained complete abilities are called God-Blessed, and God-Blessed are their targets, because within the Beast's Pirates, God-Blessed and Cotters are almost equal. The screams of the crew attracted Moria's attention, and also made him notice the casualties of his companions. He also lost some companions during the voyage, but such a large number of casualties was the first time. Damn it! Kaido, what did you do to my companions? Hey? They were too weak, so they were killed by my subordinates. Moria, I'll make an exception and give you one last chance to join my army. This was the third time he said this. He was in a bad mood because he was disturbed by Moria, but he also admired Moria's strength, so he repeatedly invited him. But if he refused again this time, Kaido would not be interested. Although he has always been interested in powerful subordinates, he doesn't have to have Moria, especially when he is not in a good mood. Down. What a joke. You killed my companions and you still want me to join you? Kaido, I'm going to kill you to avenge them. Shadow Box. Moria's own shadow turned into a huge cube that enveloped Kaido, but Moria did not take the opportunity to attack, but rushed in other directions. Hold on. I'm here to save you. He used the shadow box to trap Kaido in order to take the opportunity to rescue his companions, but before he got there, his shadow box was broken. King Kong Liendi. The mace broke the shadow that wrapped around him, and then swung the stick energy towards Moria. If his focus was still on Kaido, he would have been able to dodge this attack. But the death and injury of his companions had made his heart confused, so Kaido's attack hit him in the back. It's boring now. Did you forget how to fight just because a few of your subordinates died? Subordinates? They are my most important partners. People like you won't understand. Moria was extremely angry after being knocked to the ground. Then he had more bottles in his hands. Bottles were crushed one by one in his hands. Every time he crushed a bottle, some shadows would run out. When they were free, they fled in all directions. They wanted to return to their masters. But Moria didn't let those shadows out to play. Shadow gathering place. The shadow fruit was fully activated, and the shadows that just wanted to escape were sucked into Moria's body. 30-51-00500. This is all the shadows he carries with him, and it is also the most suitable number for fighting. This number of shadows can not only greatly enhance his strength, but also keep him sane. Shadow Emperor. At this time, Moria has turned into a giant 20 meters tall. He didn't know where his original weapons were thrown. His huge fist waved at Kaido with anger. Kaido! You have to pay the price. Chapter 223, It's a pity that you don't have the halo of the protagonist. Moria's eyes were red. It was a big burden to put someone else's shadow into the body, and it was a huge burden on the user's mental strength. Living people have their own shadows. Absorbing a large number of shadows into the body will make them fight for each other, and usually a rejection reaction will occur within a few minutes. The more shadows there are, the greater the rejection reaction. If you want to maintain high-intensity combat, this number of shadows is the most suitable number for Moria, so he will carry this number of shadows with him. The height of an adult giant is generally 12 meters, and Moria's current size is relatively rare among the giants. The small horns on the top of the head also turned into a pair of larger horns, which are somewhat similar to Kaido. The huge fist made a deep pit on the ground, and the nearby Linghao residents all noticed the huge vibration. Then Moria punched Kaido's position several times in a row, and the snow layer of Linghao was shaken open, and the land below that had been frozen for many years was also exposed, and a large number of cracks spread to the surroundings. This was originally a small hill, but because of Moria's attack, it has now become a small basin. In Moria's opinion, he couldn't continue to fight after suffering so many attacks, so he turned around and was about to leave. His companions were still waiting for them. Shadow Hui. Just as he was about to participate in the battlefield on the other side, a dangerous breath came from behind him. Moria showed a reaction that was very different from his body size, and moved his body directly to one side, and a burning beam just passed by him. You are an interesting opponent, but I've had enough fun. Originally, there was only a big pit left where Kaido's fighting power was, and now Kaido has turned into a blue dragon and appeared in the sky. Power user. Power users were not the reason for Moria's surprise. He had seen all kinds of people, big and small, in more than a year of sailing, and there were many difficult powers. But he couldn't accept that he was facing Kaido, who had not yet used his power when he was almost at full strength. Kaido didn't use his ability until he used his strongest move. Nice power, but your haki is too weak. You can't hurt me at that level. Haki is the power of a person. During the long voyage, Moria gradually mastered some of the uses of two-color haki in battle, which is also the way most people master haki. Only a few people can get system guidance. Most people are honed in battle. Compared with Kaido's haki, which has been honed for many years, Moria's haki seems insignificant. It's a pity that although you have good abilities, you refused my recruitment. It's better for you to die here. Hot breath. A flame spewed out of the dragon's mouth again. Although Moria dodged it, he realized something was wrong the next moment. When he looked back, the members of the Moonlight Pirates were already in the sea of fire. Just now, due to the huge shock he created, the two sides paused the battle, which also gave Kaido the opportunity to attack on a large scale. Asshole, Kaido, you asshole, what have you done? Moria almost collapsed after seeing his companions in such a miserable state, and then attacked Kaido like a madman, but compared to before, his attack was no longer methodical, he was just swinging his fist randomly. Since you are out to sea, you have to be prepared, and this is my territory, you broke in here and robbed my men, don't act like a victim, from the moment of action, it was a declaration of war. Heroic power wrapped around Kaido's head, and the dragon horn pushed towards Moria's body. Moria had a better way to deal with it, but the miserable state of his companions made him lose his mind, and he actually chose to fight Kaido in this state. The result is self-evident. 2 blood holes appeared on his body, and he also hit the place where the flames were originally burning. Since you have declared war on me, you have to be prepared for this. Moria's huge body suppressed the flames, and the bodies of a large number of dead companions also came into view. At this moment, he didn't listen to Kaido's words at all. Captain Moria, I can't do it anymore, you must live, I believe you can become the Pirate King. I'm sorry, Captain, it seems that our voyage ends here. Kaido. The last words of his companions made him completely crazy. He got up and rushed towards Kaido desperately, but this made Kaido completely lose interest. Originally, he thought this was a good fighter, but now it seems that he is just a crazy beast. Stupid, what can you do like this? Just now, Moria was still worthy of his seriousness, but now. Kaido changed back to human form, dodged Moria's attack, and posed a classic pose. Elbaf's spear, Waiaguo. Waiaguo hit Moria's abdomen, but Moria's strength under the blessing of 500 shadows was much stronger than that of ordinary sea kings. Waiaguo did not pierce his body, but left a huge wound on his body from bottom to top. Blood spurted out, and the shadows in the body ran out uncontrollably. Moria's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Captain, you have to live. Moria, stand up, you can't die here. Captain Moria, don't you want to become the Pirate King? In Moria's confused consciousness, the voices of his companions rang out one after another, but they left one after another, and the scene of his companion's death appeared in his mind again. I can't die here. His own shadow also mixed in with those fleeing shadows, and then when Kaido was about to finish off Moria disappeared. Brother Kaido, are you going to chase him? He's a stray dog, let him go, clean up here, I still have things to do. He just finished the first round of Yamato's game, and according to his estimation, Yamato can at least last 3 rounds. Now he is already thinking about what other games are fun, of course, they are all more deadly games. Compared to Moria, he is more concerned about Yamato's growth. And the movement in the Linghao area naturally attracted the attention of others. The whole Linghao saw Kaido flying in the sky, and shortly after the battle, a man with a forgiveness color appeared here with a fox and a team of samurai. The daimyo of Linghao, Shimotsuki Ushimaru, looked at the destroyed ground of Linghao, and his face similar to Zoro showed a very complicated expression. Chapter 224, What is it like to play tennis with Thunder Bagua? Ushimaru-sama. Well, what a terrible destructive power. After all, he is the daimyo of Linghao Township. After hearing that other pirates had entered here, he brought people here, but the place where he lived was a little far from Linghao's return port. When he rushed over, most of the day had passed, and he only saw the pirates who were finishing up here. The pirates of the beasts did not take those people dressed as samurai seriously. Except for those in power, some of the people below even had a good relationship. A few pirates even started families in Wano country. Although Wano country is xenophobic, the beasts have stayed here for more than a day or two. And the economic conditions of those pirates are much better than those ordinary people in Wano country. Even Kinemon could find a wife when he was a gangster. Pirates bound by a series of rules are much better than those gangsters. It was just a face-to-face encounter, and both sides were still doing their own things, and the result of the battle after Ling was naturally sent to Kurozumi Orakai. The people of Orakai Onue Bancho laid out the projection snails on the scene, and then showed him the scene there in Orakai Castle. Monster Kaido is really a monster. Both Kojiki Oden and Kaido were things he couldn't handle. Although the plan he gave Kojiki Oden seemed very ridiculous, he was serious. He needed Kaido and Kojiki Oden to lose both, and it would be best if they died together. He felt a headache just thinking about stabilizing Oden and Kaido. Of course, if he knew that his plan was discovered from the beginning, he might not even have a head now. However, the battle between Kaido and Moria made Kojiki Oden slightly believe in Kurozumi Orakai. If the destructive power displayed by Kaido was fought in the Flower Capital, I am afraid that the entire Flower Capital would be destroyed. In this way, Orakai's behavior is not without consideration. Afterwards, the worst incident in Wano country in hundreds of years occurred in the northern cemetery. Ryoma's tomb was robbed, and Kurokami Shusui disappeared. The tombs of some nearby samurai were also dug out. To be precise, the bodies seemed to have crawled out of the cemetery on their own. However, only the bodies disappeared, and all the burial objects were left behind. Companions Pirate King Moria, who was in a daze, followed some zombies and left the Sea of Wano country with the tide. At the same time, a Nagashima. Most of the cotters were out, many of the elites who participated in the battle were taken away, and a Nagashima became completely empty. It was designed to accommodate giant creatures such as the giants, and it was also the base camp of the beast pirates, where tens of thousands of people could gather. Now there are only a few hundred people left here. Loto, identity confirmed, Athea, pass aloud, Loto. On the stairs leading to the upper level of Onigashima, an electronic door opened in response. Up here is the coder activity area, and only coders and some authorized people can go up. Rotom, who was boarding in the electronic door, confirmed Athea's identity before opening the door to the upper level. As a civilian coder, the battle outside had nothing to do with him. So when the war was going on everywhere in the Sea of the New World, he was playing tennis in peace in Onigashima. Although his body was not too aged due to the influence of pure gold, he was also a middle-aged fat house. He tried to lose weight, but the effect was limited. At present, he only did not continue to develop. Although he is not good at fighting, he still needs proper fitness. The person he plays tennis with is Nakin. Although they both have jobs like research and cultivation, it does not affect their normal rest and entertainment. It's just that something is wrong with the tennis court today. Why is Mr. Kaido here? I don't know. He was already here when I came. Nakin and Asi looked at each other. It was unscientific for Kaido to appear in such a place. However, when Yamato, who had changed his clothes, appeared here, they seemed to understand something. Is Mr. Kaido going to play tennis with his daughter? That's great. When Olga comes back, should I play more with her? Asi moved his wrist. The tennis court here is large enough for many people to play tennis together, so he plans to go to a farther place. I think things are not that simple. Nakin's main job is not a fighter, but she can also fight, so her intuition in this regard is much stronger than Asi. She always feels that things are not that simple. And the next moment, her intuition came true. Yamato, are you ready? I'm ready. Very good, as long as you can hit my ball back once, your training today can be over. Really? Of course it's true, but you have to catch it. Kaido picked up his racket. The racket was quite small for him, but it didn't affect anything. He threw an ordinary tennis ball into the air. Until this moment, everything seemed normal, but the next moment, Kaido's action shocked Asi and Nakin. Thunder Bagua. To put it bluntly, Thunder Bagua is Kaido's fighting skill. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on the mace. Other weapons can also exert force, including rackets. In order to prevent ordinary rackets from breaking due to his strength, he also attached armed color domineering to it. Asi and Nakin didn't see where the tennis ball went, but they saw the crater on the wall behind Yamato. Although it was a tennis ball, Asi only thought of this adjective. Gurgle. Asi swallowed his saliva. He just wanted to discuss the issue of taking care of his daughter with Kaido, but now it seems a bit redundant. I think it's not suitable to play tennis today, what do you think? I think so too. There is a kind of herb in my laboratory that is about to mature. I have to go back and take a look. How about we talk about it next time? Well, it just so happens that my smelted metal should be finalized. See you next time. With that, the two of them slipped out directly from here. There is probably no one else except Kaido who can use tennis balls as cannonballs. Father Thies. It's tennis balls. I specially prepared 200 balls. I have locked the door. After playing these 200 balls, or you hit the ball back, otherwise it won't end. Help help. The previous snowball was thrown by Kaido with his bare hands, and this time the tennis ball was borrowed with a racket. The difficulty level has increased by more than one level. What's more terrible is that Kaido is still playing tricks. The tennis balls he hits will bounce. Even if she dodges the first round, there may be a second round. The tennis ball may bounce back from behind. No one knows whether the student is happy or not, but judging from the teacher's expression, he is indeed very happy. Chapter 225, Quinn is asking for help. In a sense, Yamato's childhood has become very rich now. Kaido always takes her to play various games, but it is a bit life-consuming. Otherwise, the normal training will also be of this intensity, which will add a lot of variety. However, what she didn't know was that some projects were even set up for her by Arceus, such as the Battle Royale event on Ghost Island now. Her goal is to successfully break out from the roof to the downstairs under the siege of more than 100 pirates. Fighting is inevitable, and all the pirates wear masks and change into uniform clothes. They have to listen to Kaido's orders, but they are very cautious about such actions that require action. If Yamato holds a grudge, it's nothing now, but it may not be the case in more than 10 years. So now all the pirates are dressed up like bandits, leaving only 2 eyes, and then they are chasing and intercepting Yamato and the others according to Kaido's request. At the same time, the battle in the outer sea has not stopped. Today, when the pirates are fighting each other, the navy naturally has its own big moves. They did not intervene in the fighting between the pirates in the New World, but let it go. Now the focus of their actions is on the four seas and paradise. There are all kinds of people among the new pirates who go to sea. Some go to sea for adventure, and some just take the opportunity to do evil. This adds a lot of burden to the navy of the four seas. On the Grand Line, the Demon Slayer order was launched. The purpose of this time was not to destroy a certain island, but to capture a person, Douglas Barrett. After Roger's death, Barrett lost his goal. He originally challenged some strong men, but became a purposeless destruction. The harm caused by this aimless destruction is much greater than that of ordinary pirates. In order to capture Barrett, the Demon Slayer order was finally launched. In the New World, Jin, Quinn, Olga, and Ziraura's teams also began to meet. The route they set out on was a semicircle. After a few months of sailing, most of them achieved their goals. Only this last island was left, which was also the place where they expected to meet. However, when Jin's ship arrived here, the sound of shells exploding could still be heard on the island. It seemed that the battle was not over. What's going on? I don't know, Brother Jin. According to the plan, Brother Quinn should be in charge of this place. 3 days ago, we received news that the Brachiosaurus has arrived nearby. That idiot is really dragging his feet. Let's call him to see what's going on. Yes. After a call from the Den Den Mushi, Quinn's voice rang out. Hello, Jin? Are you finally here, you pervert? I'm a whole day ahead of schedule, but you can't even land in 3 days. Jin's winged dragon has seen the Brachiosaurus on the sea, so he came to this conclusion. In the past battles, they also encountered difficult opponents. Most of the occupants of these islands are the remnants of the Golden Lion. After all, they are legendary pirates, and those who can get the position of cotters under the Golden Lion are not weak. The longest battle took Jin more than a month, but he didn't expect Quinn to not be able to land in 3 days. Among the 4 teams, Quinn's progress should have been the smoothest. After all, he had plague bombs on his ship. He was not playing around when he studied the secretions of the stinky mud and the poisonous gas of the double egg gas every day, but was making weapons. Usually, Quinn had no chance to use his plague bombs. After all, that thing did not distinguish between friend and foe. Using that kind of weapon on his own territory would only cause trouble for himself. But the islands occupied by other pirates were different. The lives of their own people were still much more important than those of the enemy. I encountered a little trouble. Where are your plague bombs? Jin understood Quinn's character. Although there were many restrictions on the use of plague bombs, Quinn would definitely use the weapons he studied when facing an island that he could not conquer for a long time. After all, he was always proud of those things. It's not a problem with the plague bombs. There is no way to land on that island. You will know when you come here. Some things have to be said in person. Then the Brachiosaurus and the pterosaur met in the sea. Looking at the situation on Quinn's ship, Jin's expression became not so good. The ship was quite clean, with few wounded, and those wounded were all old wounds. It was obvious that Quinn had not launched an effective attack in the past few days. What are you waiting for? There is something wrong with the people on that island. After a brief contact, they retreated to the island, and the island was full of virus-causing gas, and ordinary people could not get on it at all. As long as there is a slight tear on the protective suit, those things will invade the human body. At the beginning, I lost a lot of people because of this. It's not that Quinn has never landed before, but he was beaten back after landing. He himself has no problem. After the transformation, a special antidote was loaded in his body, and he can detoxify at any time, but he does not have the ability to defeat an island alone. The amount of antidote he carries is limited, and he can't use it for everyone. The protective measures of those people on the island are more complete than theirs, and his plague bombs must also touch the body to take effect. In this case, he has no way. Who is on the island? Beipo Barolome, a former cotter of Golden Lion, with a bounty of 670 million baileys, and the ability user of the para-human fungus fruit, has turned that island into an island full of toxins. Those toxins are constantly changing, and it is impossible to make a large amount of antidotes. Only the universal antidote made by Dao Tao fruit is more effective, but I don't bring many. How many do you have on the ship? I don't bring many either, just enough for a dozen people. Is that guy strong? Better than me? If I could deal with him, I would have landed on the island long ago. What I mean is that when Ziraura and Olga come, the antidote is enough for several of us. As long as we deal with Barolome first, this island will be ours. Quinn did not do nothing in the 3 days. At least he found out the identity and ability of the enemy. Then what are you doing with the cannon? It's a daily bombardment, and the toxins on the island are very afraid of high temperatures. The explosion of the shells can temporarily clear an area, but it will soon spread again. He seems to have cultivated a lot of poisonous plants, and those plants have been releasing poisonous spores. And the humidity on the island is very high. I tried to use incendiary bombs, but they were quickly extinguished. After several attempts, Quinn came to the conclusion that he had no way to deal with such a thing with just one Brachiosaurus. He was very clear that the number of people in this situation was a burden as he was studying plague bombs. Only after solving Barolome could we occupy the island, so we usually bombarded the opponent and brought our own reinforcements. Chapter 226, Combination Skills, Sunshine Flame. On the observation tower on the island, Barolome also used a telescope to see the situation on the sea. The meeting of 2 ships flying the flag of the beast pirates was not good news for him. After all, that means the enemy's reinforcements. Haven't Dedicaz and Colonel replied yet? No, Barolome, they cut off contact with us since the battle began. It seems that they don't plan to support us. These bastards, Captain Shiki just took advantage of the situation. Golden Lion has been able to roam the sea for so many years, and of course he has many loyal subordinates, Barolome is one of them. Even after receiving the news that Golden Lion was imprisoned, he insisted on guarding the island, because this was the order given to him by Golden Lion. Dr. Indigo asked him to leave with them before, but he refused, because he would only obey Shiki's orders. Since Shiki was imprisoned, his next task was to guard the island until Golden Lion appeared again. So he refused Dr. Indigo's request. But not everyone is as loyal to Golden Lion as he is. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Many people under Golden Lion joined him because they admired his power. Now that Golden Lion is gone, they will naturally not continue to be loyal to a prisoner. Now Impelton still has an unbreakable myth. No one has successfully escaped from prison. In their opinion, Golden Lion is finished. Since Golden Lion was imprisoned and the Great Pirate Era began, this island has often been in trouble. Those people before were minor problems. It was not until the intervention of Whitebeard, Kaido, and others that it was a big blow to the remnants of Golden Lion. Without Golden Lion, no one can suppress anyone. If everyone can work together, then they still have the power to fight against outsiders. The Cotters under Golden Lion are also strong. Although Golden Lion, the top combat power, is gone, they are enough to deal with most situations if Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, and others do not personally go out. But the fact is that they just split into countless small groups based on their usual relationships. Let alone helping each other, it is already very good not to stab each other in the back. So the Golden Lion's territory was gradually divided up. Lord Barolome, can we still hold on? Otherwise, we should retreat first. Dr. Indigo said that was Lord Shiki's order. How could Lord Shiki make such a cowardly decision? Don't worry, no matter how many people there are, they can't break the poisonous miasma here. I have guarded this place for more than 20 years. This island is my home ground. It's not easy to defeat me. In the outer sea area, Jin and Quinn successfully waited for Ziraura and Setsuna's ships one day later, but Olga's ship never arrived here. In the end, only one phone call came. Sorry everyone, I was entangled by the Navy before, and I may not be able to meet you for a while. Although there are fewer naval activities in the New World, it is not completely absent. Olga is now being chased by a warship led by a veteran vice admiral. This time, her illusion ability failed to shake off the opponent. It was only after Yin Lashape dived and broke the opponent's rudder that she managed to escape. If it was just the vice admiral, she would dare to try, but there was also a person who could use magma on the ship, and she and Yin Lashape were no match for these two people. Without her and the lizard, it should be about the same. Setsuna's arm is injured, she can't participate in this operation. Ziraura, my left hand is injured, the impact is not big, I can still shoot the bow. No, yesterday was a full moon, you can't use the moon lion now, this time you are responsible for guarding the ship. Ziraura directly made arrangements for Setsuna. They didn't plan to bring too many people this time. Only, Quinn, Ziraura, and the 3 of them will be responsible for the assault. They all have the ability to fly, which is more suitable for assault. By the way, Jin, how long can the range of your move last? Which move do you mean? The move that Lord Arceus taught you to change the weather. I have fought him before. The high temperature of the sunlight flame can kill those poisonous gas spores, but the light here is too poor. Bartolome won't give me another chance to charge. The island is shrouded in clouds most of the time, which makes it take longer for Quinn to charge the sunlight flame. Bartolome can reach this bounty, and he is a cotter under the Golden Lion, so he naturally has his strength. Last time, Quinn had a poor intelligence, and a sunlight flame almost hit him, but with the lessons learned from that time, he would never give Quinn another chance to charge. The clouds here are too thick, but it's still okay for you to charge up. That's easy. The plan is this. You go to the sky to attract his attention, and use the sunny day to change the sunlight. I will use the sunlight flame to remove the poison spores. Ziraura, you are the fastest. Take this opportunity to break through and get rid of him. Is there any problem? Although the antidote can remove the poison will always exist if the poison spores are not removed. Unless the person inside is taking drugs all the time, he will still be affected by the toxins. Fighting against poison is a taboo. That guy is a bounty criminal with a bounty of more than 600 million. Can Ziraura do it alone? What are his other abilities besides using poison? Not weak, comparable to this master. However, when this was said, the people around him were not nervous, but relieved. They even directly confirmed the feasibility of this plan, which made Quinn feel a little insulted. Around noon, the cannons on the 3 ships began to bombard the island again, and the people on the island seemed to have gotten used to it until the silhouette of the fossil pterosaur appeared in the sky, which aroused their vigilance. The flames are over. Have the reinforcements of the beasts arrived? It's really troublesome. The island has strong fortifications, and simple bombardment cannot threaten them. As for those plants, it is a fungus that grows very fast. As long as he is alive, even if all the plants on the island are destroyed, he can regenerate them in a short time. As Jin flew over the island, a large number of fire meteors also hit the ground of the island. At the same time, the charged Quinn also appeared in his field of vision. He had seen Quinn's sunshine flame before. That kind of attack would indeed temporarily dissipate the poison gas. It would take some time to refill it. If the opponent landed at this time, it would cause him a lot of trouble. He knew very well that he had no reinforcements. These confidants could not suffer unnecessary losses. According to Quinn's attack last time, it would take some time for him to charge. So he made a plan to interrupt Quinn's charging, but as soon as he appeared in Quinn's field of vision, his sunshine flame suddenly ended the charging and hit him with more power than before. Under the sunny sky, sunshine flame can be launched at the highest power without charging. This is the combined attack of Jin and Quinn. Compared with Quinn bowling, although they are both Quinn in essence, the effects are completely different. Jin and Quinn quarreled a lot on weekdays, but they cooperated very well. At the same time, when Quinn's sunshine flame was released, Jin's flames attached to his whole body, and the flame-winged dragon rushed down. At the same time, Ziraura, who turned into lightning, came in front of him. Chapter 227, Cannon Armor and Phantom Disaster. The battle was not fair. Quinn used 3 days of harassment to find out his approximate strength. When Jin and Ziraura arrived, they not only launched a sneak attack, but also a group fight. But no one thought that there was anything unreasonable about doing this. In battle, the number of people is also an advantage. Since the beast pirates can gather 3 cotters, there is no reason for them to waste this advantage. Dan Gong Yan Huang. Furious Volt. Whether it is Jin's flames or Ziraura's lightning, these attacks have high temperatures, and high temperature is the biggest weakness of the fungus fruit. The sunny day effect released by Jin is still there, so the second sunshine flame released by Quinn also follows. As Quinn said, Bartolome's physical skills were terrible. He didn't expect that Quinn's moves that needed to be charged could be released continuously, nor did he expect that Jin and Ziraura's attack speed would be so fast. The battle ended quickly, and there was no feat of fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. If it was a one-on-one, Bartolome could fight with Jin and Ziraura for a while, but he was 1v3. Even if Quinn did not participate in the close combat, the most powerful sunlight flames hit his chest. At that moment, his body released a large number of bacteria, but they were incinerated in an instant under the high temperature of the sunlight flames. Although his body was not penetrated, it also left a large area of charred marks. Ziraura and Jin also left fatal injuries on his body at the same time. After the two of them landed, Barolome's body fell to the ground immediately. With the death of Barolome, new toxins were no longer generated, and the existing ones gradually disappeared under the burning of Jin's flames. This is the difference between people with special abilities. Even if the person with special abilities dies, the items created by such abilities will not disappear, but will continue to exist. Jin threw a ball of fire into the sky, which was a signal of successful operation. The next moment, a small boat began to approach the shore. On it were special forces wearing chemical protective suits and holding flamethrowers. They were responsible for cleaning up the poisonous gas on the island. Mhahahaha, my plan is really perfect. You, a wasted 3 whole days. Do you still have the face to say this? Although the two of them cooperated well in the battle just now, they quarreled as soon as the battle ended. Okay, stop quarreling. We should go back after cleaning up this island. This is the final goal. Although Ziraura was a little shorter than Jin and Quinn, his words still had some weight. Just as they were about to deal with the remaining pirates on the island separately, a bang sounded next to them. Jin drew his knife and chopped to the side, but was still hit in the face by a pile of things. Hey, are you okay? No, but I'm also a little bit. The attacked Jin was not affected, but his mask was damaged by an unknown object, his white hair fell out, and his face was exposed again. Then Jin entered the form, the head of the fossilized pterosaur replaced the original human face, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Quinn already knew his identity. Ziraura was a creature created by Arceus, and they saw it. Others who saw his face must die. With the perception of the sight, Jin quickly found where the enemy was. Fire Dragon King. A fire dragon flew out from his knife, opened its mouth and bit the treetop next to it, and a strange man was knocked down. It looked like a human-shaped insect-like creature. Looking at the insect butt that was still emitting white smoke, Jin seemed to know where the attack just now came from. Die. Whether it was the way he just attacked or the fact that his mask was destroyed, Jin had no reason to let him go. However, the enemy's reaction speed was quite fast. He actually dodged Jin's slashing knife and raised his buttocks. A stream of high-temperature corrosive gas was sprayed out by him. This was also the thing that just broke Jin's mask. This guy is Bug Fruit, Cannon Armor form. Looking at the opponent's weird attack posture, Quinn made some judgments. Animal-type fruits are the easiest to judge. As long as you have enough knowledge, you can guess what kind of fruit it is by looking at the opponent's appearance. Cannon Armor. A kind of beetle, its buttocks are its venom glands, which can spray high-temperature venom, and it will be exposed to air. Vaporize. Quinn didn't worry that Jin would lose the fight, and even had the patience to give Ziraura some science. Venom is basically useless to the Lunarians. If it's an ordinary animal system, then the bug fruit is the strongest one. If they are of the same size, a tiger may not be able to beat an ant. The bonus of insects is much stronger than that of fierce beasts, but when they encounter mythical beasts, the gap is also reflected. The user with the ability to shoot cannon cloth armor is Barolome's deputy. He is not Jin's opponent, but he just held on for a while longer with the power of insects. Normally, Jin might be interested in catching him back to show Kaido. Kaido might be interested in the user of the bug fruit, but when he saw his face, he had no chance of survival. After getting rid of him, Jin took out another mask from his pocket. He would definitely carry such an important thing with him just in case. He couldn't kill everyone he met along the way. After these two were dealt with, the island entered the finishing work, but due to the fungus fruit, the progress was slow. In Wano country, although Jin and his friends have not returned yet, the wanted order has arrived first. Flame Disaster Jin, bounty of 600 million berries. Plague Disaster Quinn, bounty of 570 million berries. Lightning Ziraura, bounty of 550 million berries. At the same time, Olga's bounty was also updated. This journey also gave her her own name, no longer called an apprentice. Illusion Disaster Olga, bounty of 480 million berries. This is the name she has earned during this period. Most of her enemies died in false illusions, especially in large-scale battles. Affected by her ability, a large number of enemies killed each other in the instigation of illusions and eventually died in internal fighting. However, her surname Miskina was hidden, and this was not exposed. Hehe, this little girl has grown up. I still remember the first time she tried to kidnap me. Now that I think about it, She is really brave. Courage? She just didn't know anything at that time. If she knew your name at that time, she would probably stay away from you. Probably, but now that things have come to this, their name of the 3 disasters has been spread. The 3rd disaster has appeared. It's almost time for us to have a party, right? Chapter 228, Tutu Dog and Tattoo. Charlotte Katakuri, Sherlock Cracker, Phoenix Marco, Diamond George, the codders of the major pirate groups have become famous during this period, and young people in their 20s have begun to gain a foothold on the stage of the sea. Moreover, many people's names were made by stepping on the remnants of the Golden Lion. If you want to become famous on the sea, the simplest and most effective way is to pick an old senior and send him away. As long as you can defeat this opponent, a pirate can instantly go from obscurity to being known to the world. Of course, you must be prepared to pay a price for challenging these seniors. Crocodile and Moria both paid a huge price for this. There are more bounties than these. Captains of some affiliated pirate groups, as well as small codders such as Inalsabeth and Monderfesh are also on the bounty list. Judging from the photos, the photographers have been busy during this period. Except for a few people whose photos are ugly, most people's photos are taken very handsomely, and even their eyes are looking at the camera, which makes this organization a lot more mysterious. Kaido has planned to hold a banquet after the codders come back. Although the Beast's pirates also suffered casualties in this operation, he is not here to play house, and the actions of the living will not stop because of them. The companions on a ship will not be immersed in it after the commemoration. Yamato looked at the bounties thoughtfully. What's wrong? Are you interested in anything? Godfather, look at these people's tattoos, they look so cool. Tattoo culture is very popular among pirates. Tattooing the flag of your own pirate group on your body is a very basic behavior. Many pirates in the bounty order do so, such as the huge pattern on Marco's chest. It's obviously a bounty order, but those photographers forcibly filmed it as a talent show, which made Yamato interested in those tattoos. Do you want a tattoo too? Is it okay? Where do you want a tattoo? My arm. Okay, then I'll break your hand. Reality is very different from what Yamato thought. She seemed to have heard something terrible from Arceus. This is not in line with common sense. It stands to reason that only Kaido would say such words. Godfather, what did you say just now? I think I may have heard it wrong. You heard it right, girls have tattoos, I will cut you off wherever you get your tattoo. But they all have tattoos, father's whole arm is covered with tattoos. They are them, you are you are different. Oh. Yamato's tattoo plan was declared bankrupt before it was implemented, but seeing her lost look, Arceus thought of a compromise for her. It's impossible to tattoo, but you can use a painting in the future. But the painting looks completely different. I'm not asking you to draw, Tutu Dog. A special dog appeared in front of Yamato. This is a dog standing on 2 legs with a white body and brown eyes and ears. But its tail is very long, almost longer than its height, and it is being held by itself at this time. In his hand, there is a paintbrush at the end of his tail. The key point is that this Tutu Dog is female. This is an alternative tattoo artist prepared by Arceus for Yamato. Tutu dogs will secrete a special liquid from the front of their tails as their own painting pigments. The color of the pigment will change with Tutu dog's moods, which is generally controllable. A hat-like body structure has grown on the top of its head, which adds some artistic style to it. Wild Tutu dogs will use the pigment on their tails to circle their territory. In addition to painting like humans, they also have unique marks of Tutu dogs, with up to 5,000 kinds of paintings in various shapes. Because the pigment is secreted from the tail, it is very different from ordinary pigments when painted on the body. It is waterproof and not easy to fade, and Tutu dogs have their own way to eliminate it, so there is no need to worry about regretting it later. You can communicate with it yourself if you want to draw something, but if you dare to play for real, my words will still take effect. With the power of Evergreen, Yamato can communicate with Pokemon effortlessly and accurately convey his meaning. I know, foster father, but can you talk to my father and ask him to stop playing tennis? Don't worry, he's had enough of tennis. He was planning to switch to volleyball for you. The necessary training will definitely not stop, and the current training is not the strongest. According to Kaido's plan, the foundation of the physique has been laid, and what is being carried out during this time is basic training. When the training of domineering begins in 2 years, it is inevitable to be beaten. Being beaten is an unavoidable part of the training of domineering. Tennis and volleyball are still soft, but it may not be the case then. Hey, is that guy a mad dog? He keeps chasing me as soon as we meet. And Olga's ship is being overhauled. The navy she met is a little supermodel for her, and as the largest maritime violent group, the navy's large warships are faster than ordinary pirate ships. If Yinla's shape hadn't broken their rudder underwater, it would have been difficult for Olga and the others to get away. Big Sister, that's a new monster that has emerged in the navy in recent years. It seems to be called Sakaski. Sakaski, Borsellino, and Kuzan, the three of them have also frequently appeared in newspapers during this period. The navy is using this method to appease the members of the allied countries and prove their military strength to them. But the old woman's ability is still more troublesome. The illusion of the Big Sister has been seen through. Don't look down on her. That woman led the navy for an era together with Sengoku and Garp. Who would have thought that we would meet the two of them? We can escape thanks to the ability of the Big Sister. Quinn is at most difficult to fight, and Olga is really unlucky. She happened to meet Crane, who was carrying Sakaski on a mission. Who cares, I'll repair the ship and prepare to return to Wano country. It just so happens that other places have already ended. At the end of 1499, Olga and Jin's ships returned to Wano country one after another. The remaining territory of the Golden Lion has been divided up. The pattern of the New World has been roughly finalized, and there will be no large-scale conflicts in a short time. Only when some newcomers enter the New World will they cause trouble. In Wano country, the celebration banquet for the returning members and the New Year festival happened to coincide with each other. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The pirate group will not miss this kind of celebration, so Inagashima is more lively than Wano country. The specially made cannons were changed into salutes, and a variety of fireworks bloomed in the sky of Inagashima. Chapter 229, Almost Dolls and Flower Therapy Ring. The same celebration was held, but the fireworks in the sky of Inagashima were much more gorgeous than those in Wano country. This is because most of the fireworks craftsmen were attracted by the higher profits on Inagashima and made exclusive fireworks for them. Due to hundreds of years of isolation, fireworks making has also become a traditional craft. When a large number of fireworks craftsmen were attracted to Inagashima, there were naturally fewer left in Wano country. As the most important festival in Wano country, it lost to Inagashima in terms of liveliness. Several days of revelry made many pirates drunk, and a new plan was also proposed. In addition to the newly conquered territories and the dead, there are still many wounded people in the hands of the people who returned this time. Although there are top talents in both Western medicine and Chinese medicine in the beast pirates, there has always been a lack of systematic medical institutions. In addition, the beast pirates have been developing in Wano country for some time, and a large number of Pokemon have appeared in Wano country. They are not Arceus, and Pokemon themselves can also get sick. So a comprehensive hospital appeared in the Beiwu area, and there is a reason why it was not built on Inagashima. Inagashima is Kaido's territory. No one dares to make trouble here at present, so the probability of something happening on Inagashima is extremely low. A large number of Pokemon live in the mainland of Wano country, and the only safe entrance is also in Beiwu. If someone outside is injured, the first place to arrive will be there. And this hospital itself also has the purpose of winning people's hearts. There are top doctors on Inagashima, but they lack management, while Wano country lacks doctors. In a closed-door country, anything that needs to be learned is a secret. Generals and daimyo have sufficient medical resources, but ordinary people do not. The consultation fees of those famous doctors are very high. They serve the nobles and rarely take care of ordinary people. Ordinary people can't afford their consultation fees. Ahe's tea stall undertakes a certain amount of civilian medical work. She can't be said to be a professional doctor, but she knows some herbal knowledge. However, some diseases cannot be cured by herbal medicine, such as surgery, which is a fantasy in Wano country today. So ordinary people's lives, if you don't get sick, if you get a serious illness and the doctor you find is not good enough, then death is common, not to mention some scammers pretending to be traveling doctors. Although Wano country is closed to the outside world, the population is over 1 million, and the connection between the 6 townships is not particularly close, so some scammers are not uncommon. At this time, the emergence of a medical institution is enough to change the living conditions of most people, but it is not free. After all, free medical care is for members of the beast pirates, and it can also add an internal benefit to Kojiro's business. But for ordinary citizens, charging is inevitable, and parity is already the limit. Well, Lord Arceus, Kojiro has found a good venue in Beiwu, but we don't have enough manpower. Although dozens of people have been transferred from other territories, it is not enough to maintain the operation of the hospital. Nakin and I have our own things to do, and it is impossible for us to be responsible for that hospital. The best surgeon on Onigashima is still Quinn, who is reporting on the progress of the hospital. Doctors have always been a scarce resource on the sea. No matter whether it is pirates or the navy, they cannot avoid life and death struggles. Even if there is no war, there will be various difficult and complicated diseases. Excellent doctors are the second life. There are doctors in the territory of the beasts, but they all have to deal with medical matters on the main island. Some people don't like to work outside, so only a few dozen people are transferred. Let Kojiro recruit nurses from Wano country, and then recruit some local doctors from various villages to teach slowly. It is enough to have these dozens of people as leaders. In terms of the situation in Wano country, the local barefoot doctors are enough to face the situation in Wano country after training. There is another problem, Lord Saint Beast, the Pokemon you created, no one understands why they get sick. How should they be treated? Even if the veterinarian does not understand the reason why Pokemon get sick, so far, the problem of Pokemon getting sick can only be solved by Arceus. It is not possible to popularize Pokemon knowledge in a short period of time, so Arceus changed a method. Don't worry about that. They naturally have their own doctors, and they can help the doctors with their work. Chabu. Hey. Lakey. These will be the doctors' companions in the future. Let the doctors get familiar with them. Pokemon problems can be handed over to them, and of course people can be handed over. Arceus was already prepared for similar questions. 20 or 60 new Pokemon of each type came out from behind him. Is this the Chansilver egg next to Miss Yamato? Shayna recognized the Chansilver egg, but there are many new Pokemon here besides the Chansilver egg. They are originally very suitable to be the doctor's assistants. These are the Almost Dolls. Chabu. The Almost Dolls are general Pokemon. In some areas, they have replaced Chansilver Egg and Happy Egg and become the new assistants of the Pokemon Center. Compared to the appearance of an egg, their image is more three-dimensional, resembling strange beastmen with white fluffy tails behind them. The overall color is pink and beige, with sea blue eyes and wavy ears on both sides of the head. These long ears are their main means of assisting people in treatment activities. The perception of the ears is very strong. For them, these ears are like radars. If they want, they can even hear the sound of a small stone rolling 2 kilometers away. They use their ears as stethoscopes, and can understand the physical condition and emotions of the other party through the sound of the heartbeat. They are kind-hearted and are also good partners for doctors. These flying ones are flower therapy rings. Although they can't diagnose other people's illnesses like the Almost Dolls, they also have their own advantages. Hey! Flower Therapy Ring, a fairy-type Pokemon. The main body of Flower Therapy Ring is not very big. It looks like a flying fruit with a flowing hairstyle. Light green is its main color, but they look a little uneasy. Where are the flowers I asked you to prepare? Bring them here. Yes, where are the people? Bring the things in. Quinn shouted to the outside, and a bunch of pirates holding flower pots came in. They were ordered to pick flowers early this morning. Although they didn't know why, they just followed the order. Now all kinds of wild flowers have been brought back by them. Hey hey! The flower therapy ring happily flew to the flower pot and started picking flowers. Soon each flower therapy ring had an extra wreath in their hands. This is their nature. Chapter 230, The Beast Pokemon Center is open for business. The flower therapy ring will extend a sticky vine from the hair-like thing on its head and grab it in its hand, and then decorate the vine with the picked flowers. Its vines are rich in nutrients, and the flowers decorated on them will be activated and bloom very brightly. After picking flowers, it will often carry these flowers, and will feel uneasy without flowers. The newly created flower therapy rings have no flowers, which is why they are uneasy. These animated flowers are the reason they act as medical assistants, and the fragrance from the petals can heal others. If you soak the flowers attached to the vines in the bathtub, they can have a soothing effect while taking a bath. Since each flower therapy ring has different preferences, they will pick different flowers, so the fragrance they emit is also different. Those pirates who brought flower pots received a wreath, which is also the habit of the flower therapy ring, and they will give the other party a wreath made of the flowers they picked. Dozens of doctors plus them, plus local nurses, the hospital should be operational now, take them there. I understand, Lord Saint Beast, but do you want to give the hospital a name? Name? Just call it the Beast Pokemon Center. Originally, the institution's treatment targets were both Pokemon and the civilians of Wano Country, and the role of the Pokemon Center was not just to treat Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, the registered trainer's food and accommodation, as well as personal medical problems can be solved at the Pokemon Center, which originally bears some of the responsibilities of a hospital. Although the name plus the beast will give people the feeling of a veterinary hospital, it doesn't really matter. The preparations for the Hakumaya District Hospital have been completed. Kojiro bought a large piece of vacant land and nearby houses. Although it will take a lot of time to build the hospital, the accommodation problem has been solved. In the sea off Wano Country, a ship flying the beast flag also approached here. Everyone, you are tired from the journey. We are about to reach our final destination. Please pack your luggage. A female pirate shouted to the people on the ship. This is the ship to pick up the doctors. Kaido directly pulled out the Beast King. This main ship can meet the requirements of this operation in terms of deterrence and tonnage. Although there are only dozens of doctors, their families also came with them. The transportation on the sea is not convenient, and there is no fixed route in Wano Country. The beast pirates cannot open a route specifically for a few people to go home, not to mention that these people come from various islands in the territory. One route is not enough. So in the end, they moved directly to a new home. In addition to the doctors themselves, their families were also brought over. Some doctors also brought their assistants and familiar nurses. They also had families. There were as many as 700 to 800 people with their families. In addition to people, there are also some large medical equipment. Although Wano Country's military industry is excellent, their manufacturing industry is obviously a bit skewed. Such equipment can only be shipped back from overseas. If they sent a small boat, they might not be able to accommodate all of them. Although the sailing distance was not short, no one complained under the temptation of high salary. They lived in the territory of the beasts, so changing an island did not affect them much. The route they sailed was the hinterland of the beasts' territory, so they did not encounter any danger. The group arrived at Wano Country smoothly, and each of them was assigned their own house, which was also one of the conditions for their migration. This will be your workplace in the future. In addition, these are your assistants, who can help you treat patients. Their family members were cleaning up the house, and the doctors came to the temporary workplace and saw Jigglypuff, Flower Therapy Ring and the Almost Dolls. After getting along with Pokemon for a long time, you can understand what they mean, but these new doctors obviously can't. But now is the running in stage, and the running in is the cooperation between these doctors and Pokemon. Hearing that their assistants are these strange creatures, many doctors have strange expressions, and finally the oldest doctor came out. Everyone, I'd like to ask, how can these creatures help us? Can they make children happy? It's okay, it's understandable since you are seeing them for the first time, Almost Doll, you can prove it. But you should be careful when you speak, they can understand human language. It was Zeraora who brought them here to facilitate communication, because some Pokemon's expressions were not happy about the doctor's questioning. Chabu Chabu Chabu. An Almost Doll put its ear on his chest and said its diagnosis. It said that your heart rate is not very good, you have chronic heart disease, and you have a stent, and you are not in a good mood now. Zeraora translated the Almost Doll's words for him, which shocked the old doctor. Can you give it a try? A nurse next to him also came over when she saw this. Of course, Almost Doll didn't mind and gave her a diagnosis directly. Chabu. It said that you are in good health, but you are pregnant, and the fetus is about 4 weeks old. The nurse counted the date with her fingers, and then touched her lower abdomen with some shock. She was not sure whether she was pregnant or not, but she had sex with her husband recently on that day, and then she boarded the ship and moved to Wano Country. There was no such thing on the ship. Well, the ability has been proved. This is the ability of the Almost Doll. The 3 Pokemon have different abilities. Before the hospital is built, all you have to do is get along with them well. They are easy to communicate with. After a long time, you will be able to understand what they say. After proving the ability of the Almost Doll, Zeraora left here, and the rest was left to them. As for the safety of Pokemon, it's not that Zeraora looked down on them, these doctors are really not as good as Chandler and Almost Doll. However, after what happened today, the word Pokemon also entered the minds of these doctors. Almost Doll used its ears to do what they could only do with precision instruments. Almost Doll, Chandler, and Flower Therapy Ring are all Pokemon that are close to humans. Although the doctors were suspicious of them at first, they didn't care about it. The doctors also saw their abilities. After accepting the concept of Pokemon, they gradually became familiar with each other. At the same time, the construction team on the open space next to it was also busy, but they were not the craftsmen of Wano Country, but the construction team of the Beasts Pirates themselves. They were building this hospital according to the standards of building fortifications. Chapter 231, The Cow Born from an Egg and Nicole Olivia. There are many craftsmen in Wano Country, although they are better at wooden structures, they can also do bricks and steel bars. However, other factors were taken into consideration when building this hospital, so they arranged their own people to build it. Mainly for speed, this construction team was originally located on a mechanical island, with all kinds of large equipment, which is much faster than pure manpower. The hospital is under construction, and the Kentaro family in the July area is also very excited. Kentaro, run slower. Come on, Grandpa, Moo is going to have a baby. The Moo he mentioned is the big milk can that he usually milks. After a few years, he has become a half-grown boy, and he has become familiar with the big milk can. Most of the people living in Dawan Farm are like this. There is no male milk can, and there is no female Kentaro, so these two cattle Pokemon can mate, and the race of the offspring is a 50% random probability. The male is Kentaro, and the female is milk can. It is very easy to tell whether a big milk can is pregnant. The milk of a big milk can during pregnancy and lactation will taste better. If the milk of a big milk can suddenly tastes better, it means that it is pregnant. Big milk cans are different from ordinary cows. They can express their meanings, so Kentaro knows that it is about to give birth. For farmers, cow pregnancy is a big deal, whether it is a working cow or a dairy cow, it is worth paying attention to. Don't worry, Kentaro, it's not dangerous for a cow to give birth to a calf, and there is no one in July who is better at delivering cows than me. Amu will be fine. When he arrived at the grassland where he usually grazes, he was more determined to believe that this big milk can would give birth smoothly soon, but what happened next completely shattered his three views. Because the big milk can did not give birth to a calf, but an egg. Grandpa, didn't you say that cows give birth to calves directly? Yes, eyes. But Moo laid an egg, didn't he? Yes, right. So cows are actually hatched from eggs? Yes, no. This cow is different. That's right, this is not an ordinary cow, so it's normal to be different. Yes, it must be like this. The fact that cows lay eggs dealt him a big blow, and the concept formed over decades was directly broken. This is the most basic reproduction method of Pokemon, oviparous, but the eggs are big and small. Magikarp's eggs are much smaller, after all, the offspring also depends on the size. However, the Wajiho bred by Kentaro and ordinary cattle are normal live births, and only pure Pokemon are oviparous. Although Kentaro's grandfather claimed to have taken care of countless calves, he really had never taken care of eggs laid by cows, and that big milk tank didn't seem to have the intention of hatching eggs, which made them not know what to do for a while. The pirates of the beasts happened to pass by and took the egg to the Pokemon Center after seeing it. The GG was very good at this kind of thing. The year 1500 had come to the New Year celebration. On the first day of the year, Roger's posthumous son Ace was born, but because of the long pregnancy, Luju died directly after giving birth. After all, humans are one of the few creatures that are born early to protect their mothers, and Ace was taken away by Garp and then handed over to the bandit Dodden in his hometown to raise. The people of the Beasts Pirates also continued their previous work after recuperation and adjustment, searching for stone slabs and materials for making pure gold that may exist on the Teiku Island. Most of the cotters can already take charge of their own affairs, and even Olga has the ability to lead the team. Although she ran away, her escape from the pursuit of Sakaski and Crane also shows her ability. According to some information, Olga's shadow fox appeared on a Teiku Island in the West Sea. It is easier to go to the West Sea and the North Sea from the New World. You can get there directly by crossing the Calm Belt. Crossing the Calm Belt is a very dangerous thing. If you don't have enough strength, you are gambling with your life. However, this is not difficult for the Beasts Pirates. By embedding sea stone on the bottom of the ship, you can avoid the Sea Kings. Arceus has told Kaido about this a long time ago. And there are large sea stone mines in Wano Country. The Beasts Pirates occupying Wano Country have no shortage of sea stone, so the Cotter's ships have already been embedded with sea stone. It is very easy for the beasts' pirates to go to the West Sea and the North Sea. Most of the territories of the beasts in the New World have been explored, and now the new direction of exploration is here. Olga's ship also serves as the archaeological team of the beasts' pirates. She and Archie are two living ancient people. They are definitely the most familiar with the ancient times. And Archie himself is a scumbag, the kind that Kaido can't save. His current strength is at most a little stronger than the miscellaneous soldiers, so the matter was handed over to Olga. Exploring the ruins is also a dangerous activity. Not only are there dangers on the road, but the poisonous insects and fierce beasts on the island and the mechanisms in the ruins are also big problems. After passing through the doldrums, the record pointer is no longer necessary. You can reach your destination by relying on the sea chart. After a period of sailing, they arrived at the island and began to explore. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. The pirate flag of the New World of Beasts allowed them to avoid many unnecessary battles. After arriving at the West Sea, she ordered her men to take down the pirate flag and replace it with an ordinary sail. The environment of the Four Seas is much more stable than the Grand Line, and there are few knowledgeable people. Even if the flag is hung, they may not recognize it. Hanging a pirate flag anywhere will only cause trouble for yourself. In order to prevent, she changed her flag after arriving at the West Sea. Ships are the main means of transportation in this world. Even if the Navy has patrol ships, it is impossible to check all the ships it encounters. After dealing with a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a building that looks like an ancient ruin also appeared in front of her. Sister Olga, is this the target this time? It should be here. Yin Elizabeth, is there anything dangerous? The eyes of the thousand-face chameleon can see many things that humans cannot see, and Yin Elizabeth is her most reliable observer. There is no ruins, but there is over there. Yin Elizabeth pointed her finger at the forest on the other side, and could clearly perceive that the treetops over there were shaking, and then a dozen people ran out of it, and then a 3-story-high lion rushed out of it. Why are there lions in the forest? Why do lions grow so big? They were not afraid of the lion, and they still had the mind to comment on it, but those who were chased were different. These people are also archaeologists, and they are from the expedition team led by Nicole Alvia from O'Hara. Chapter 232, News about the Historian and the Ammonite. I'm so annoyed. Why are the things on the Teiku Island so big? By the way, his is the West Sea. Why is there a Teiku Island in the West Sea? Looking at the giant lion, Olga couldn't help but complain. Although the islands on the Grand Line have different environments, the Four Seas are relatively stable, and the Teiku Island that appears in the Four Seas is still very rare. Sister, who can tell what's on the sea, but can you please deal with that guy first? It's rushing towards us. Compared to Olga's calmness, her subordinates are different. The size is always a huge deterrent to ordinary people. The monster-like lion is just a nuisance to them. But they were born in the New World and knew that this kind of creature would not be difficult for Olga, so they didn't run away. Don't worry, this guy should be the overlord of the island, right? I hope it can save people's trouble. The fierce beasts living on Teiku Island are a trouble for them. The scope of their exploration is the entire island. The easiest way to save trouble is to tame the overlord of this island. The social relationship of wild beasts, as long as the strongest one is defeated, the rest will most likely be obedient. Olga jumped into the air and spit a wave of evil at the lion. The lion did not expect that those creatures that looked like snacks would resist. It itself was just relying on its size to bully on the island. A wave of evil and a look of fear instantly made the lion obedient. And this also made all the people who were chased by it stop. Hey, we are saved, thank you. These people's physical strength seems to be good. It is their ability to be chased by this lion for so long. The leader was a white-haired woman, Nicole Alvia, who was born in O'Hara, the famous island of omniscience in the West Sea. O'Hara is a world-famous archaeological sanctuary. The Book of Omniscience on the island stores countless precious texts. The island gathers historians from almost all over the world. They study history, and when it comes to history, they cannot avoid the historical texts. The things recorded on it are of great attraction to those who study history. 6 years ago, Alvia led O'Hara's expedition team to find the historical texts. At that time, the historical texts were scattered all over the world, and they also existed in the West Sea. O'Hara's expedition ship found one ruin after another, and finally came to this unknown ancient island along the map in a ruin. Then they also encountered the biggest crisis in the exploration process, the ancient creatures and the exaggerated beasts. But Olga didn't care about them. She was more interested in this lion now. Yin Elizabeth. What did it say? It said it didn't accept. Then came Olga's lion training activity. After being beaten up, the lion finally lost the intention to resist and gave up the stubborn behavior, and lay down obediently. During this time, O'Hara's expedition team could only wait on the side. They were a real expedition team. A group of people brought at most 2 machetes, which were not for self-defense, but for clearing the way in the mountains and forests. In their opinion, they were not pirates, but just doing archaeology. The 4 seas were mainly under the management of the world government, so they didn't need to carry too many weapons. When encountering a naval search team, it was easy to tell that there were a lot of weapons on the ship. But Olga's manpower was different. Although they came out for archaeology, they were still pirates, armed to the teeth with long guns and short guns. Who are you? We are O'Hara's expedition team. I'm Nicole Olivia, the leader of this team. Who are you? We are here for archaeology as well. Actually, we are in the same industry. By the way, have you seen this kind of plant? Although each country has its own ID, no one will write their occupation on the ID. Generally speaking, as long as you don't shout that you are a pirate on the street, no one will care if you are not recognized. Olga didn't want to cause trouble. She thought Monderfesh was right. Why bother yourself when you can complete the task simply? So she took out the target she was looking for. Aren't these extinct plants? After taking Olga's drawings, Olivia handed them to someone next to her. Although O'Hara is a holy place for archaeology, generalists are still more or less. Paleontology, ancient writing, ancient politics. Everyone has their own specialty. Just now, there was a person who specialized in ancient plants. He came to the conclusion with just one glance. Some of the plants were certified extinct by him. It can be said that he is an authority in this field. It is because they are extinct that we come to Taigu Island to look for them. We just landed on the island and haven't noticed these things. Forget it. Hey, you guys, haven't you opened the door to the ruins yet? Originally, their goal was to find it by themselves. Now it is normal to ask when they meet. Then she looked at the pirates who were tinkering with the ruins. No, sister, this broken door is too heavy. Why don't we just blow it up directly? And this sentence seemed to touch the nerves of these archaeologists. Several people looked at him with an incredible look. Are you crazy? This is a relic left over from who knows how many years ago. How can it be blown up? Who are you? They are pirates. They will not obey orders from strangers. Even if these people want to stop them, if Olga gives the order to blow it up, they will still do it. Sister, what should we do? Can you open that door? If not, we will resort to violence. At this point, Olivia and the others can certainly see that these people are not archaeologists, at least not pure archaeologists. Archaeologists cannot destroy the ruins like this. Yes, but please don't use destructive things. The treasures are yours. We aim to explore history. She knew very well that she and her men could not stop the other party. Instead of increasing the damage, it would be better to help them and reduce the loss of the ruins. In Olivia's view, Olga is a treasure hunter. While Olga was still doing archaeology here, the Ammonite of Wano country suddenly woke up. It noticed a very heavy news. Quinn. Big news, prepare to record. What news is this time? I haven't finished my research yet, so there's no rush for CP0. No, it's not CP0, it's the Demon Slayer Order. Chapter 233, Godfather, Save Me. Ever since Ammon surrendered to repay his life-saving grace, he has been diligently collecting information from his Den Mushi relatives. Through his chatting with his fellow tribesmen over the years, he has expanded a small network of relationships. Non-working Den Mushi will also exchange information with each other. For them, this is the same as a family meeting, and in this meeting, the word Demon Slayer Order is the top priority. Because the launch of the Demon Slayer Order is closely related to two types of Den Mushi, the Golden Den Mushi and the Silver Den Mushi. The Golden Den Mushi is a special signal transmitter for launching the Demon Slayer Order. It is a very valuable type among Den Mushi. Ordinary Den Mushi will also discuss things related to them on weekdays. The Silver Den Mushi will only receive the radio waves of the Golden Den Mushi and sound an alarm. It is a relatively old Den Mushi and is also an elder among Den Mushi. Whenever there is a topic related to the Demon Slayer Order, These two den mushi cannot be avoided. Although they will not be used for communication, they will also be tested to see if they can operate normally. This signal is a beacon in the dark night for den mushi, which is extremely bright. So Ammonite keenly captured the information and successfully eavesdropped on the den mushi of the government department. The previous Demon Slayer order of Barrett was not launched through communication, but directly, so he did not detect the news. But this time is different. The world government has repeatedly discussed whether to launch the Demon Slayer order, and he got the news from a relative. After all, the Demon Slayer order requires a powerful force composed of 10 warships and 5 vice-admirals of the navy, so some things should be cautious. O'Hara. Demon Slayer order. Destroy everything, must not expose. The den mushi read out the news he had found to Quinn one after another. This is really big news. In Onigashima, Yamato is still struggling with different balls, tennis, volleyball, football, and now upgraded to dodgeball, and the difficulty is also rising. Yamato, the rules of the game have changed from now on. You have to judge whether this ball can hit you, and then dodge. If you dodge a ball that would not hit you, you know the result. But as soon as Kaido threw the ball, Quinn rushed in. Brother Kaido, Lord Arceus, the world government has made a big move. What greeted him was the rubber ball thrown by Kaido. He felt a very sour feeling when the rubber ball hit his face. Big news? What have they done again? It's the Demon Slayer order. They seem to be planning to directly wipe out O'Hara Island in the West Sea. Quinn covered his nose and handed over the information that Ammonite had eavesdropped on. Kaido threw the ball with the strength that hurt Yamato. This strength would not have much impact on Quinn except for a little soreness. A little nosebleed is not a big deal for the dignified plague. O'Hara? What place is that? Kaido didn't understand this term. There were countless islands in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. It was impossible for him to remember the names of all the islands. Even though O'Hara was a holy place for history, Kaido was not interested in history. O'Hara, the island of history, if you want to understand the information in the historical texts, O'Hara is an important part. I almost forgot about this matter. The internal affairs of the beasts pirates, the development of Pokemon, and teaching children to find stone tablets, some unimportant things will naturally be thrown behind, but such things will not be forgotten, and some key words will be remembered. The text of the historical text is not circulated, even for Olga and Assi, it is an ancient text. There are only 2 types of people who can translate the historical text. The direct descendants of the Kojiki family and the scholars of O'Hara. Needless to say, the Kojiki family, those stubborn people will not help them translate the historical text, so the only channel is the scholars of O'Hara. Usually those scholars may not accept the invitation of the pirates, but it is different now. The demon killing order means the government's erasure. These historians have committed a taboo of the world government. If they want to continue to study the history in their hearts, then the beast pirates are the only chance. Either take their documents and disappear forever, or leave with the beasts. There is no third way. There are not many people who can eavesdrop on the secrets of the world government, and even fewer who are capable of getting people away from the demon killing order. They may not be afraid of death, but their death means that many things will disappear forever. For them who want to record history, this is unbearable. Have you started the action? Not yet, we are still planning. It will take at least half a month before we start. Olga is in the West Sea. What should we do? Her ability is suitable, but she can't do it alone. Kaido, I'm going to the West Sea. 10 warships and 5 vice-admirals are not something Olga can handle. Although he didn't plan to confront the Demon Slayer order head-on, he had to make a plan. The goal of going there is to rescue people, not to sacrifice his own people. You go? Or I will go. It's faster to fly there. No need. It won't take long to cross the doldrums, and I don't want to see news like Kaido fights the Demon Slayer order and kidnaps illegal scholars in future newspapers. If Kaido goes there, then this kind of news will most likely be the headlines of future newspapers. And those people who study history should have a lot of knowledge about ancient relics. Maybe there will be new discoveries. This trip is nothing. Then I'll leave it to you. It's just right to train Yamato more these few days. As he was talking, Kaido found that Yamato was gone. She was now lying on the ground hugging Arceus' legs. Godfather, take me with you, Godfather. If you leave me here alone, you won't see me again in the future. She just poked the ball that hit Quinn's face and found that it was actually a solid rubber ball. Even if it was a hollow volleyball that hit her, she felt half dead. If this solid ball. And with Arceus, Kaido's training would be more restrained. It was just devilish training. Without Arceus, the training difficulty would be death purgatory level. She heard Quinn say half a month, so it would be a month to go back and forth. In a month she felt that she would definitely die in Kaido's hands. And the only one who could save her on the entire Ghost Island was Arceus. She had to seize the last chance before this life-saving straw left. Godfather, you don't want to never see me again after you come back, do you? The intensity of my training will definitely kill people, it will. What nonsense are you talking about? At most, I will beat you half to death. Don't be afraid, you won't die. Godfather, you heard me, I don't want that, save me. Chapter 234, Sorrow and Sengoku. What nonsense are you talking about, Yamato? This is your daily training, and I left you some rest time. Is resting once every 3 months called rest? The last time I rested was during the Chinese New Year. Godfather, I haven't left Wano country for a long time. Take me with you this time, please. Yamato hugged Arceus' legs like a sloth. She didn't want to stay here alone to face Kaido's training. She has now learned to act like a spoiled child, looking at Arceus with tears in her eyes. Kaido, how about I take her to see it, just in time for her to understand the firepower of the Navy. As for the training, I will do it for her on the ship. He was not going to stop the Demon Slayer order. He did not intend to do anything that would not benefit him at all. The world government could no longer tolerate the existence of those historians, so it mobilized the Demon Slayer order. Since the establishment of the world government, the only person who has not died under the Demon Slayer order is Barrett. Any ordinary creatures left on the island will be directly annihilated under the powerful firepower. The refuge ship arranged by the government is their only way out. During the period of firepower coverage, the Navy and the world government will not enter that area. As long as the people inside are taken away during this period of time, no one knows where those scholars have gone. The firepower of the Demon Slayer order is enough to flatten an island by 3 meters. It is the most normal thing to leave no body under this firepower. It's up to you, but Yamato, if you go this time, the difficulty of training will increase after you come back. Have you really thought about it? After hearing Kaido's remarks, Yamato thought for a few seconds and still insisted on participating in this operation. She roughly estimated that even if the difficulty increased, it would not be too fatal with Arceus. If she didn't go, she would probably spend every night in the hospital. The Origin was towed out of the dock again. Within an hour, Onigashima completed the ship's sailing preparations, and Olga, who was far away in the West Sea, also received new instructions. Her own Den Mushi had just been left on the ship, so it was the pirates who stayed on the ship who came to report the news. Sister Olga, an order from Onigashima. Onigashima? Why is there an order at this time? It's an emergency operation. Lord Arceus personally issued an order for us to go to the sea area and wait. But things here are not over yet. Lord Arceus people said that we can ignore the things here for now, and we have to reach the target sea area within 10 days. He took out the prepared sea chart and pointed to the target area. If they want to rush there within the specified time, they can't delay any longer. Got it, everyone returned to the ship. Get ready to set sail. After receiving the order, Olga took the pirates away from the ruins directly, and drove away the big lion by the way. She was not interested in what would happen to O'Hara's archaeological team later. In order to pass through the doldrums, the Shadow Fox was originally driven by both sails and outer wheels. At this time, it was sailing at full speed towards its target sea area. Their goal was to meet with the Origin there and then wait for the next instructions. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, Olga activated her ability after the ship started. Now from a distance, the location where the Shadow Fox was sailing was empty, just a ghost ship. O'Hara's expedition team also ended their investigation after a while and left the island. Their news was not as well informed as the Beast Pirates, so they encountered trouble shortly after leaving the island, and were chased by the Navy. This is not the first time. The Navy has been capturing historical exploration ships according to the instructions of the world government. In the past, they have shaken off warships, but this time is different. This is not an ordinary patrol ship from the Four Seas, but a large warship from the headquarters. After they showed no intention of stopping, the ship's guns also directly bombarded them. Their ship was not built for fighting. Under the bombardment of the headquarters firepower ship, it was directly paralyzed on the sea. Stop! Who told you to fire? Isn't it enough to get close to them and capture them alive? Their ship can't run away. Seeing his navy directly firing, the giant on the ship showed an unhappy look. He was the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Haguval D. Soro. Because of the special combat power of the giants, all the giants who joined the Navy were of the rank of Lieutenant General. He was the commander of this ship. But Vice Admiral, they escaped. They are not vicious pirates, just a group of weak scholars. Can't you even deal with them? But the incident had already happened, and he did not make things difficult for his soldiers. He just arranged for people to investigate the situation on the ship. He was the highest commander on the ship. Logically, his soldiers would not disobey his orders, but this time was different. The instructions from the upper level allowed direct killing, so some soldiers fired without asking for permission, which was not considered a violation of discipline. This was also what Soro did not understand. He had executed similar orders several times, and he did not understand why those scholars had to die. Vice Admiral Soro, there is a survivor on the ship. There were a total of 34 scholars in the expedition team, 33 of whom died in the bombardment. Nicole Olivia became the only survivor and was detained in a branch of the West Sea under Soro's custody. And here, Soro met an unexpected person. General Sengoku, why are you here? Are there any pirates that need your personal help? It is rare for the Navy to have a general appear in the four seas. The last time a general entered the four seas was because of the Ajan Occupation Branch incident. The world government's secret mission, after discussion, decided to launch a demon-killing order against O'Hara, and you are one of the 5 vice admirals in charge of the action. But General, they are just a group of scholars. Is it necessary to kill them all like this? So far, I have arrested 6 teams of scholars. None of them are extremely evil. They are just curious about history. If it is really that dangerous, wouldn't it be better to let the world government participate in the research together? This way, we can explore the truth and prevent accidents. So far, we have killed many scholars and launched the demon-killing order. Please tell me the reason for their death penalty. He hoped to get an explanation from Sengoku, but Sengoku didn't want to explain anything. Soro, are you questioning the order of the world government? This is an order, and all you have to do is execute it. He said, feeding the document in his hand to his little goat. Yes. Although he agreed, Sengoku's answer did not make Soro feel relieved, so he came to the prison in the name of torture and found Nicole Olivia. Chapter 235, We should follow the process when doing things. Oh no. Vice Admiral Soro has defected. He also kidnapped Nicole Olivia. Although the huge size of the giants will cause many inconveniences, it is also convenient. For example, when he took Olivia away, he just held her in his hand, and no one noticed that Olivia was taken out by him. When they found out, he had already robbed 2 ships and left the branch. If he was found in the branch, there would be no possibility of success for him with Sengoku guarding there. After all, no matter what the order of the world government is, Sengoku will choose to accept and complete it in the end, even if this matter is not to his liking. And Sengoku, who knew about this, immediately sent out pursuers. Soro knew the detailed plan, and it would be a big trouble for him to leave like this. Soro, you can't return to the Navy now, right? It doesn't matter. I've doubted the justice of the Navy since the operation began. Maybe this is in line with their laws, but it's too cruel. This is not the justice I recognize. I didn't plan to continue doing this anyway, and now I can just go home. As long as he can return to his hometown, he won't be afraid of anything. Although he is not from Elbaf, but the several giant countries in the world are closely connected. Due to the giants' own military power, they also have an agreement with the world government. Giant warriors can join the Navy, and the Navy can arrest giants who violate the rules in the open sea, but they cannot take action within the borders of the giant countries. Okay, let's part ways. It should be too late for you to go back and inform them to escape now. Come on, hee. Accompanied by a devilish laugh, Soro and Olivia parted ways, and Soro also had to face the pursuit from his former colleagues. He had already seen the shadows of those pursuers. At the same time, Olga was approaching the rendezvous point, and the origin had already passed through the doldrums, and Yamato's voyage this time was not as pleasant as before. Although Arceus did not make any killer tennis balls, he had electric balls. Currently, 3 electric balls are surrounding Yamato under the control of Arceus. The irregular, non-targeted, and completely random attacks have caused Yamato a lot of pain. The amount of electricity in the electric balls can be controlled, so being attacked is only temporarily paralyzed. Godfather, you were led astray by your father. You were not like this before. This time, I am really doing this for your own good. My electric ball will only make you feel numb. The enemy's attack will not be so simple. A few days later, the Origin and the Shadow Fox met at the scheduled location. This is a crescent-shaped island. At this time, both ships are in the crescent-shaped harbor. The large number of plants spawned by Arceus cover the hull. If you don't look closely, the two ships have already merged with the island. Olga, how large an area can your fantasy cover now? With me as the center, it's about a spherical space of 200 meters. What's wrong, Lord Arceus? What's the mission of this operation? Go to another island to take some people away. The process is not difficult, but you have to keep your illusion. Is there a problem? As long as there is no fierce battle with others, my illusion can be maintained. That's no problem. Your only goal is to maintain the illusion. You don't have to consider anything else. He selected some elites and flew away with them, while the task of others was to stay here and not expose themselves. Under the barrier of the illusion, the people of the Beast Pirates flew silently towards O'Hara. The warships responsible for executing the Demon Slayer order are approaching O'Hara one after another, but at this moment, CP9's Commander Spandine has arrived in O'Hara. Of course, the world government must send more trusted people for this operation. The previous defection of Sorrow made the world government doubt the execution of the navy. Quick, quick, quick! Capture all the scholars on the island. Whether you can get a promotion depends on this. Under Spandine's order, a group of agents in suits rushed down from the ship and surrounded the Tree of All Knowledge on the island. The voice of the world government officials also sounded on the island's radio. Notice to all townspeople that all the scholars on this island are suspected of attempting to destroy the world. A large-scale search will be carried out throughout the island. Unrelated personnel should immediately bring their documents to the refuge ship on the west coast to gather. The launch of the demon-killing order will not be told to everyone openly. This method is already hinting at the next action. As for the fixed assets owned by the residents on the island, those are not what they need to consider. Letting people take refuge is the limit of what they can do. Some people don't want to leave, but they finally compromise under the threat of taking the consequences. At this time, Olivia, who returned here with the help of Sorrow, was confronting Spandine. She shot at Spandine's sleeves, wanting him to put all the blame on herself. However, her idea seemed naive to Spandine. Olivia, don't be naive. Do you think the world government attacked O'Hara because you were arrested? You got the order wrong. The order was issued before you were arrested. You are at most a fuse. In the past 6 years, the world government has arrested countless people who want to explore history all over the world. We already have 100% evidence to prove that all this is related to O'Hara. Of course, it doesn't matter even if there is no evidence. Who makes O'Hara a holy place for archaeology? Only by destroying this place can those archaeologists understand the seriousness of the matter and know that exploring that space is not a good idea. What is the end of Bai's 100 years? You people have really lived enough. You don't explore such a long history, but you have to dwell on those 100 years. All this is your own fault. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. That's right, we don't need evidence, because the order has been issued, but we are not pirates, we are the world government, and we still have to follow some procedures. Let's do it. The agents behind him easily reached Olivia according to Spandine's instructions. In the Tree of All Knowledge, all the scholars were captured by the agents and taken to the open space in front of the tree. After a detailed search, they also confirmed that there was no one in the Tree of All Knowledge, but when they left here, there were dozens of figures inside. Sister Olga's illusion is still so useful. They didn't notice us even when we were right in front of them. Lord Arceus, what should we do next? First, make a copy of the historical text, pack up these books, and then wait for the Navy's signal. Chapter 236, Planetarium, the Taboo of the World Government. The reason why these people were brought here is to let them move the books. O'Hara is a treasure land that collects precious documents from all over the world. These things are invaluable. It would be a pity to destroy it in the war or be banned by the world government. There may be a lot of useful things in it, and the accumulation of mankind for hundreds of years is still very meaningful. Although there are a lot of books here, it is impossible for normal people to move so many books, but the people who come here are all elite pirates fighting in the new world. They have the physique of ants per person, and it is not difficult for them to carry a book box that is 4 or 5 meters high and several times their own weight. However, looking at the books piled up in the grooves of the wall, many of them shed a drop of cold sweat. It turns out that the reason why Arceus wants elites is because of this. Don't stand there stupidly, work quickly. Those books will not run into the bag by themselves, so a group of pirates work very busy. Yamato, who came to join in the fun, looked at the planetarium in the middle. Godfather, what is this? This is where we live now. These are planets. The one in the middle is a star, which is the sun in the sky. Our current position should be here. An energy arm rotated the planetarium, probably pointing to the location of the West Sea. Hey! Do we live on a ball? Yes, a very big ball. You can ask Athi or Quinn for details when you go back, or you can find a doctor to help you answer your questions later. He can roughly answer some basic questions, but he can't explain it clearly if you ask him again. However, it's not so easy to stop once curiosity is aroused. Wait, Godfather, there are so many balls here, so are the other balls also the sea? I don't know, but you can go and see it yourself when you grow up. It's not difficult to survive in outer space with the power of a mythical beast. In this day and age, who doesn't have the ability to fly except Groudon? Now this honor has been returned to Groudon. With his power gradually restored, flying is no longer a problem for him. If he can't fly, Groudon will do the trick. And there are star pirates in this world, so it's not a bad idea to use the starry sky as a future journey. Take down this planetarium and take it with you. If you have anything you like, you can do whatever you like. Got it. There are still some things here that look very valuable. Compared with those books, these pirates still prefer these real things. As for whether it is a bad idea to do so, this place will be destroyed in the artillery fire sooner or later, and it would be a waste if we don't take it now. And the planetarium looks very standard, and it would be troublesome to make another one. It's just right to move it back as a teaching aid for Yamato in the future. Ordinary people may not know that if you say such things in Wano, you will be regarded as crazy, but these world-famous doctors know it very well. The birth of the planet is also part of their history. Satellite, dinosaur fossils, plant specimens, and the things stored in the Tree of All Knowledge opened Yamato's eyes. For her, this is equivalent to a natural history museum. Lord Arceus, I found a basement, which seems to have some translations of historical texts. Take them together, Elizabeth, go and pack those things. Understood. This is equivalent to a dictionary. The knowledge of these scholars is important, but you can't trust them completely. You still have to be on guard against them. Yamato was still visiting her museum, but the busy work of the pirates was interrupted by an explosion, and cracks appeared on the wall of the Tree of All Knowledge above. The Demon Slayer order has begun. You continue, don't worry about anything else. An invisible barrier was stretched inside the Tree of All Knowledge, and the power of the artillery could not break here. Yamato, go to the window and look, this is the firepower of the navy. Oh! In the open space outside, Spandine lamented the boredom of the work. It's really an easy job. Your crime has been confirmed. Collect and translate the historical texts. Looking at the report of his subordinates, Spandine completely sentenced these historians to death. Why is reading ancient text a capital crime? Why? Nico Robin, who was only 8 years old, questioned, because reading the text meant killing everyone, which she could not understand at all. Little brat, what do you know? They want to revive ancient weapons and kill everyone, do you understand? Nonsense, no one would do such a thing. Robin, don't explain to the lackeys of the world government, he won't understand. An old man with hair and beard that combined like a clover pulled Robin. Dr. Kriba, the director of the Library of the Tree of All Knowledge, the absolute authority of archaeology, who took Robin on the road of history. Who are you calling a lackey? Bastard! Isn't it you? The world government has never been afraid of the so-called ancient weapons. I want to talk to the 5 elders. Although there is no specific result, we have already guessed about the blank 100 years. I want to report the results to them. Spandin's ability is very ordinary, but he can step up to a high position step by step. All this is because he is obedient. He will not do anything too extreme before receiving the absolute order of the world government. Although he was reluctant, he still made the call. After a set of official rhetoric, the 5 elders personally announced the death penalty of the O'Hara scholar. However, before hanging up the phone, Kriba said a word that the world government was extremely resistant to: huge kingdom. Kill him. Yes, sir. A bullet pierced Kriba's chest, but Spandin's shooting was too poor. Even though the distance was less than 10 meters, he failed to hit the heart. Spandine, destroy O'Hara, they know too much. The previous bombardment was just to correct the trajectory. With Spandine pressed the golden Den Mushi in his hand, and the warship that was already in position rang with the sound of a silver Den Mushi. All ships in position. Prepare for the bombardment. Fire. The dense artillery fire began to sweep every inch of O'Hara, and even Spandine was affected by the artillery fire. At this time, he didn't care about criminals. In his opinion, no one could survive the artillery fire of the Demon Slayer order, so he fled here with his men in a hurry. Tree. The tree of all knowledge is on fire. Go and put it out. Faced with the artillery fire, these scholars did not choose to escape, but rushed to the direction of the tree of all knowledge to save the data. And Nico Robin and Nico Olivia, mother and daughter, reunited again after 6 years, but they looked very desolate under the rendering of the artillery fire. Chapter 237, To Live or Not to Live. A giant figure in the distance also ran here. It was Sorrow who accidentally drifted here after being chased by the navy. First it was Olivia, then Robin. Sorrow and this mother and daughter have a very special fate. Don't be nagging, Olivia. The Demon Slayer order has begun, take Robin and run away. Sorrow? Why are you here? That's a long story. Now is not the time to talk about it. It will be too late if you don't leave now. In fact, it's too late for you to leave now. This place has been surrounded by the navy. A completely unfamiliar voice appeared in the ears of several people. Kriba looked at the yellow-haired girl with a puzzled look. He had never seen this person on the island. If it were civilians, they should have been on the refuge ship by now, and there was no such person among the children of scholars. Robin didn't know her either, but Sorrow recognized her and blocked Robin and Olivia behind him with his big hand. Be careful. She's an extremely vicious pirate. Pirate? She. Ah, don't underestimate her. She destroyed an entire island in the New World, with a bounty of 480 million Baileys, Olga the Phantom Disaster, a top leader of the Beast's pirates. As a vice-admiral of the Navy headquarters, he is familiar with most of the people in the New World with bounties over 100 million, especially the leaders of the great pirates. Although their bounties usually get some bonuses because of the captain, their own strength is far beyond that of ordinary pirates. In Sorrow's opinion, Olga is an extremely dangerous pirate. She 480 million. Olivia finds it hard to believe this amount. After all, Olga looks like she's only 13 or 14 years old. And they met on another island not long ago, and at that time she thought Olga was just a bounty hunter, but she didn't expect that she was actually a pirate, and a pirate with such a high bounty. Don't slander me. The island was destroyed by other pirate groups fighting. I just got a bargain in the end. At the end, she didn't want to explain anything. She also had a lot of resentment towards the Navy's intelligence department, but Sorrow didn't seem to care about it. Why are you here? Just following orders. Our channels got the news of the Demon Slayer order, and that adult didn't want everything in O'Hara to be destroyed, so he came here to save you. When the Demon Slayer order started, after Spandine escaped from here, Arceus asked Olga to take him back to the Tree of All Knowledge. Since they were here, the purpose of this trip was to pack them up and take them away together. Either go with him or die in O'Hara. There is no third way. These scholars are on the blacklist of the world government. As long as one of them is discovered, the chain reaction will be a big trouble. At that time, Sorrow happened to run over from a distance, so he was also included in the scope of being taken away. After all, he is a giant. Let me remind you that among the vice-admirals leading the team are Kuzan and Sakaski. You should know whether you can escape from them. The Tree of All Knowledge is the only way to survive. If you don't want to die, come here quickly. Olivia, you take Robin with you and go with her. What? She's right. I'm familiar with Kuzan. That guy is different from ordinary vice-admirals. He is a real monster. And there is Sakaski. I'm afraid only this pirate can save you. Okay, big fool. If you are worried about them, come with them. You know too much. We can't let you leave, and these scholars also need you. If you can use gentle means, don't be too violent. This is Arceus's request. If Sorrow doesn't cooperate, she has other ways. However, under Robin's words, Sorrow still followed them to the Tree of All Knowledge. If you have any bad intentions, I will not let you go. Don't underestimate me. I am the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. I am the former Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Your wanted order has spread all over the world a few days ago. Inside the Tree of All Knowledge, there was a roar of artillery fire outside, and a fire had already started on the trunk, but when the scholars ran inside, they found that it was safe and sound here, and a group of strangers were sorting books. They didn't even ask who these people were, but directly joined the team sorting books. When Sorrow bent over and squeezed in from the door, he saw such a scene. Lord Arceus, all the scholars and the giant are here now. Very good, you don't have to stop what you are doing, but your next choice will determine your fate. As you can see, the world government's demon-killing order has locked this place, and you, the information here, are all things they want to destroy. No one can save you except us, and we are pirates. The calm tone spread throughout the world with the blessing of his power. The Tree of Knowledge was also heard by all historians. We will not interfere with your exploration of history, but we need all the information you have discovered. Those who are willing can leave with us. As for those who are unwilling, I'm sorry, everyone. We don't want to attract the attention of the world government yet. Painless death is the only thing I can give you. We will leave immediately after the information here is sorted out. Before that, make your choice, live or die. Although they are still sorting out books, many people have changed in their hearts. No one is not afraid of death, but some things are more important than life. Facing desperate situations, they can use their lives to rescue information when they are doomed to die, but with the hope of life, the determination to die will also dissipate. They already have something in common with the pirates. They are all criminals of the world government, so many people have decided to leave with the people of the beasts. Sir, I have a question for you. Kriba walked in front of Arceus. Although he was also curious why these people were obeying Arceus' orders, it was obviously not the time to ask questions. Many of the things here are historical heritages, and these young scholars are also his hope. He doesn't want them to die here, but at the same time, he doesn't want to stir up turmoil in the world. He just wants to explore history, not to overthrow the world. Verbal promises may not be credible, but at least many people can convince themselves. What? You took these materials away to save our scholars. Do you want clues about ancient weapons? Please tell us the answer. I just want to know some historical information. As for the so-called ancient weapons, you don't have to worry about this. I'm not interested in them. Because the so-called ancient weapons are just children's toys in my eyes. Their power is nothing compared to mine. Chapter 238, Flower, Fruit and Giant Country. On the one hand, he despised the power of ancient weapons. Whether it was creating creatures comparable to ancient weapons or his own military force, there were many ways to replace that kind of thing. And when it comes to the whereabouts of ancient weapons, Arceus may know much more clearly than these historians, accurate to the name. Old man, don't think about those things. Don't you think your wound is more fatal? Arceus's answer was beyond Kloba's expectations. It was the first time he heard someone look down on the power of ancient weapons. While he was still thinking about this sentence, Olga poked his shoulder. Although Spandine missed the target, he still hit his body. The good news was that the main blood vessels and organs were not damaged. The bad news was that the bullet remained in the body and the wound was still bleeding. Influenced by Archie, Olga respected scholars more. O'Hara has not become a holy place for archaeology in recent years, even in the era of alchemy. She still didn't want these scholars to choose to die here stubbornly. In fact, Kloba didn't want all these people to die here. They had just explored some historical furs. The huge kingdom was just a shadow, and the truth of the historical text had not been cracked. Every historian wants to discover history with their own hands. The world government has forced them to a dead end. If they want to preserve these materials, the pirates in front of them have become the only one they can rely on. He just wanted to get a reason to make himself feel better. After all, the questions at that time were meaningless and the other party could just lie. However, Arceus' words made him a little confused, and Olga's poke touched his wound, and the pain from the wound also made him come to his senses. I understand, but please come to me if you have any problems in the future, don't embarrass those young people. Those things are not difficult for you at all, ship doctor, treat his wound. I'm coming, I'll come right away. Although the beast's pirates did bring a ship doctor, the ship doctor was also carrying materials as a labor force at this time. After hearing the order, he threw down the materials in his hand and ran over. However, Kloba was even more excited when he saw the doctor's actions. No, I'm fine, I can still hold on, go and rescue the materials. A laborer who was carrying materials came to treat his injuries, which he thought was a great waste, and a lot of blood flowed out of the wound in a panic. Doctor, take a good rest. I'll do this. Looking at Kroba's appearance, Robin grabbed him and crossed her hands to activate her fruit ability. One arm after another appeared on the bookshelf, and the books were transported down like a relay. Para-human system, flower fruit, can grow a part of its own limbs on any tangible object. In this regard, her efficiency alone is comparable to that of dozens of people, but what happened next was not what she thought. In the past, because of the fruit ability, she was always regarded as a monster by the people on the island. These scholars also have to take some responsibility for this matter. It's okay for ordinary residents not to know the devil fruit, but these scholars' experience is impossible not to have heard of the devil fruit, but no scholar took the initiative to explain this to the residents of the island. In the West Sea, Robin's ability can cause fear in others, but for these pirates in the New World, ability users are already commonplace. Not only are they not afraid, they are even very happy and envious. Good job, little girl. Your ability is really convenient. The kids in the West Sea all have devil fruits. Why don't I have this luck? For pirates, one ability means more possibilities. The power of each limb summoned by the flower fruit is the amount is equal to the original body. If a person with strong physical skills eats the flower fruit, his enhancement will be geometrically multiplied. On the handrail of the stairs on one side, Yamato slid down from it like a slide. Is this your fruit ability? It looks very interesting. You think it's scary? What's there to be afraid of? It's just the fruit ability. The other abilities I've seen are all about turning into animals. But it seems nice to be able to transform into yourself. If she could transform into herself, she could let the clone replace herself and Kaido to train, and then do other things by herself. Yamato's personality is very familiar. She grabbed Robin and asked her questions. However, Robin now rarely communicates with her peers. After all, the children on the island regard her as a monster. For a while, she didn't know what to say. Arceus looked at Zoro. Those scholars had been dealt with, and now there was the giant in front of him. Zoro, what's your decision? Why do you know my name? Haguvel D. Zoro, your name has been put on the wanted list by the Navy, so what are your plans? I originally wanted to go back to my country, but you guys don't seem to want me to leave like this, and I'm worried about Robin and the others leaving with you pirates. If you can accept my identity as a former Navy, then I'll leave with you. Ever since he knew that Kyuzen and Sakisuke participated in the Demon Slayer Order, he knew that his power would definitely not be able to break out. But can you really leave here in front of the Navy? He has been staying deep in the island and has not shown up much, and the Navy on the sea has not discovered him yet. According to the original timeline, he exposed his goal when he tried to escape with Robin, which attracted his former friend Kyuzen. The same is true now. With his size, he will definitely be discovered by the Navy if he gets close to the edge of the island, and there will be a big battle at that time. It may not be a good result for these scholars to leave with these pirates, but at least they will not die immediately under the gunfire. Originally, he had no interest in the blank 100 years, but now the strong reaction of the world government has also made him curious. He wants to follow these scholars to see what exactly made the world government destroy an island. If his companionship leads to their exposure, that's not a problem you have to consider. It just so happens that we are short of a giant. His target is not Zoro. His personality makes it impossible for him to be a pirate. His target is the giant country behind him. If it is related to the giant country, there may be people who want to go to sea. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the giants. As long as they don't join the Big Mom pirates, other giants will not care what the giants do. Chapter 239, Destroyed Refuge Ship. The culture of the giants is very special. Due to the plan that Carmelo and the world government planned together, there are many giant vice-admirals in the Navy. However, the giant pirates of the giants also have a great reputation in the giant country. There are only 2 or 3 giants in the giant country. Whether they are from Elbaf or not, they have heard the legends of those giants. For example, Yoror the Waterfall Beard is known as the hero of the giants, and Charlotte Linland's bulimia when she was a child led to the death of this old giant, making her an existence hated by all giants. Buggy can kidnap 5 young giant mercenaries. It is not difficult to kidnap a few giants as long as the conditions are right, but it requires a trigger, and Sorrow can become this trigger at this time. According to the original plot line, if he chose to leave at the beginning of the Demon Slayer order, there might be a chance, but because of Robin, he gave up that slight chance. With these scholars in hand, he didn't think Sorrow would do anything, and no one could make any small moves under his nose. With the help of Robin's fruit ability, the books in the Tree of All Knowledge were quickly collected. Sorrow also became the biggest porter. Several scholars made a large bag with the remaining table pieces and other items in the tree, and put a large number of books in it. Don't talk too much, don't ask questions, just follow us, as long as you don't run around you won't be discovered. Olga took the lead and walked out of the Tree of All Knowledge, and her own illusion blocked the outside world's vision. Lord Arceus, the defense is left to you, but where should we go? There are refugee ships in the west and the Navy's fleet in the east. Just withdraw from the north. He moved the barrier he created, and no shells could hurt here under the cover of the barrier. From time to time, shells fell on the barrier and exploded, but it was just a firework for the people inside the barrier. Hey, 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 silly guy, hurry up and catch up, you almost got out of the illusion, okay? The scholars of O'Hara were only shocked that Arceus could protect one side in the artillery fire, but they were far less affected than Sorrow, who knew very well what the demon-killing order meant to the Navy. Since decades ago, the Demon Slayer order has been launched 3 times. Rox, Barrett, and O'Hara were the targets of the Demon Slayer order 3 times. Even a monster like Barrett could not escape the firepower of the Demon Slayer order, so Arceus's behavior made him stunned. Arceus blocked the artillery fire, Olga interfered with the vision, and after they left, the artillery shells would clean up their traces. Shortly after they left, the Tree of All Knowledge was bombarded by the artillery fire. Fell to the ground. The wood was completely blown into powder by the subsequent shells before it was completely burned. The Tree of All Knowledge library, which had stood for hundreds of years, was destroyed here. Seeing the collapse of the tree, many scholars shed tears. That was the place where they had struggled for half their lives. Even if all the information was taken away, the memories of the past had disappeared. After reaching the coast, they all flew up under the influence of electromagnetic force. After the initial shock, they also looked at O'Hara below. The prosperity is gone, and the place is devastated. This holy place of history has become history today. Mom. O'Hara is gone. The mother and daughter who had been separated for 6 years reunited again, but their homeland disappeared. It's okay, Mom will accompany you in the future. It's okay Robin, it's a blessing in disguise that you can leave there safely. Come on, like I said before, laugh, he he he. Sorrow comforted Robin. After all, this was his new friend these days, and his devilish laughter also attracted Yamato's attention. Godfather, are all giants so strange? Sorrow's laughter was much more devilish than Kaido's, which made Yamato, who saw the giants for the first time, a little puzzled. That's just an exception, but don't learn that strange laugh, and don't learn your father's laugh. I really don't know how they laughed so loudly. Although devilish, Sorrow's laughter eased the emotions of the scholars. Except for Robin, the expressions of ordinary people changed a lot. It is worth mentioning that they did not take away the historical text, but only took away the rubbings. After all, the historical text will not be damaged whether it is bombed or burned. Those agents have previously confirmed the existence of the historical text. In the subsequent naval screening, it would be strange if this historical text disappeared. After rising to a certain height, they drove towards the place where the ship was hidden. Sorrow was still comforting O'Hara's people with his devilish laughter, but soon he could not laugh anymore. From the high altitude, it was clear that the refuge ship was sailing far away, but the next moment, the refuge ship exploded. The artillery fire below never stopped, but O'Hara's scholars were all silent. Some of them were alone, but many of them had relatives on the refuge ship. Under the bombardment of heavy artillery, the refuge ship disappeared on the sea. It was impossible for ordinary people to survive such a violent explosion. How could it be? Isn't that a refuge ship? Navy, are those Navy crazy? Haven't those agents screened everyone? Sorrow's expression gradually became dull. The reason for killing scholars and destroying O'Hara was that they committed a serious crime, but there were only civilians on the refuge ship, and they didn't let anyone go. Is this the justice of the Navy? At this moment, he fell into deep self-doubt. Arresting criminals and maintaining peace in the sea are undoubtedly the right actions, but at this moment, these are completely different from the Navy in his mind. On the warships of the Demon Slayer Order, the Navy on the 4 warships did not understand what happened. It was a refuge ship prepared for civilians under the order of the world government, and it was silent. What's going on? It seems to be the shelling on Vice Admiral Sakaski's ship. On a warship, Kyuzen's sunglasses reflected the flames of the refuge ship, and his expression was full of disbelief. Because Soro did not approach the coast, no Navy found that Soro was here. There are people who know about it, but all of them just died in the bombing. Kyuzen did not leave the warship without finding Soro. Now Kyuzen is still a hot-tempered young man and disappeared directly on the ship. Asshole! Vice Admiral Kyuzen! Where are you going? The shouts of his soldiers did not stop Kyuzen. Only a piece of ice flour was left on the deck, and Kyuzen's figure had already appeared on Sakaski's ship. Sakaski, what are you doing, you bastard? Chapter 240, Unlucky Island Kaido. What are you doing, you bastard? That's a refugee ship. Kyuzen punched Sakaski, but that punch was nothing to Sakaski. Without the fruit ability and haki, a pure physical punch could not cause much impact. Raising his hand to catch Kyuzen's punch, Sakaski's tone did not fluctuate at all. To eradicate them, we must do it thoroughly. If there are scholars hiding on the ship, then all our efforts today will be in vain. The possibility of evil must be eradicated. Kyuzen, your justice is not enough. Don't mock my justice. Although justice changes according to different positions, you are attacking civilians. Kyuzen did not oppose the demon-killing order. Those scholars broke the law, and he also asked the same question to Zhangguo. As a candidate for the general, his status is different from that of Soro. Zhangguo explained that he would execute the demon-killing order for the safety of the whole world. But Sakaski's actions were obviously too much, and the civilians who had been checked were obviously not within the attack range. For the safety of more people, sacrifice is inevitable, and those agents will inevitably make mistakes. This is the most effective way. You bastard, I will complain to Marshal Kong when I go back. You are disobeying orders. The two are both lieutenant generals of the headquarters and candidates for the general. Even if he is unhappy with Sakaski, the two cannot fight here. Whatever you want, who told you to stop? Keep firing until you run out of ammunition. Kyuzen jumped onto the sea, freezing a large area of the sea while rushing towards the refugee ship to see if there were any survivors. Even Spandine, who had retreated to the east coast, I didn't expect the Navy to blow up the refugee ship. No ship on the island where the demon-killing order was executed could leave, but the refugee ships arranged by the world government were an exception. The world government arranged the refugee ships to allow ordinary people to evacuate. These Navy are too radical. In the sky, everyone was looking at the scene below in disbelief. No one thought this would happen. Godfather, that ship isn't it a refugee ship? It is a refugee ship, and the people on board have also been examined, but whether they are guilty or not is not up to them to say. The truth is only within the range of cannons. Whoever has absolute force in this world is the ultimate truth. Today's world government represents the so-called justice, but hundreds of years ago, they were just a group of rebels. What do you think, Dr. Kriba? We have found some shadows of giant kingdoms and the God clan in history, but we don't know more. How much does the world government fear those things? Giant kingdoms, God clan, those words Yamato didn't understand, but this trip made her understand something. Power is really a very important thing. The subsequent events had nothing to do with them. After returning to the island where the ship was hidden, the group began to return to Wano country. The origin was very large, and even a giant like Soro could fit it. Looking at these scholars, Arceus made new arrangements for them. Ammon, call Kaido. Understood. The Ammon, who came out to eavesdrop, was also brought out. After hearing Arceus's order, its tentacles that were retracted in its shell stretched out, took off the receiver by itself, and dialed the number. What happened? Kaido of Onigashima weighed a hollow iron ball up and down, and seemed a little dissatisfied. He casually squeezed the iron ball into a ball of scrap iron and threw it back into the forge, and then picked up another newly made iron ball, the weight of which seemed to meet his requirements more. Nothing, the harvest is good, but there is something I need you to do. Is it okay for you to drag an island with your ability? It depends on the size and structure of the island. What do you want to do? Find a new site and go find Farron. Let him take you to where they used to live and drag the small sky island back to the sky above Wano country. You should be able to do it, right? Farron is the Millennium Dragon who ate the primitive man fruit. He can communicate with people fluently, and Arceus's target is the small sky island. The sky island is not unmovable. Large sky islands like Angel Island are connected to Qinghai through the west sky peak due to the sea clouds, so they are fixed above Gaia Island. But the people on Visalia's small sky island can control the sky island to fly around, and the same is true for the sky island where the Millennium Dragon lived. Let Kaido drag the sky island back to the sky above Onigashima, and then fix it above Wano country with the giant plants stimulated by the grass slab, and that place will become the place to accommodate these archaeologists. There is no need to worry about others discovering their tracks, nor do they have to worry about other things. It is similar to a disguised means of house arrest. Sky Island? It should be no problem. By the way, tell Yamato for me that I have prepared a new training for her. Let her prepare herself. This sentence does not need to be conveyed, because Yamato has heard it. For some reason, a chill rushed from her spine to her forehead, and she had a very ominous premonition. After achieving their goals, the Origin and the Shadow Fox both headed towards the New World. A few days later, they arrived at the edge of the Calm Belt. Before entering the Calm Belt, the newsbird brought brand new news. O'Hara's demon intends to destroy the world, and the Navy wiped it out with thunder. The reason for destroying an island is certainly not to study history, but they intend to destroy the world. However, the destruction of the archaeological Holy Land also made other archaeologists in the world understand some truths. The purpose of the world government has basically been achieved. Those scholars also saw the newspapers sent by the newsbird. The destruction of O'Hara and the loss of the refugee ship made them understand the current situation. And Cloba's gunshot wound has also improved. Pirates have different needs for doctors. These accompanying ship doctors may not be good at treating chronic diseases, but they are good at dealing with external injuries left by swords and guns. Cloba, who has recovered, came to Arceus again. He had a question. Sir, I would like to ask what your arrangements are for us in the future. You can continue to study history, but you can't leave at will. You can tell us what you want to study. Our people will bring it back for you. This will be good for everyone. Your identity is no longer suitable to appear in the eyes of the world. We must know the results of the research. In addition, the people on your two ships cannot meet now. Before arriving at the destination, you must produce 2 translations of ancient texts. If there are differences or omissions, you know. Chapter 241, according to convention, the little ghosts on the ship must be taken seriously. When boarding the ship, these people stepped onto the Shadow Fox and the Origin respectively. The purpose was to figure out the translation methods of some ancient texts. These things are more reliable in their own hands. He didn't mind letting these people continue to study history, since the historical texts were also what they were looking for, but he also couldn't let them do anything in secret. Separating a group and questioning them was the easiest way. He wouldn't kill them after they had done their work, provided that the other party hadn't deceived him. Machine, I will give it to you. If you can't grasp it, you will bear the consequences. I understand. I will cooperate with you. The beginning of the demon-killing order made Kruba suspicious of the world government, and the destruction of the refuge ship made him completely give up on the world government. After all, they turned the refuge ship into a shipwreck. The only survivors on O'Hara were pirates. Now they are no different from pirates in legal terms. This process did not last too long. These scholars have studied the historical texts for a long time. They think they are perfect, but in fact they have been monitored by the world government for a long time. It doesn't take much time to translate the general content. There is no difference compared to the previous translation. Olga didn't see any major problems. Alchemy's words and ancient words have a certain commonality. With the translation of these professional terms, Olga and Asi can almost translate things in terms of grammar. This behavior has earned them a certain trust from the beast pirates. But Olvia still has a problem. Sir, your people are too rough. This will destroy the ruins. She was referring to the previous behavior of Olga's subordinates who intended to blow up the door directly. If they continued to explore the ruins in this way in the future, it would not be exploration at all, but destruction. I am definitely not as good as you in terms of professionalism, but all of you are now on the death list of the world government. Now you are all dead, and your reputation in the industry is too big. As long as you appear in the crowd, you may be exposed. He was very familiar with this situation. Shayna and Jin were in the same situation, but they were fundamentally different. Shayna and Jin were strong enough, and their strength could avoid a lot of trouble. And these people were just scholars. Letting them go would only cause trouble for themselves. If they abide by the rules, they can live well on the Sky Island. There are only a few dozen people in total, so this little thing is not a big deal. But if someone really wants to cause trouble, he can only make them disappear. Well, I'm not on the wanted list. They won't care about a child. You can take me with you when you go archaeological excavation. Nico Robin on the side expressed her opinion. Although she is only 8 years old, she is also a historian certified by O'Hara. Except for those scholars, she is not inferior to anyone in historical research. Nico Robin, an 8-year-old child, has not attracted the attention of the world government without contact with Kyuzan. The title of Devil's Child does not exist at all. And her proposal is meaningful. Some secret rooms and some ruins are simply not found by ordinary people. They know the whereabouts of 3 pieces of the road sign historical text, but they don't know which ruins the 4th piece is in. It is still necessary to have a professional. Robin, the only free body, has become the only suitable candidate. Kid, if you act with us, you will be regarded as a pirate. Yes, the Navy will not care about those, you have to think clearly. The pirate on the side threatened Robin. According to the customs of the beast pirates, adults brought back can be ignored, but children must be taken seriously. According to statistics from the old people in the group, the children brought back by the beast's pirates are not very simple. Yamato, the captain's biological daughter, Arceus' adopted daughter. Olga, one of the 3 calamities, a senior cotter. Setsuna, a cotter reserve. Jack Fishman, Monderfesh's younger brother. Black Maria, the daughter of Kaido's fellow villager. Although Nico Robin has not shown too strong talent, she is also a fruit ability user and a historian. Who knows if she will be favored? I'm not afraid of this. The residents of O'Hara are afraid of her. The Navy destroyed O'Hara, but these pirates made her feel warmer. After all, this is her first contact with pirates and she has not seen their other side. The first impression is very important to people, and so are those scholars in O'Hara. The first impression is that these pirates are carrying books. Compared with those Navy who destroyed documents, they can't help but think that these pirates are better. This is even more so after being taken away from O'Hara by them and witnessing everything. Hey, Robin, just stay with your mother and study archaeology, don't think about becoming a pirate. Only Zoro had some opinions on this, he didn't want to see Robin go the way of a pirate. Hey! That's not what you said when you were drinking last night. That's right. And look at your own bounty. 100 million Baileys. The first bounty is 100 million, you are a big pirate, okay. The Navy didn't figure out where Zoro had gone, so they issued a bounty for him. The identity of a giant and a vice-admiral of the headquarters made his first bounty reach 100 million Baileys. Although Bailey has begun to depreciate now, a starting bounty of 100 million is also a very high bounty. Nicole Olivia's bounty was revoked because she was already dead in the eyes of the world government. No bones were found in the ruins of O'Hara, but it was normal that nothing was left under such a fierce bombardment. Except for the historical text, they did not find anything. Before the O'Hara incident, Zoro could confidently say that pirates were hopeless bastards and the Navy was the only justice, but now he couldn't say that. Pirates are too dangerous, Robin is too young. Zoro finally stammered and said this. The matter was not concluded in the end. Those things were too far away. Now they haven't entered the Com Belt. A branch of the West Sea, after the Demon Slayer order ended, the Navy's warships temporarily returned here, and Kyuzan also. He immediately found Sengoku and complained to him about the incident. Kyuzan, there is no need to pursue this matter. Why? Sakazuki attacked the refugee ship of civilians. I know, but he has already reported the news to Marshal Kong himself. The matter has long been sent to the 5 elders. The world government has no opinion on it. There is no need to pursue what has happened. Do you understand? I know. From this day on, the Navy lost a passionate young man and gained a lazy vice-admiral. Chapter 242, Yamato's New Friend. The Shadow Fox and the Origin have entered the Com Belt. The power of the outer ship drives the 2 ships to sail slowly on the sea. The bottom of the sea stone makes the Sea Kings living below completely ignore them. Zoro did not feel strange. Passing the calm belt is a probabilistic thing. If you are lucky enough, it is not strange not to encounter sea kings. Although Vegapunk has discovered that embedding sea stone can avoid sea kings, Zoro is not clear about the details of this technology. Most of the vice admirals of the giants are like this. There are more than one kind of minorities, but only the giants join the navy, and they are only favored for their military power. Sengoku wanted to explain to Kuzan, but he didn't say anything to Sorodo, which showed the difference. The world government still failed to establish a stable trading channel from Kaido, and could only buy sea stone from the black market. He didn't say he didn't want to trade, nor did he say what he wanted. It was the same as ordering food. He asked whatever he wanted, but said no after ordering. The captain of the CP0 team was almost bald. On the Shadow Fox, several scholars were secretly looking at Yin Lishabe in her original form. This is a basilisk lizard, right? Yes, it's a basilisk lizard, a species that was completely extinct more than 100 years ago. I didn't expect it to be alive. These are two historians who study paleontology. The definition of extinction in this world is disappearance in most sea areas. After all, there is a unique environment like Taku Island, and some unique species on it are also common. The closed island environment makes the evolution of animals very strange. Although she has the ability of a thousand-faced chameleon, Yin Lishabe sometimes still likes to bask in the sun in her original form. Later, she found several scholars watching her in the corner, so she changed back to her thousand-faced chameleon form. What are you doing? You can talk great. Can I ask you what kind of living habits you have as a basilisk lizard, and what it feels like to run on the water? Yin Lishabe, who can transform and talk, did not make them feel scared, but instead aroused a strong curiosity. For someone who studies paleontology, meeting a living paleontology that can talk is simply a godsend. So when Olga came here again, she saw several scholars serving tea and water to Yin Lishabe. What are you doing? They volunteered. There are many ancient islands on the Grand Line, but not many in the Four Seas. Fighting dinosaurs in the New World is not uncommon, but these people in the Four Seas can only study dinosaur fossils at most. They are scholars, not warriors. After meeting Yin Lishabe, they turned into licking dogs in order to get relevant information from it. Listening to Yin Lisabeth's explanation, Olga suddenly felt that it was not strange that these scholars were visited by the world government. After all, they were too bold. On the other hand, Yamato also made her new friend Nico Robin. Robin is much more mature than her peers. Because her birthday is earlier, she is more than 2 years older than Yamato. One has been feared and hated by peers since childhood, and the other is naturally self-acquainted and is just a little bit away from being a social ace. It is not strange for the two to get familiar with each other. Although there are many children in Wano country, neither Kaido nor Arceus intends to let her grow up with that group of people. The only peers around her are Maria and Jack, who can't even make up a mahjong table. Of course, it's different with the addition of Jigglypuff. Your horn, is it real? Of course it's real. Is it strange? Will no one be afraid of you? At first, she thought Yamato's horn was just a special headdress hairpin, but she didn't expect it to be real. Scared? How is that possible? Everyone is very friendly. Rather than being friendly, it's more like awe. This is the biggest difference between having parents around or not. When Robin was 2 years old, Nicole Olivia began to explore the historical text and sent her to a relative's house. Although it was okay at the beginning, she was regarded as a burden over time. Ordinary residents of O'Hara could not understand the ideals of those scholars. Children are xenophobic. If a person is too tall, too thin, or too weak, as long as he is different from the group, he will be easily discriminated against. For example, Robin who ate the flower fruit will get worse and worse without adults to help. But Yamato is different. Kaido and Arceus are both on a Nagashima. Although Kaido is safer when he is not drunk, he is also more ruthless to Yamato. But his own education is different from others. No pirate would think of targeting his captain's daughter. When returning to Onigashima, there was no rush as before. After about a month, the Origin and the Shadow Fox returned to the waters near Wano country. The two ships reappeared in the inland sea of Wano country through the submarine port, and there was also a large group of the Shadow is approaching Wano country. Kaido in the form of a blue dragon is surrounded by flame clouds. The small sky island was dragged back by him. That is a dragon. It's not a dragon. These two ships belong to the beast's pirates. That is the captain of the Beasts Pirates, Beasts Kaido, who is now a great pirate in the New World. Looking at Kaido in the sky, Zoro explained his identity to the scholars around him. These scholars are good at historical topics, but they are not good at topics unrelated to history. What he is dragging behind him is a cloud. It's not a cloud, it's a sky island. That sky island is where you will live in the future. You should have heard of the sky island, right? A group of scholars looked at each other, and finally looked at Kloba. The topic of the sky island was not within the scope of their research, and Kloba, as the director of the library of the Book of Omniscience, had the most knowledge in all aspects. I've seen some descriptions of sky islands in documents, but this is the first time I've seen one, not to mention that someone can drag a sky island. Zoro was less shocked. There has always been a legend among the giants about dragging islands, about the legend of Ounce who dragged the country more than 400 years ago. The ancient giants, the demon Ounce, who were several times larger than ordinary giants, dragged the countries or islands they liked back to their own territory. The cause of death was that he didn't wear clothes when attacking the ice and snow country, and eventually froze to death in the cold sea. Olga, you arrange these scholars and the big guy. Understood, don't worry. Then Arceus left here. The sky island had been dragged back, but where to place it and how to place it had to be replanned. Chapter 243, Leisurely Hospital Life. In the sky, many thousand-year-old dragons flew around the sky island. They have lived on that small sky island for hundreds of years. Finally, they chose to move due to special reasons, and now they have a new home, but seeing this dragged-back sky island, they still chose to revisit the old place. The sky island you want has been dragged back, but where do you plan to put it? Just connect it near the ghost island with vines. The size of this sky island should not be able to fly around. Then you have to reinforce it well. It was not necessarily before, but it is different now. In order to drag it back, I blew up part of the island cloud and dragged it out of the sea cloud. Now its weight should be much lighter. Although it can still float in the sky, the area of this sky island is very different from before. Kaido controlled the sky island to lower its altitude, and finally let it float at an altitude of about 2,000 meters. Two huge vines rose from the ground, extending from the rock wall outside Wano country, and then pierced through the island cloud in the sky, fixing it near Wano country. O'Hara's scholars were also brought to Sky Island by the Millennium Dragon. They will live with the Millennium Dragon for a long time in the future. It is the only flying unit of the Beasts Pirates that can stably transport supplies to Sky Island. Are you going on this trip just for these people? These are all top scholars in various historical fields, and without them, you can only rely on Kojiki Odin to translate those ancient texts for you. That's true, but this giant tribe. He has an entire giant country behind him. He has a good relationship with the mother and daughter among those scholars, and he knows a lot, so he was left on Sky Island. If you can establish a connection with the giant country behind him, maybe you can create a giant army. The giant warriors are really good. When the time comes, Lingling will be envious to death. Charlotte Lingling's collecting habit and the giant tribe's hatred for her are a dead cycle. For the time being, this cycle has not been broken. The object of love at first sight of a giant prince with poor eyesight is still just a child. The scholars did not raise many opinions on the semi-house arrest measures of living on Sky Island. Legally, they are all dead now, and there is no room for them to choose. Moreover, the scope of this Sky Island is as large as half of O'Hara. Most of them are dead otakus who just stay in the library every day to study documents. On the premise that the beasts search for relics for them, they accepted this translation work. However, the scholars headed by Kriba put forward a condition that they can stay on Sky Island forever, but Robin cannot. At least Robin must be able to leave Sky Island like ordinary people. Although she is a child, even if she leaves Sky Island, she can only appear in Wano country in a Nagashima at most, but they still hope that there will be more ordinary people in the environment where Robin grows up. Zoro and Olivia also mean the same thing. This request was agreed. Robin can leave Sky Island with the Millennium Dragon in the morning and be sent back after dark. On weekdays, it is up to them to study history with those scholars or do something else. If they want, they can also train with the Pirates of Beasts. After all, Yamato regards her as a friend, and Kaido doesn't think a little girl can affect anything. The appearance of the scholars did not cause a sensation. Most people did not know that there were these scholars. Instead, the giant Zoro aroused more curiosity. In the Hakumai area of Wano country, two new buildings appeared. One was the already built Beast Pokemon Center, which was 5 stories high and considered a tall building in Wano country. Nearby was the family quarters of the medical staff. Another new building was a nursing school, which was recruiting local people from Wano country for training to fill the hospital staff. The vacancy of the hands. The doctors and nurses who came here from the outer islands have become familiar with the Pokemons during this period. They provide much more assistance in medical care than ordinary people. Now the Pokemon Center is very leisurely. 2 nurses are playing the ghost card with the dolls, and there is a doctor studying how to massage the Jigglypuff. Now there are complete medical staff and complete medical equipment here. Except for patients, it can be said that there is everything. This is really a good place. The salary is much higher than before, but you don't have to do anything. In the consultation room, the 2 doctors chatted about family matters boredly, mainly about the changes after coming here. There is almost no change except for the different living environment. Information exchange is not as smooth as before. If you want to read the newspaper, you can only wait for the people of the Beast Pirates to deliver some newspapers at noon. Ordinary TVs can't receive signals here. Only the TV in the center of the hospital, Rotom, can receive signals from the outer sea. If you want to watch TV, all the staff in the hospital can watch it together. What can I do? Someone came here to see a doctor before. I was preparing a skeleton model at that time, but he was scared away. I was scared, right? People here are very You want to say ignorant? It doesn't seem right, but the development here is really backward and a bit deformed. Even the factory has been built, but the public's cognition is completely out of date. I heard that it was built after the beasts came here, but it's good this way. After so many years of hard work, it's not bad to live a good life. They all chose to move because of the high salary. Even if there are no patients, the hospital is still running as usual. Except for a few injured people from the beasts who come here occasionally, they are slacking off most of the time. In a sense, this is also what workers dream of. I advise you not to say that. We have an old saying. I wonder if you have heard it. What? Don't say you are idle in the hospital, or you will be busy later. I haven't heard of it. Which island did you get this rumor from? Before he finished speaking, the indicator light in their office lit up, and at the same time, an alarm sounded, which meant that there were patients who needed them. Their 2 departments were emergency departments, and it was not a good thing to sound such an alarm. Look at what I said. It's really effective. No, forget it, go save people. The 2 hurriedly ran out of their office and ran to the emergency room. This was the first time the hospital had encountered such a situation since its establishment. In the lobby of the hospital, an old man dressed as a farmer had just been carried to a stretcher by the Jigglypuffs. Although he was short, he was much stronger than ordinary humans. The retractable stretcher was very stable in their hands, and the unconscious person was quickly pushed into the emergency room. Chapter 244, First Aid and Musashi. He is the first resident of Wano country to be sent here since the hospital was built. In fact, many local residents are afraid of this hospital. Those medical machines, the skeletal models and diagrams in the hospital are a bit scary to them. If there is no other way, the family of this old man may not send him here. They have already found a local doctor in Wano country, but the local doctor has already pronounced the old man dead. But they did not give up. They could not afford the doctors of the nobles, so they sent him here to try. Muscle stiffness, weak breathing, almost dull. He could not hear anything with the stethoscope. The heartbeat had almost stopped and the pulse was also very weak. According to the medical level of Wano country, such a person is already dead. But after almost Dal put his ear on the old man's heart, he gave a positive answer. Chabu. Chabu chabu. There is still a heartbeat. Open the airway and establish intravenous access. It should be a weak death. Since most people in Wano are afraid of the Pokemon Center, there are not many patients here, so not only the emergency department, but also all departments have sent people here. He almost received full rescue from the entire hospital. After half an hour of rescue, the old man finally recovered his vital signs and was sent to the inpatient department. They did not let him leave directly. After the rescue, a doctor walked out with his hands behind his back. This is a habit of doctors. If there is nothing in his hands are either behind his back or in front of him. However, it is not a good thing for doctors to cross their hands in front of him. They only make this gesture when they bow and apologize for the failed rescue. The old man was sent here in time. He was rescued, but he still needs to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. If it's convenient, go there and pay the fees. My father is still alive. Right. Of course, although the situation is urgent, he is fine now. You can go there to see him, but can you pay the fees first? The person has been rescued, so he has no scruples about talking about it. When he was saving people, he was a doctor, so he didn't mention the fees. The goal was to save the people first, but after the goal was achieved, the doctor was no longer his responsibility, but his profession. He also had to make money to support his family, so he began to urge the family members to pay the fees. He didn't think that ordinary people would not be able to take out that little money. The salary level of Wano country is indeed not high compared to the outside world after conversion, but the prices here are also very low, and the purchasing power of the currency is relatively high. The hospital charges were set by Kojiro according to the price level of Wano country. Ordinary residents can afford this fee as long as they work normally. I understand, I'll go right away. Hanako, you go settle the bill, I'll take Kazufu to see my father. However, today's events did not seem to end there. After the old man was rescued, another batch of people with food poisoning were sent in from outside. The local doctors had already induced vomiting, but it did not work, and they were finally sent here. The doctors today were busy until late at night before they stopped. I've been resting for too long, and it's really a bit overwhelming to be so busy all of a sudden. Do you understand why you are not allowed to talk nonsense? There is really some metaphysics in this, but their charges are losing money, right? It doesn't matter, anyway, there is no difference in the money we get. This hospital is not a profitable project, but it doesn't matter. The huge profits brought by the 100 Beasts fruit are enough to make up for the gap in this regard. How much did it cost? 70 silver, much less than expected. This number is not much for an ordinary family in Wano country. If a family buys clean water, it will cost about 10 silver a week. 70 silver is about the cost of a week. Most people can afford this amount of savings. After all, this is to save a life. According to the doctor's advice, they should stay in the hospital for observation for 7 days, but they chose to go home after only 2 days. For them, the person is fine, so there is no need to stay here and spend money. An ordinary family in the Beiwu area. The people living here are doctors in this village. Usually, villagers will choose to come here for treatment when they have headaches and fevers, but in fact, a group of uninvited guests came today. Miyamoto, come out. You quack. You almost killed my old man. The person who came was the son of the old man before. This time he entangled a bunch of relatives to come to. It was she who sentenced the old man to death before. Some people have bad natures. They will not remember the help of others, but if their own interests are damaged, they will definitely bear grudges. This doctor helped the village a lot in the past, but now a group of people came to his door and named him a quack. This is not her fault. She does not have an electrocardiogram instrument, nor does she have the hearing of a baby. It is normal that she did not distinguish the state of suspended animation. Even the doctors in the Pokemon Center may not be able to distinguish it without instruments. But these people do not think so. They saved the person there, but said that the person was hopeless here, so they naturally hold a grudge against this place. What's wrong? My father is not dead at all, but you said he is dead. What else can this be but a quack doctor? He wanted to take action, but a chain tied to a weight flew out from the side and hit him directly on the head, opening a hole in his head immediately. Assholes, what do you want to do? Musashi, she's actually here. Didn't she go to Linghao? Why is she still here? Or let's go first, it seems like we can't get anything done today. They didn't come here to cause trouble for no reason, that would do no good at all. They spent a lot of money on medical treatment, and they didn't dare to shortchange Beishao, but they wanted to get the money out of here. In their opinion, the doctor named Miyamoto often treated patients in the village, and she must have a lot of money in her hands, but the premise is that she is the only one here. Miyamoto is her name, and Musashi is her daughter. She didn't choose to stay here as a doctor like Miyamoto, but went to Linghao. After several years of hard work, she made a name for herself in Linghao and became the big sister of a group of bad girls. And she is not the type of bully, so she was not cleared out by Beishao, and even her name has been passed back to Beiwu. Those people are bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. Seeing that Musashi is still here, they simply left. Mom, I told you, don't continue to be a doctor here, no one remembers your kindness at all. Chapter 245, Orakai was almost pissed off by Odin. You didn't take much money from them, and you even had to put in your own money, but what was the result? It was the same as last time. If there was any mistake, a group of people would come to your door. She took back the chain with a flick of her hand. It was her usual weapon. Whether male or female, the gangsters in Wano country must be able to fight if they want to make a name for themselves. Men have a natural advantage in this regard, so most of the gangsters are men. Currently, there is only Ling Hao and their group of all-female bad guys. Musashi has made great efforts in this regard, and her iron chain has played a lot of role. But she has been unemployed recently. Although they are called bad guys, they also have their own professions. This group of bad girls is responsible for the work of grave keepers in the northern cemetery. But some time ago, a rare group of tomb robbers came to the northern cemetery. Although most of the burial objects were still there, many bodies were lost, including the body of the sword god Ryoma and the black sword Shisui, which was regarded as a national treasure by Wano country. This greatly reduced their credibility and they could hardly continue to work. The gang chose to disband. Some of the remaining people chose to go home like her, and some joined Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce. Some even ran to the prostitute's room in the brothel, but they did not sell their bodies, but relied on their bodies that were still able to fight to be security guards. Then you become a gangster like you? Aren't you also unable to make it now? Who knew that there were tomb robbers in Linghao and it only took half an hour to sweep a large area of the cemetery, just like it was haunted? But you should leave them alone. A group of people don't know how to be grateful. You are not young anymore, isn't it better to live a peaceful retirement? How can I rest assured to take care of you like this? If I don't run this place, I'm afraid you won't even have food to eat. What are your plans for the future? According to your idea, I should become a doctor too. This is what Miyamoto has always hoped for, but Musashi had no interest in it before. Okay, then you start learning from me. No, you will be bullied too much. Beiwu has opened a new hospital, and the nursing school there is recruiting people. I plan to go there, and you can go with me. I see they are also recruiting experienced doctors. It's the one who saved the old man of their family before, so you can go with me. Finally, under Musashi's persuasion, Miyamoto changed her mind, packed up her things and went to the hospital built by Beishao. Doctors with certain experience like her are the most popular people there now, and they can go directly to work after simple training. And here Musashi's heart was also touched, and the figure of Jilidan just hit her inner cute point. After that day, many residents of Wano country came to the Pokemon Center. The cheap and efficient treatment made many people come here with the mentality of giving it a try. Compared with the unsystematic medical environment in Wano country, the doctors from different islands showed a more efficient medical level, and the right medicine was much better than those so-called folk prescriptions. The Pokemon Center of Beasts touched the most not the ordinary people of Wano country, but Kojiki Odin. Except for dancing in the flower capital, he basically would not leave Kuri, and at most he would appear in Beiwu, because there was the residence of Shimatsuki Yasushi. It cannot be said that he had no contribution to the residents of Kuri. For example, he cleaned up the chaotic Kuri and put Kuri back in order, but looking at the flow of people in and out of the Pokemon Center of Beasts, he had deep self-doubt. Some people even came here from other towns for the purpose of seeing a doctor here. Although there were not many people, the doctors inside also worked normally, and the originally leisurely days were gone. In July, he could see those high-yield orchards, the smiles of herders and farmers, and Beiwu's hospital had freed many people from the torment of illness. If the beasts come, will it be much better than what I can do? He himself was not that kind of material, and neither the daimyo nor the general was his goal. If he hadn't seen too many things and learned some secrets during the voyage with Roger, he might have returned to Whitebeard's ship to continue being a pirate. At the beginning, he and Whitebeard agreed to return to the Moby Dick in a year. With this doubt, he came to Shimatsuki Yasui's house. As an insider of the secret, Shimatsuki Yasui had been executing the order, and he was puzzled to see Kojiki Odin's arrival. Lord Odin, why are you here? Yasui, do you think I am a failure? Kojiki Odin was doubting his life while drinking alcohol in Yasui's residence. If he was asked to do it, he didn't know if he could do it. He could open a hospital, but he couldn't do anything about the medical equipment, doctors, and those strange creatures. Kanji hiccup, do you think Kaido is more suitable for the position of general than me? What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to dance to deceive Kaido, not to make you doubt yourself. Hearing what Kojiki Oden said, Shimotsuki Yasuji widened his eyes. He had been secretly accumulating strength during this period, but the plan had not yet started, and the commander was directly shaken. You are the heir of the Kojiki family and the legitimate successor to the general. No matter what, the position of general should be yours. If you think those things are good, you can keep them after expelling Kaido. But now Shimotsuki Yasuji is not good at speaking. He feels that he can't understand Kojiki Oden, so he arranges his confidant to go to the flower capital. He hates Kurozumi Orokai, but he has to admit that Kurozumi Orokai is much better than him in terms of speaking. And he drank with Kojiki Oden first. It would take a while to send the message to the flower capital and then rush back. Kurozumi Orokai can't get here for a while. When the message from Shimotsuki Yasui was delivered, there was another sleepless person in the flower capital. Stupid, stupid, Kojiki Oden is stupid. The table of Kurozumi Orokai suffered misfortune. For Orokai, he could not understand Kojiki Oden's train of thought. Just like Shimotsuki Yasui thought, he asked Oden to dance to confuse Kaido, but he ended up jumping himself in. Kurozumi Orokai roughly thought about the consequences if Kojiki Oden really did that. He didn't know whether Kaido would wipe out the Kojiki family, but he would definitely be crushed to ashes by him. There is really no innocent person in the Kojiki family. Oden, you wait for me. When you and Kaido fight to a draw, I will definitely kill you. But now he is just talking nonsense. With his understanding of Kojiki Oden, if he doesn't persuade him well, that idiot will really do such a thing. Chapter 246, Spider Fruit and Transformation Drugs. After Kurozumi Orokai's earnest persuasion, Kojiki Oden finally strengthened his faith. Kurozumi Orokai felt that he had never been so humble when he was a servant in the past few years, and what he said was all against his will. After all, he only hated Wano country, and what he wanted to see was that all the people of Wano country were in dire straits. And on Onigashima, a strange thing had already happened. Maria accidentally entered a room and coincidentally ate the spider fruit in the form of the ancient species, the rose of the ancient wolf spider. Kaido, you tell me this is a coincidence. Of course, there are more than one fruit there. I heard that the animal type the fruit will choose its owner by itself, this is of course a coincidence. Don't joke, there is a rotom living in the door of the storage room, she has no authority to enter there, the only people who can change rotom's authority are you and me, it's better to say that this matter was facilitated by you. Ever since Onigashima realized the intelligence of equipment with the help of a large number of rotom, the mechanical door with its own audit function has saved a lot of trouble. Maria's own authority is not enough to enter the treasure house of the beast's pirates, not to mention her, even Yamato can't. And the only people who can change the authority are Arceus or Kaido. Even if Shana or Quinn can order rotom to do something, they don't have the qualifications to let those rotom change their authority. Without Kaido's instruction, Maria can't go there, let alone touch the fruit. After all, she is White's daughter. Her physical fitness is not good enough. If she doesn't strengthen her physical fitness in this way, she will not be able to withstand the next stage of training. Kaido took out a box from somewhere. From the clanging sounds inside, it can be judged that there are metal objects. When he opened it, it was the hollow iron balls he forged when Arceus went to O'Hara. Are you serious? Don't worry, it's wrapped in rubber. In a sense, the difference is not very big. After all, the influence of the material of the things Kaido threw out is far less terrible than his own strength or attached domineering. Remember to turn off her authority. You are not afraid that she will eat 2 fruits without knowing anything. He did not call a halt to the training of Yamato, but reminded Kaido to cancel Maria's subsequent authority. No one will eat the second one of that thing. Maria took one bite and threw away the rest. After all, it was too unpalatable. Although she ate the devil fruit, Maria did not feel as happy as others, although the spider fruit brought her a lot of enhancements, such as the ability to climb walls, the ability to spin silk, and the power of the spider itself. But these could not change a fatal problem. The male form of the spider fruit looked too ugly to Maria, so ugly that she could not accept it. The beast form is an ordinary spider, but the male form of the spider fruit is not Spider-Man. The face becomes a bugman face mixed with spiders and humans, with several extra arms and a spider-like big butt behind. This combination of changes is like an alien gorilla, which makes it difficult for her to accept. Women all love beauty, and Yamato, who has a carefree personality, is no exception, so the cute appearance of Xioxiane is welcomed by them. So she is very resistant to the form of this monster. I don't want it, it's too ugly, that posture is too ugly. In their study, Maria refused to use her ability, which made the teacher of this class, Quinn, very difficult. The ability application of animal type ability users is closely related to the original animals. What animals can do, what are the characteristics of animals, these abilities will be more exaggerated in ordinary animal type ability users, and even some strange functions can be developed based on those abilities. The spider fruit has not been transformed yet, and Maria, who has no plans to go to sea for the time being, does not need it, so Quinn is conducting animal science popularization, but there are big problems in practice. Hey, can you cooperate a little? This is the order of Brother Kaido. If it is not done well, it will be difficult for me to do it. Originally, Quinn thought that taking care of children was a very easy thing. Whether it was Olga who was taken care of by Shayuna or Setsuna who was taken care of by Ziraura, they did not have any trouble. Even if Kaido and others' teaching on force went smoothly, it ended up being stuck when it came to himself. No, it's too ugly. Spiders are like that. No matter how much you resist, you can't do anything. Who made you choose this fruit? No, it's not the spider that's ugly, it's the form that's ugly. She didn't hate spiders herself, and even raised a large non-venomous spider. She didn't have much resistance to the beast form, but she only resisted the form. Is that so? I have a way to make your transformation more beautiful. It depends on whether you dare to do it. Wait here. Quinn returned to his laboratory. When he came back here again, he had a few bottles of strangely colored liquid in his hands. This is my new invention. It can change the form of animal type ability users, but no one else has tried it. Do you want to try it? As for the first person, it was himself. With the help of the modified human body and the help of the potion, Quinn could use very strange moves in the beast state. The development direction of the superhuman fruit is the widest, while the animal fruit is the most comprehensive in terms of physical application and external force intervention. The multiple transformations caused by Chopper's blue ball and the strange forms developed by Quinn's potion are all achieved through drugs. Maria took the potion from Quinn and drank it without hesitation, but she found that there was no change in her form. Don't worry, this is a long course of treatment. It takes a lot of time to change the form. Maria began her days of using drugs to change her own form, and everything in Wano country was developing as usual. After the fake death incident, other patients gradually went to the Beast Pokemon Center for treatment, and the leisurely life of the doctors here has disappeared. Nakin also had 2 more assistants. Among those doctors, there were also doctors who were good at Chinese herbal medicine. After meeting Nakin's herbal knowledge easily impressed him. They made them willingly serve as assistants to Nakin. On this day, as the new issue of the newspaper was delivered to Ghost Island, Nakin felt a different emotion in his heart. The undersea prison that was broken through, Golden Lion Shiki, escaped successfully. The undersea prison, which was said to have never been broken, and the indestructible copper wall and iron wall became empty talk today. Shiki paid the price of his own feat and successfully escaped from it. Chapter 247, You Know Too Much. The life and death of the Golden Lion has little to do with Nakin. For her, what the Golden Lion does has nothing to do with her, but the behavior of the Golden Lion means one thing: the undersea prison is no longer an unbreakable barrier. Since the Golden Lion can become the first, there will be a second one in the future, and the possibility of Wald's comeback will increase. However, she didn't know that because of the behavior of the Golden Lion, it became more difficult for subsequent people to escape from prison. Before this, many LV.6 heavy criminals only locked their feet, and after this, the limbs of LV.6 people would be bound. Although the Golden Lion's escape was closely related to his floating fruit, those who could be imprisoned in LV.6 were all monsters with great reputations in the sea, and the world government hoped that these people would be forever silent in the dark and infinite hell. After all, the prisoners on this level were almost all evil people who committed many evil deeds. Some incidents that were beyond the cruelty were covered up by the government, and even the newspapers deliberately concealed them. One Golden Lion was already annoying, and another one would be terrible. At the same time, on the Sky Island pulled out by Kaido, O'Hara's scholars were also continuing their research. Olga was also on this Sky Island, and she had to learn more about ancient characters. Translation is not enough to know the meaning of words. Grammar, word order, polysemous words, context, these are all closely related to translation. Mistakes in this will lead to the translation result being irrelevant. Some words presented alone have completely different meanings than when combined together. If you never leave, I will die with you. The correct translation is if you never leave, I will die with you, but the literal wrong translation is if you don't leave me, I will die with you. Olga's progress in ancient texts is not mentioned for the time being, but she knows another thing, that is, why O'Hara's people attracted the demon-killing order. Dr. Kriba, do you know that some things will kill people if they are spoken out? The specific things have to go back a few minutes. At that time, Kriba was correcting Olga's grammar problems. Olga often made repetitive problems in some grammars, and at this time Kriba raised a question. Have you heard of alchemy? What are you talking about? This word, and the usage of this adverb, you are obviously used to this usage when translating ancient texts. Beginners will not make this mistake. You obviously have a certain understanding of ancient texts. But although you understand ancient texts, it is not the ancient texts above. After all, that is the history of 800 years ago, and other ancient texts have evolved from it. Among them, alchemy's texts are derived from ancient texts. There are certain commonalities among them, but the grammar is very different, so I think you have some connection with alchemy. Then Kloba continued to correct some of Olga's grammatical errors in translation, and continued to explain his reasons. Maybe you don't know it either. After all, alchemy disappeared from the world more than 100 years ago. I'm afraid your teacher has only learned a little bit. He didn't think of this aspect of the problem. He knew alchemy because it was also an island in history. He didn't know about other things. He couldn't imagine that someone had lived in the belly of a sea king for more than 100 years. In Olga's opinion, Kriba's daring to say anything was one of the reasons why the world government was brought in. After all, whether these insignificant things were said or not would not affect anything, but he just brought them up. You should know very well why you attracted the Demon Slayer order. That is, this Sky Island is isolated from the outside, otherwise these scholars will sooner or later bring themselves more trouble. I know, so I haven't told these things to other scholars, and if I don't tell you about this kind of thing, won't it be more serious when you find out about the problem later? These scholars may not have enough emotional intelligence, but they are not fools to become the top scholars in an industry. O'Hara's Demon Slayer order taught Kriba enough lessons. The mistake they made in the face of the world government was that they didn't hide anything, or they didn't hide it well enough, resulting in some secrets being clearly known by the other party. Such a mistake can't be made a second time. They are legally dead, and the only ones who can accept them are the pirates who are also wanted, so his current plan is to hide nothing and say whatever he knows. This Sky Island is a paradise on Earth, but it is a prison where people are imprisoned. Everything here is under the surveillance of the beasts. Concealment will only lead to worse consequences. There are no Den Mushi on the entire Sky Island. The only tool for communication is Rotom, and the Rotoms created by Arceus will not disobey orders. The only thing that can be contacted on this Sky Island is the beasts. That's what I said, but it doesn't matter. Have you sorted out the things I asked you to sort out before? Okay, but we haven't seen the indestructible stone slabs you mentioned in the places we have explored. These are areas that have not been explored yet, but there may be ancient ruins, you can go there and have a look yourself. Maria's drug transformation is still going on, and Ammon has overheard something new again. Regarding the next plan of those CPS, Golden Lion's jailbreak is not good news, and the chaos in the sea has further intensified. Whether it is the sea stone used to transform warships or the sea stone needed by various prisons, the demand far exceeds the reserves of the world government. Although it can be supplied on the black market, the process is too slow, so the world government once again ordered its subordinates to contact Kaido. In the past, the trading items they gave were all money, and they were constantly raising the price. This was the best bargaining chip for the world government. They could even choose to print money to fill the shortage of funds. As for the consequences of this, as long as a little bit of operation is done, the contradiction can be transferred to non-member countries. As long as the interests of themselves and the member countries are not damaged, the fate of non-member countries is not important. However, when Kaido kept refusing to trade, they also began to exchange trading items. They didn't want to help the enemy too much, and finally a batch of failed products in the Punk Hazard laboratory were taken out by them. The Beast's pirates are constantly recruiting soldiers during their expansion in the new city. Due to policy changes, they are now much stricter in recruiting pirates than in the original timeline. However, their need for manpower can still be seen, and the test subjects in the laboratory are the world government's experiments on the ancient giants. They are trying to create new ancient giants. Chapter 248, King Yanwu and King Pot. Although the Navy has giant vice-admirals through some plans, the world government is not satisfied with this. Those giant vice-admirals have their own ideas. What they do has a lot to do with their own preferences. The behavior of Sorrow has already explained the problem. What the world government wants is a war weapon that obeys orders, and those giants cannot satisfy them. And because of the powerful strength of the giant country, they, as non-member countries, also have some agreements with the world government. The world government wants some countermeasures, and the ancient giants plan will be put into production immediately. This matter was led by Vegapunk at the beginning, but he lost interest in it after a while because he thought it was impossible to perfectly replicate the ancient giants. The agreement with the world government included a clause that the world government could not force him to study something he was no longer interested in, so this experiment was gradually handed over to Caesar Kulang. However, in the end, they only produced some low IQ failures. Although they reproduced the body shape of the ancient giants, they did not have the power of the ancient giants. Not to mention the original ounce, even little ounce could not compare. Moreover, the world government's requirements were war weapons without emotions and orders, but in the end, they turned into some low IQ monsters that were difficult to understand orders. They had a large appetite, poor execution of orders, and were prone to not distinguishing between enemies and friends on the battlefield. Although the subsequent test products were getting better and better, the world government believed that this research result was far less than the investment. So after a certain number of test products appeared but still did not get the effect they wanted, they suspended the experiment, and the original test products were frozen in the underground of Punk Hazard. Now they have chosen to recycle waste, although for the world government, this thing is very useless and is not as good as an ordinary giant vice-admiral. But that is the world government with a huge business. No outsider can afford such an experiment, so they think this is a good condition for Kaido. It sounds good, but these guys are really stubborn. They should know what we want most. Looking at the information eavesdropped by Ammon, Kaido had a new evaluation of those people, but they started to raise the price, which means that they still need a lot of sea stone. But they are unwilling to give another highest price. Some things will appear anxious if they take the initiative to propose, which will put them at a disadvantage in the negotiation. Because of the information leak, CP0 agents are always at a disadvantage. Quinn, have you heard of this thing? Before the research group was disbanded, Caesar had a similar idea, but I think it's impossible to replicate that thing, and Judge thinks so too. Although I don't want to admit it, Judge is better at human cloning, and they also said that it was a failure. I'm afraid it's really not a good thing. This thing was just an idea before their research group was disbanded, and it was not put into practice at all. After the disbandment, each member went their own way, and Quinn couldn't say what the specific situation was. Kaido planned to meet the other party and inspect the goods in person. Although the fish he wanted to catch hadn't bitten the hook yet, fishing cannot rely on brute force. It is necessary to relax and release the line appropriately. But how should I reject them this time? The target is the stone slab or the devil fruit, not those failed giants, so Kaido is already thinking about the reason for rejection. It's not difficult. Just say their goods are not as good as ours. Quinn, it's time to prove yourself. What? Lord Arceus, I don't know how to do this. This is not my specialty. Although Quinn has worked part-time for many things, this thing is indeed his technical blind spot. No, some things always have to have a rationale. You are very suitable now. During this period, through the eavesdropping of the Ammonite, they figured out the reason why Quinn's bounty increased. There must be a reason to look down on something, and even the reason cannot be given. Coming there is not called negotiation, that is called picking a fight. The best way to reject those failed products is to prove that you have something better. For example, the genius Quinn has already created something more controllable. What do you mean? That pig has been a mascot for so long, it should be useful now. After the giant carp and the Sky Island giant snake, transforming giant Pokemon is already a feasible thing, so Arceus's target is the mountain god boar in Wano country. As for where this pig came from, Quinn has already had more than one pot on his body, so adding a few more is nothing. Shimei, where Kojiro lives now, is next to where the mountain god boar lives. Simply put, this is a pigsty, and today, this wild boar ushered in its new life. In the past days, it experienced being cut in half and sewn together, and today, it understands that pigs can also walk on two legs. For the symbolic meaning of the mountain god boar, it, like Elizabeth, belongs to the type that can switch between the main body and Pokémon form, and it is now familiar with how to walk on two legs. The final evolution of Nuanuan Pig, the big fire pig Pokémon, Yanwu King. At this time, the mountain god wild boar stood on the ground like Beiji, with a raging fire burning around its neck, and the flames formed its neck bristles. Its black eyebrows were raised upwards, and its two arms turned black except for the hoof tips, and there were two red circles on the wrists of both hands. The tail behind it was like a hairstyle, turning into an afro. He was not very familiar with his new body, and he accidentally fell to the ground, but even so, his body was like a small mountain, and his height of nearly 20 meters when standing upright made it taller than Soro. After it was able to stand up smoothly, it looked at its hands, and as its hands rubbed against the flames on its neck, its two fists also ignited flames. At first, it was a little scared when it saw the flames on its fists, and it tried desperately to shake off the flames, but then he found that these flames did not hurt at all, and waved his fists at the sky. Emperor King, this is your name from now on. Woohoo! Okay, get familiar with your new body as soon as possible, but don't use fire. Sent Emperor Inwu aside to get familiar with his own body, and then Arceus looked at Kaido. This guy should be enough to deal with those failed products of the ancient giants. If the things they developed can't even beat a pig, then they are embarrassed to talk about any trade, right? Digression. 3 updates today. Chapter 249, Flame Fruit even pigs don't eat it. Looking at the mountain god wild boar that became Emperor Inwu, Kaido's eyes seemed to be shining. Only large enough creatures are high-quality war weapons on the battlefield of this world. As long as they don't face those monsters with superior individual strength, the combat effectiveness of large creatures has always been supermodel. The Sea Kings in the sea don't have any special abilities. They rely on their huge bodies to establish their own status. The same is true for the lieutenants of the giants. When they are not facing those monsters, they are excellent at cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. Such a giant unit is enough to change the situation of a small-scale war, and the firepower of a warship will be insufficient against the giants. However, the giants can easily become the background board. After all, they are usually facing the protagonists, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea, and it is inevitable that they will be killed instantly. Looking up and down at the King of Flame in front of him, Kaido also had some strange ideas. What are you going to do? Looking at Kaido who was ready to move, Arceus had a bad premonition. Hey, he looks like a great guy, but such a guy must be tested in person. Then he walked directly to the King of Flame. Hey, big guy, come and hit me, you understand, right? He knew that the intelligence of animals transformed by Arceus would be improved, and understanding human commands was only the most basic ability. Then he moved his wrist and waved at the King of Flame. Hurry up, I haven't fought for a while, my body is a little slack. Hey! Faced with Kaido's request, King Yanwu was confused. In addition to the improvement of intelligence, the loyalty of the transformed animals will also increase. Kaido had just been with Arceus, and now this instruction to attack made him very confused. The lantern-sized eyes were full of doubts, and finally looked at Arceus. Listen to him, but you should be slow. The second half of the sentence was not said to King Yanwu, but to Kaido. He was one of the few powerful monsters who could ignore the size difference. I know, and this big guy is not familiar with the body, fighting is the fastest way to get familiar with the body. After receiving the instructions, King Yanwu also moved. Although he only had 3 fingers, he still clenched them into a fist and hit Kaido. Facing the punch swung by King Yanwu, Kaido did not dodge or avoid, and let the punch hit his head. His body did not move, but the ground under his feet could not withstand the pressure and produced a lot of cracks. Wow! The Flame King felt something was wrong with the touch from his fist, and the next moment, his huge body flew up. Kaido threw the Flame King, who was about 3 times his height, to the side with an over-the-shoulder throw. You have good strength, but you should know something else, right? This is not enough. After Kaido threw it, the ferocity in its bones seemed to be activated. Although it was still not familiar with this form, it still climbed up quickly, and the flames surrounding its body burned violently, and then its fists were also wrapped in flames. Flame Fist, the most commonly used move of the Flame King, Flame Chicken relies more on its powerful legs, and King Yanwu relied on his fist. The fist burning with flames, also known as the Fire Fist, smashed towards Kaido. This time Kaido did not choose to catch the fist with his face, but stretched out a hand to block King Yanmu's attack. The result of the battle was not suspenseful. Even if it used the Fire Fist, it was not Kaido's opponent. It just made Kaido smile a little more, and there was one more pig who doubted life in the world. After being beaten by Kaido, it quickly got familiar with this new body, but he clearly felt that he was much stronger than before, but he was still not the opponent of these little guys. After telling Kojiro to take good care of King Yanmu, Arceus and Kaido left here. Although it only had 3 fingers, the hand was much more convenient than its original pig's hoof. After becoming proficient, it also liked this new form more. For ordinary people, the changed mountain god wild boar caused a sensation. Ordinary giant wild boars would be worshipped as mountain gods by them, not to mention the new form now, which made some people completely change their ideas. Religious theocracy has an unimaginable role in thought. The huge vines that soared into the sky, the mountain god wild boars that now walk on 2 legs, and various magical Pokemon are all regarded as miracles in the closed-door Wano country. After a while, Kaido waited for the call from those CP0s again. This time he did not refuse directly, but chose an island for inspection. He did not think this would be an ambush or something. Rox was so fierce at the beginning, and the navy did not send out all the troops in the end. They had too many areas to take care of, and it was impossible to draw too many people for the current Kaido. After the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the work of the navy was much busier than before, and some dishonest celestial dragons still chose to sail, so the protection of the navy fleet became indispensable. That's why they chose to trade with Kaido instead of doing anything directly to Wano country. In the eyes of the world government, such a closed-door Wano country is the best. He may not be able to defeat the enemy's current manpower, but they can't stop him from escaping. Captain, he didn't refuse this time. The analysis department's analysis should be correct. This thing is indeed what he needs. But Captain, isn't it clear what Kaido wants? Isn't that stone useless? In his opinion, the higher UPS knew what Kaido wanted, and they were worried that the devil fruit would aid the enemy, but they didn't take out the useless thing. Even if the stone was very strong, it would be useless to the world government. It's useless, but that thing is a collection of the celestial dragons. Do you want to communicate with the celestial dragons? This. Although CP0 is known as the shield of the celestial dragons, these CP0s are very clear about the attitude of the celestial dragons. The elites with brains regard them as tools, and in the eyes of those brainless idiots, they are no different from dogs. A dog that asks for its owner's things without permission can be easily beaten to death. Even if the celestial dragons do that, no one will hold them accountable. It's impossible for us to communicate. The people above don't want to communicate because of such a small matter. If these things can be used to solve it, it's better not to bother them. As they were talking, the ship they were on also arrived at Punk Hazard. The two also saw the frozen test subjects in the freezer of Punk Hazard. Can they still be used? No problem, they can move freely as long as they are thawed, but it's difficult to make them obedient. Chapter 250, You guys can't even beat my pigs. The CP0 team came here on a large warship. Although the cabin of the warship can accommodate such a big guy, it will be a big trouble once they wake up. Although the members of their team are not afraid of this thing, it is easy to damage the warship when it goes crazy. Can you move immediately after thawing? Of course not. If you need it, you can thaw it in Punk Hazard first, and then anesthetize it before you take it away. Well, that's it. After thawing and anesthetizing it, load it on the ship. The captain of CP0 pointed to a large test subject with 3 written on its body. 3 is its experimental number. The reason for choosing this is just because it looks stronger, and 3 at least indicates that there are 1 and 2, which makes it easier to trade. After this team of CP0 set sail with the number 3 test subject, the Beast Pirates also made new moves. Unlike CP0 driving a warship to trade, Kaido did not plan to bring a group of people. He transformed into a blue dragon and used the flame cloud to roll the King of Flame into the air, and went directly to the trading place. He did not bring anyone except Quinn, who was used to take the blame, so that he could retreat in time if something happened. Quinn, have you memorized the lines? Don't worry, Kaido, I can improvise this kind of thing. I'm a professional in this area. Quinn, who turned into a tropical dragon, flew behind Kaido and confidently assured him that the so-called lines were not complicated. It was just Quinn belittling the defective products made by the world government. And King Yanwu closed his eyes tightly. He was a little afraid of heights. He was originally just an ordinary wild boar with a body size of a little over 100 million, but he had experienced a lot in his pig life recently, and now he even experienced flying. In the doldrums near the New World, a ship flying the world government's cross flag docked here. This is where they traded with Kaido. This time there was no middleman from the underground world, and they were directly talking to the pirates. They didn't want to be discovered. The world government still had to save face. Although their transactions with the pirates it has always existed, but it is impossible to let the whole world know that they have a deal with pirates. Just like Spandine went through the process in O'Hara, the world government attaches great importance to the so-called justification for doing things, and attaches great importance to the fig leaf. Even this warship does not have many people. When they arrived here, they found that Kaido had already arrived and was sitting on the coast. Are you finally here? Are you lackeys so slow when doing things for your masters? Familiar trash talk, but the expressions of the two CP0 did not change at all. Their mentality has been tempered long ago. If other people's condemnation can affect them, I am afraid that the CP0 organization should have been destroyed long ago. Most people will not offend people who work for the Celestial Dragons in person, but there are always many things that stab the spine behind their backs. Whether it is a member country or a non-member country, ordinary people have no good feelings towards the Celestial Dragons. Unless they are the royal family of the Kingdom of Goa who want to become a Celestial Dragon or are willing to serve the Celestial Dragons. Stop talking nonsense, Kaido. We are here to negotiate a deal. I know, but we have to show you what your so-called giant weapon looks like. CP0 gestured to the people behind him, and a large wooden board slid down from the deck of the ship behind him, and then a giant iron cage covered with black cloth was pushed down from it. The world government is very sincere. Since you are not interested in Bailey, how about this? As he said this, he pulled open the black cloth covering it. Experimental subject number 3, who was sleeping due to the powerful anesthetic, was dozing off. This is the result of the government's reproduction of the ancient giants. It is larger than ordinary giants, and it is enough for the fight between you pirates. It looks like it, but how can we know if it is as useful as you said on the phone if we don't try it? How do you want to test it? Since it is a weapon, of course it must be tested in battle. CP0's face turned ugly as soon as Kaido said this. This kind of failure could not be Kaido's opponent. If he tested it like this, it was clearly a lack of sincerity. However, Kaido's next words made him change his mind a little. It just so happens that my men have also made some research results. Why don't we let them compare with each other? If it can win, I will agree to this deal. Although these things were not made by Vegapunk himself, he also started it, and then the second-in-command Caesar Clown took over and invested a lot of money from the world government. How could a mere pirate group come up with something comparable? Okay, wake him up. The subordinate took out a large syringe and injected it into No-3's body, and opened the cage's exit. Soon, the obese test subject with 2 straight horns on his head and a small mustache on his chin walked out of the cage. The first thing it did was to attack CP0 beside it. It seems that you don't listen to orders very much. It's just that you haven't been trained yet. You can't even solve this little problem. Do you need help to tame you? Faced with Quinn's question, he asked it back, and changed disobeying orders to untamed. Pirates are a group that loves face. Normally, they would not ask them to help tame for the sake of face. And it's not certain who the creatures tamed by the world government will listen to. Ha 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 ha, there's no need to train this disobedient waste. Come and see the results of my work. Come out, King Yanwu. A vibration sound came from the woods on the island, and then a wild boar man who was about the same size as the number 3 test subject came out in CP0's sight. Also as giant creatures, even with pig heads, this kind of orc is more intimidating than human appearance. The most important thing is that CP0 found that King Yanwu seemed to obey orders. Go on, King Yanwu, deal with that big guy, and I'll give you an extra meal tonight. After touching his fists, King Yanwu rushed towards the test subject on the beach. Compared with the test subject's behavior of not listening to orders, King Yanwu was absolutely disciplined. Before number 3 could react to what happened, he was punched in the face by King Yanwu and flew backwards. Number 3, who was knocked into the sea, shook his head and sat up. After an angry roar, he changed his attack target and rushed towards King Yanwu again. The 2 giant beasts started to fight on the beach. But anyone can see that compared to the random attack of the third test subject, the King of Flame has already taken advantage of it. For a moment, the face of the CP0 captain turned ugly.